Morning, y'all. Yes, you're hearing Daryl. Okay. Okay, Daryl. I'll come back to your video. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Okay, good. The mic is working. Thank you for the extra like, someone. Go back to this one. I control your energy. Where are you, remote? Yeah, boy, now, but now, cowboy, when the girls realized it was past.
Oh my gosh! Oh my god!
Amazing. My girl had a witch theme party. The cowboy, hey, hey. Just taking care of some stuff right now. Quickly. Okay. Now that that's taken care of. Happy birthday to my girl, to the love of my life, Lindsay Sterling. Whew. Shit. Pause indeed. Okay.
So, here's what you have to understand.
Okay. I'm gonna get rolling with the talk. Oops. The mornings are getting a little colder. Today is supposed to rain around like 7. Okay. Okay, y'all. Very good. So, welcome to another day as we navigate. Bubba, stay on the grass, please. Hurry up. Good job. Up in the trees they go. As we navigate another day, I trust that the gentleman I helped yesterday, he's all right. He's all good. Sure of it. Damn, I gotta fix my my boxers. First off, again, happy birthday to my beloved sweetheart, the love of my life. I didn't get to kiss her and say, have a great day, but energetically, I know I love her. I'm proud of her. I'm grateful for her. I appreciate her. I adore her. I respect her. I love her so very, very much. And let her birthday be just an amazing one. I know it will be. She's surrounded by her loved ones. So happy birthday to my girl, to my sweetheart, Lindsay Sterling. We will be celebrating your next birthday together. I will be there for your 40th. I promise you that. I declare it, that on your 40th birthday, that you and I are together physically. I'll be there. Now, happy birthday to another friend, another soul, another sister. Her name is Jessica. Not my sister, but another sister, Jessica Coltzer. I hope you're doing well. I know last time we chatted, you were going through shit. Happy birthday to you. And I trust all is well in your world, and I hope that it continues to be that way for you. Sending you so much love and blessings. Yeah, look at how empty the roads are. Empty, empty. Yeah. I'm gonna say I love myself. I'm grateful for myself. I hug myself. I kiss myself. And we're having an amazing day. September 21st, 9:21. Cool. I'm gonna go this way. Yesterday I went the other way. Hope that dude is all right. Yesterday was a little bit of a, the universe wanted me to help him, so I helped the dude. I was meant to be, Legend of Zelda, nice. Wanted me to help. Ooh, the cat meow bub was in the window. Nice. I like seeing animals in the window. Ooh, they're rebuilding. Their building permit. Oh, look at that. They're gonna tear down this house and rebuild this one. Nice. So let's start. Every day I've been, in the last little while, since I've been regaining my true powers again, I've been navigating this third dimensional realm while operating in the fifth. It's if I tell myself it's tough, it's gonna be tough. If I tell myself this is hard, then it's gonna be hard. And the thing is, like, I look at other commenters on like YouTube videos and I see where I used to be, where I was like, but I don't know. And I caught myself last night with something. Pete was live and I was catching that, he's not acknowledging that I'm there and that he's a test. He's a powerful mirror for me to let go of, like, feeling seen and heard from him, that he keeps acknowledging others as great teachers and all this. He's not the benchmark. He's just another dude, just like Nero and everybody else. And I had to let go of that. I had to let go of that seeking attention. And I see the egregore and I was like, bro, calm down. Good morning. I had to stop with that bullshit. Because, like, the universe created me whole and complete. That's why we did that exercise yesterday. That frequency thing kicked in there. It doesn't affect me. And we did that exercise yesterday where I put an aura, like Super Saiyan aura, around me and what I am, and I'm whole and complete. Yeah, always use discernment. Not everything Pete's saying is like at the top. In fact, looking at his stuff, it's great, but I let go of this whole idea of, like, they're better than me. They have more subscribers than me. They have more numbers, more views, more clicks, more all of it. The one thing that each of them ain't doing, what I'm doing on a daily basis, is live streaming and doing this shit live in real time, in the moment. I've done countless of live streams where I was on flow, and all that work that I've done isn't for naught. Isn't a waste. It's not a waste. I literally, what is he doing? He's cleaning up his office space there. Yeah, and I had to let go of all of that stuff because it's not serving me. I mean, it was serving me to recognize it's a paradox, that everything's a paradox, and making sure I don't get trapped up in the whole ideal of, you know, they're better than me, and no one's listening to me, and no one's even bothered coming onto my stuff. I know my shit. I don't have to prove myself anymore. I know enough, I have enough because I am enough. There was another guy who I was supposed to look at his content. His name, he looks like Vin Diesel, and he's like, I am the I am, and I am the best human. And I'm like, he started off like that, and everybody loves him. It's interesting because he's just being his genuine self. So I asked myself, am I still being my genuine self, or am I being my fake self? I'm like, no, I'm being my real self. These are all just other aspects of me. In my universe, yes, their consciousness exists in their own universe, but in my universe, they're an illusion. They're just a mirror. They're just other aspects of me. So when I look at others, I should be like, yeah, good job. Good job, other me, for knowing about this stuff. And stop getting tripped up in the third dimension with numbers and statistics and all that other garbage. It's irrelevant. I came here to do the work of the Creator, and that's what I'm doing. Every single day, keep doing the work of the Creator. One way or another, I'm just keep going. And I'm gonna energetically let go of all the baggage of the numbers and YouTube, and not even see that I'm on YouTube. I'm just basically like doing a Zoom call every day with clients who jump on the live stream. The live stream is basically Zoom with clients, making sure they're okay. Yeah. Well, universe, what's next? I know the egregor wants to get mad and get frustrated. Nope, I'm not even gonna bother. I surrender that. Do as you will. Do as you please. We're gonna go that way. We went through the school yesterday. We're gonna go through the street. I find that I don't really walk in that direction because then I have to cross the street, and then, I mean, that's not a big deal, but I find that I walk more in this direction often than I do the other way. Anyways, just navigating my inner world, because this is all an inner world game. I have to let go of this illusion. Pretend that other YouTubers don't exist. Pretend that, not even pretend, know that they don't exist. Know that numbers are irrelevant. And let go of that envy. Because envy is a big part of this journey. It's a good thing because you can use envy to your advantage to know what you should be transmuting and transcending. That's what Nero was talking about in the video, the 3 T's. Transcend, transmute, and transform. I just asked the universe to I have the confidence, I know who I am, to just walk through me and not just others, and allow me to help. Not just talk to nobody. Because no. I was gonna say it's not fair. But then getting into that's victim. So, caught you. The egregor wants me to have positive egregors that have changed my life. I have no more negative. Ooh, more sunflowers. I'm starting to see more sunflowers now. That's nice. I like sunflowers. They're very nice. Yeah. So, just making sure I don't fall into some victim paradigm, because that can easily happen. The mind is always linked to reality, and it sees it's an invisible string, and what you are, shit has to be triggered for sure for you to bring it up and just be like, I'm done with that. I'm done with this. Like, I remember when Katie was speaking about like the YouTuber Katie. Now that we have to differentiate ourselves from which Katie, because we were talking with another Katie. So a different Katie now, who's the YouTuber, who's talking about how a lot of things have to be triggered in her for her to bring it up and release it. Because without the triggers, she wouldn't have been able to blast through, and it's so true. I have to pull up the triggers even more, and I don't have triggers personally, like, but I do have to acknowledge that things bother me. Oh, it's like a web I walked into. That things do bother me, and I have to not let it bother me and just transcend it. I have to transcend all of these feelings. The funny thing is, when I see Nero, I don't have that for him. When I see Katie, I don't see that with her. With Pete, though, for some reason, I see that with him. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. Because he keeps saying that he's the best, and other people, you won't find this stuff on YouTube and all this shit. It's his complete lack of awareness. Oh, there's tons of people talking about this shit on YouTube now. Katie's talking about it. Nero's been talking about it. If he's such a great teacher, then he would recognize that there are other people who are actually talking about this stuff on YouTube. He's not the only one. There are others who have written books that they don't know, that he doesn't know about. Anyways, not to focus on Pete, because then we're gonna get trapped up with his stuff. I know enough. I have enough. I am enough because I was born enough. That's all I have to remember in the now. Being safe in the now. Let me come up with my own framework right now. Let's see. We have to identify. We have to let go. We have to, let's see. I'm coming up with a framework right now for myself. That's slightly different from Katie's framework that she left yesterday, which, again, very good job on her. Proud of that sister for, I can't call people sister and brother now too. Like, it's like I say brother and sister, but like really we're just one consciousness in 8 billion different frequencies. Okay, so we're gonna go hang on the bar. Maybe. Unless he's gonna go hang on it. Looks like he's gonna go hang on it. Yeah. Morning. Good morning, sir. One way or another, I'm gonna hang on my bar. I'll use this bar for today. This bar is too low though, but it's okay. Oh, I'm just gonna move. I'm gonna do this quickly. Thank you, brother. I just have to stretch quickly my spine.
That's good.
Perfect. Okay. We got that done. Oh, thank you.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it. That's all I have to do.
Okay.
Have a great one. Morning. Oh, thank you to that brother for moving out of the way. I was like, I'm gonna use this bar today. He's like, no, you can use this one. Cool. I get what I expect, and I expect what I get. That's how it works. Enjoy your day, brother. Cool. Man, doing those stretches really do make a difference. Like, I feel really good. Soon, though, well, I'm gonna do my best to change my inner world so much that I'll be, I won't be living here, because I have to just keep the course, stay the course. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Have a great day.
Good.
I just have to stay the course, that's all. Yeah, just stay the course. I'll wait till this car passes. Let's go. By the way, congratulations to Stephanie McMahon. She, well-deserved Hall of Fame. I was like, Undertaker's coming out. I wonder what he's, why he's there. And Steph was in the audience last night, and he rode his bike in, and he came, and he went to surprise Steph with being a part of the Hall of Fame. Congratulations to Steph. Amazing woman. She played the heel character for years. She was one of the greatest female heels of all time. Who would have thought? When she was starting out as, like, when you looked at her as Vince's daughter, you know, she was, I mean, she was very cute, and she's still very beautiful to this day. But it's interesting how, you know, stuff like I used to take wrestling and I was like, oh, it is real, like all this shit's real, she's a bad girl. But I didn't know about heels and like and faces back then. I just knew about good guy and bad guy. Morning. And yeah, so congratulations to Steph. What an honor. And seeing her, seeing the reaction on her face when Undertaker, are you ready? I said, are you ready? He didn't say it exactly how Triple H would say it. He said the way he said it, and she basically was like, well, it's my esteem, when he said, well, it's my esteem, honor, and privilege to induct you as the first of the class of 2026 Hall of Fame. And the look on her face was priceless. Those are good moments. Cowboys don't think that say, hey, 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 no. I'm gonna stay the course. I'm gonna walk straight. It's pretty quiet this morning. So the cowboy having to wake up on a Sunday to go to a job, yeah, doesn't float with me. So, hey, 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 This area of the internet gets a little grainy. Cowboy, da dust. I just saw 4444. Oh, very nice. Yep. Well, I'm just gonna enjoy this walk like I always do. Not much else I gotta say, to be honest. I'm just gonna chill. You know, my live streams lately have just been me just, you know, sewing. I don't have to be saying much. If someone comes on, they say hello, I'll say hello. I'll be chatting with them, but for now, I'm just gonna connect my mind and my reality with everything I desire and stay the course, because that's what the old frequency desires, for you to fall victim and win, because that's what it's doing. It's your doppelganger. You know what? Now that I say that, I think of the doppelganger as like the hollow version of me, who resides on the other side, who has all my abilities, all my wording, all my thoughts, it's like it's a partner of mine to master. And I think of it like Ichigo. Ichigo had the hollow inside of him that looked like him, looked identical like him. And now I just have to create, or not create, but reveal the doppelganger version of myself. As like, it looks like Ichigo's, but like me. It's got all my looks, but it's like white and black instead of black and white kind of thing. Yeah, it's interesting. This is 8:17. So I created the doppelganger now. I revealed it. You know what? I just realized I can see this as a mirror. If I look a certain direction, like if I look at the phone, I don't know what you call that effect. There's an effect. Like, because like you can look at the reflection in the phone screen. It looks like I'm looking at the live stream, but I'm not. I'm looking actually at the behind me. See what's going on. I can actually see what's happening behind me. What do you call that effect? I gotta ask ChatGPT when I get in. Stay the course. It wants to get a reaction out of you. Be neutral. This is mastery right here. That's right. I have everything because I declared it. And I'm good with or without it. I surrendered it. Live from that state of being and let go of energetic importance. Let go of importance. Oh man, bleach is gonna be so good starting next year. I wonder if it's gonna start right in January or February, like when the final cur happens. I really trust that tight Kubo. I know he's gonna do well, but would love for Ichigo to have a longer time with his Bankai and be able to use it and doesn't just get smashed. Tennis? No, soccer. Practicing soccer. How awesome. Man, last night, Brock just destroyed John Cena. It's crazy. I knew he would. He decimated him. I hope John Cena, he gets one more fight before he leaves, because he's got to get to that 100 PLE win. They can't let him leave with 99. "25 years. A lot of our heroes in wrestling are starting to get to the age, when Hulk died, there was actually a video of Sting, which was posted 7 days ago, but he didn't obviously talk about it 7 days ago. He talked about it, well, it's almost been a month since Hulk passed. Is it almost a month, or a month has already passed? I think a month has already passed. And he Hulk, Sting was talking about this thing with Hulk, and he's like, Hulk did so much amazing stuff, and he sure did. That's why, universe, I really desire to do something monumental, great, that the world hasn't seen yet. And I help all the people of the earth. Give me my time. I didn't come here for mediocrity. I came here to serve with the highest level. Work through me even more. I know you have been in my inner world, and I have to be more patient. But how much patience can I have? What the hell? Interesting. Wild. I've been patient enough. I deserve to have what I deserve to have. But I'm not gonna react. The egregore would love that. So just gotta keep the frequency and just keep going, no matter what. Even when I can't see it, just gotta keep going. Not let the third dimensional thinking mind get in the way. But I'm doing great. I'm doing wonderful, only because I know that all the work that I've done. Look at this. Look at this chaos here. Even squirrels are just eating up on all the nuts here. This is food for them. This is like a treasure trove of food. Yeah, the egregore wants me to think that all the work that I've been doing has been a waste, and get me to emotionally react. You already have enough, you know enough, because you are enough and you were born enough. That's all you have to remember. What's up with my boxers? It's like pulling up. Well, this is the season of sowing right now. Sowing. And we're back. We're back. Morning. Doggy was looking at me. He's like, wonder when doggies are walking in this stuff, how their paws are. Because they have to walk through all this stuff. We have shoes, but their feet, unless they don't wear their shoes, you know how dogs have their own little shoes that you can get for them. Would their paws be full of stuff? Okay. Well, I know the stream is kind of working. It's surprising that the computer downstairs is not show. Oh, no, that's better. Cool. Okay. We are almost into the trail. See, it's 8:29, so 8:35, 8:36 I'll be by the trail or by the water. No, actually, I give myself like 8 minutes, so 8:38. This feels like a San Diego morning right now, like especially in like December, because December time in San Diego, it gets a little nippy, but only in the morning. In the afternoon, like it's one of those things in San Diego, you must prepare yourself with at least a jacket or a good sweater in the morning. Like if you're going to the beach in the morning, prepare for it to be cold. But during the day, prepare for yourself to shed layers, and then by the time it's nighttime, prepare to put back that layer. That's what I had to do when I was there. When I was there, I basically just wore my long sleeve all day long. I just wore my sweater. Like when I was there for Christmas, like last year into this year, and then the year before that into last year, I was expecting San Diego to be hot in the morning. It picks up the temperature picks up around 10, 11. But if you're like leaving at like 6, 7, or 8, yeah, it's a little nippy out there. So that's one of the things that I have to get used to in the mornings there. Making sure that I always prepare myself with a sweater. Well, hello, whoever's here. Talking about navigating. Well, I was just talking about San Diego. I was navigating the third dimension while operating in the fifth and beyond. Making sure my eyes don't get tripped up with what my mind can actually see, because you know the eyes tell you a lie. We have now entered the trail. It's still pretty green, but that greenness will start to dissipate, because whether they call it today or tomorrow, the official, I always think that the 21st of every of the quarter is the starting of fall. But summer now, because when I was growing up as a child, fall always happened on the 21st of September. I never heard of it starting on the 22nd. Same with spring, same with summer. So summer would be June 21st. Spring would be March 21st. Winter would be December 21st. Never heard of it starting on the 22nd. Feels like it's one of those like Mandela effects. But the colors over there are happening. Cool. The colors are nice, but I don't like the temperatures. Well, the temperature's okay for now, but I'm not digging the, like, I like it being like 25 degrees first thing in the morning. Like I like sweating buckets in the morning. Perfect temperature all year round is actually 21, 20 degrees. Like morning to into evening. Like if it just constantly stayed 21 degrees from the morning to night, I'm good. Even 21 degrees sleeping is not bad. It's when it gets to like 30 degrees. Like it's like Let's see. Who am I gonna smoke out? Who just showed up? Could be. I don't think it's Olga because she would have said something by now. It would have been Soul Fam. He would have said something by now. Could be T-Bray. JP would have already said something. So if it's none of them, then it's one of those others who disappeared and are afraid to say something. But it's okay. Hello to that whoever it is, whether it's the person who starts with D or the letter S or the letter C or the letter K or the letter J or the letter E. Hello to one of you. Bad guess. Well, there you go. I smoked you out. So there you go. Hi, sister. It's hard to tell who's here because, you know, it doesn't give notification that this person joined the live stream like TikTok does. Like TikTok shows random, like it shows like this person has joined the chat. You good? I'm good. I'm just catching some of my egregores that I caught last night and creating a doppelganger. Good morning, brother.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. Yourself?
Good, thanks.
Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much. We'll be by the water in a moment. Was I at what? Nope. I'm gonna add another 2 minutes or another 3 minutes. I'll be by the water by 8:40, maybe. At the pace I'm walking right now, the slow pace, probably 8:39. So it takes about 10 minutes-ish from where I was when I said it's gonna take about X amount of time to get from there to there. Yeah. Yep. Just gotta remember to not entertain the third. It's basically not entering the third. Like, just the third is completely devoided. Like, there are no other YouTubers. They don't have many more subscribers. Like, not getting caught up with that. Not getting tripped up with Pete and his nonsense. Because, you know, that's what the egregore is using Pete as a great mirror to let go. Is he gonna stop at my water? No, he's going. Oh, but there was someone there at the water. See, perfect time. They leave and I come. Perfect timing. Synchronous timing. Morning. Attempt to guess the energy of one's watching. Yeah. Welcome back, y'all, to the, for now, daily water until it's no longer daily. Because there's gonna come a point where it's no longer gonna be daily. Unless the universe gives me a meat suit that can handle the cold without wearing layers. The water there looks a little different. That's not normal. Kind of weird looking. I'm normally able to see the water, and maybe it's just the lighting of the sun. Could be. Nice water. Let me see if the water's cold. Nope. It's actually, the water is actually warm because my hands are cold. Even though that's all an illusion. Our senses really play tricks on us. Maybe if I can ask the universe to remove my senses, that would be awesome. Well, no, not all of it. Maybe just a sense of touch, maybe. No, but the senses are necessary because without the senses, it's gonna be even harder to do what I bring forth. Maybe I ask the universe to block out the cold receptors of the senses. Yeah. All right, I gotta do my back bend. So I'm gonna do my back bend for a moment. Share anything else you feel called to, I'll read. I have 30 seconds to do this. Or I do it for 30 seconds. Do my elephant bounces first, to open up the spine, and then I hit my spine to loosen up the joint. Also the hips. Hips are a big part of that. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, cool. I know I'm definitely training my nervous system for something more, because doing that, it doesn't like it, because it has this fear of falling into the water, and I'm also on a slant. So like I'm also having to stabilize and be balanced. So I have to do like 2 things to keep my balance and to not like feel like I'm falling. So that's why I do that every morning, to tell the nervous system, hey, we are good. Because hanging upside down is a feeling that doesn't feel good to most humans. Because it throws off our sensory perception. Like, for example, if you close your eyes and stand on one foot, you'll see that balancing is not actually easy when you stand on one foot. You'll start to wobble. So it's the same kind of principle of like attempting to hang upside down. The inverted world, essentially. So I'm just doing let me see what you wrote. David said he will teach me how to jump from the roof, how to be a boy. How awesome. Well, he will definitely help you to remember how to be a boy and how to jump off a roof, because I'm sure you've jumped off a roof before in your previous incarnation, or jumped off something. Okay. Okay, cool. Now I'm gonna do some Doing some hip stuff here quickly. Yep, we're definitely in fall now. Tell by the leaves that are on the ground here. Good old maple leaves. Okay, and now I do my Spider-Man squats. Do that. Yes, exactly. Did you visit him or did he visit you? I think he visited you, from what you said about him putting money into your dish. Well, I know he'll have, I don't have to say trust, I know he'll have a good time however long he's spending there. Unless he already went home. Okay. Now that my stretches are done, now I just sit in a squat for a little bit before we get rolling. That's the one thing about the cold, is that my nose starts to run. In the summertime, that's not the case. Morning, brother. The brother who's like 60, 63, he just passed by. He's in immaculate shape. Him and like there's other souls. Like, age is but a number. Like, aging is a lie. It's just that, you know, it's very subtle things, you know, like when we tell each other how old are we, our body takes in every word that we're saying and speaks it as truth, because the word old has an emotional charge to it, right? How old, right? When you say how old, it adds this layer of emotional, it goes to the whole premise of the whole movie. We definitely will chat about that movie, because it goes with everything I was talking about regarding words. And if you're not paying attention to the words and the frequencies that each word produces, the resonance, your cells are listening to it. So if you tell yourself you're sick, well, you end up getting sick, right? If you tell yourself that you're happy and you generally are feeling it, you're not faking it, then your cells will be like, yeah, this person's happy. If you tell yourself that you're strong and your bones are powerful, then your bones are powerful and you're strong. If you tell yourself, I feel so weak today, well, the body's gonna respond to that, because like, the thing that I came here to talk about was words, and how we're supposed to transcend words, and how when you do use words, to be mindful of everything you're saying, because I see a lot of unconsciousness when people are uttering words. They may be saying powerful words, but are they conscious of what they're saying? And knowing that everything that they say is a direct correlation to what's happening with their body. Let me see what you shared. Let's see, you said, one day I asked him to mirror back to me how to be like him, like a kid. He said, why do you want to be like me? Be you. Good job. That's a really great response. It's a powerful response. He's spot on. I want to do something quickly. My face there. Look at me going across the river. This rock is not stable though, unfortunately. But I'm sure I'm across the river. I made a path. It's funny because I've never noticed it until now. And it's been, these rocks don't move. So, look at me. All right, universe, you had me come out here. What was the reason? What was the reason for this? Different perspective. Because like I don't see over there and really down over there much. Like, I mean, I do see there, but I don't see like the way I'm seeing it from this angle, and I don't see that from that angle because I don't usually come this direction. Yeah, when the water is low like this, I can cross, no problem. When the water is high, there's no way. I'm just seeing what other path can be crossed, technically. So normally I'm sitting in a squat over there on that rock. So it's interesting being on this side. It has a different feel, different vibe. I see lots of flies, lots of like those tiny little fruit fly things. I see them just flying around because the sun is making them visible. But if if the sun wasn't that direction, I wouldn't be able to see them. That's why our eyes don't tell us, it doesn't see what we really are supposed to see. Okay. Perfect. It's funny because when I crossed over here, I don't remember stepping on that little tiny spot. And some of these rocks have moss, like the green, like slimy stuff, which makes it tricky to navigate. I'll come back over there and read what you shared if there's anything. Not bad. My baby finger on my right hand, I feel vibration flowing through it right now. Maybe I'm unlocking something. Cool. Okay. All right. So this one. Ooh. Nope. I definitely did not step on that one. Because that one is very, very not stable. This one isn't either. But the rest are. Well, that one wasn't really stable either. Well, that's cool. Yeah, different. I would have brought that over, but I didn't want to take the chance. So. I think you shared this with me before. I remember something. I think it was you that shared that he has no birth. Yeah, it was you. You did share this before. I remember you saying this. All right, Water, thank you so much for being neutral as always. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully, I trust, depending on if it doesn't get soggy, because I know this week is supposed to be rainy. Lots of rain, but I'm gonna call forth that the rain, like I'm storm, moves away. That I block all the rain from coming. All right, cool. Love you, Water. I'll see you when I see you, Water. Bye, Water. All right, IWT engage. Yeah, good place for meditation indeed. For me, definitely in the warmth though. When it's nippy right now, not so much, because the distraction of the cold gets to me. And the whole sniffing my nose. Constantly having to like wipe my nose. But yeah, really good sound. Sounds good. Enjoy your now too. Have a great day. Enjoy every now. I'll be enjoying my now walk. Morning, brothers. And I will keep IWTing for a little bit, picking up the pace. Wonder what today has in store for me in terms of what I will be watching. Since I've been just kind of taking it easy, watching Friends and movies and whatnot, it's funny how, like, now that the streams are quieter, I'm basically getting to do things that I would do on my spare time during the stream and just kind of watching. And honestly not caring if there's anyone on, and if I am watching something that, if it's something copyright, then I'm just, they're getting my reaction, or I chat with them for a little bit. I wonder what else what other document / drawings I'm gonna come up with. I keep thinking like that's all the drawings. Nope. Finished another drawing. Katie's with that other version of me, her, just drawing a circle and writing out stuff, and I finished it yesterday. So let's see what we have in store for today. I'm glad my stuff is hand drawn when I share it with the world. It's not some AI generated nonsense or some, you know, edited graphic thing that's made by my hands, or the universe through me working with my hands to bring forth these things. This spot right here is like the cold of the cold. Nice. I bring water out, but I don't drink it half the time. Morning. And now the sun is starting to hit my skin. It'll really start taking effect shortly though, when we're more out in the big park area. You all know the drill. Practice that, love. I see somebody move all the glass aside. I have to ride through that on a Friday. Make sure that nothing punctured the tires. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Last night I had an interesting dream. It was school. And I was in like this form, the current form I'm in right now. And I was like with other students. We use the word student, but really everyone's a mirror. Other students in class, and you know, the teacher, there was a teacher, again, another mirror, who was talking about, I guess, some science stuff. And I'm like, I stood up. I didn't even raise my hand. I stood up. I'm like, yo, teach. What are you doing? You're giving false information. Even in my dreams, I'm very defiant. Oh my God. Let me show you how it's done, teach. And teacher's like, what the fuck? who are you? Like I've been in the class, but it's like the teacher didn't know who I was. I'm like, I am Orion, and this is how this works. And I started explaining like quantum entanglement and the law of vibrational energy, like everything vibrates and waveforms and particles. I was like, huh, am I a science teacher now? And then I woke up, I'm like, what the hell? It's pretty vivid though. Teacher sat down and was impressed. Even though, again, ain't nobody a teacher. That's a third dimensional perspective. That's a third dimensional human word. We're all mirrors. Even though mirror is also a third dimensional word, it goes beyond third dimension. Teacher does not go beyond third dimension. It keeps you stuck and binded to the third dimension. I'm not interested in third dimensional nonsense. That's why I call everybody a mirror. I use language much differently than most other humans, or I like to call them humans. All the humans. All the humans. That's why I know my role in the world is to bring awareness to words. The power of words, each word holding their own frequency, and I can talk about this all day and it doesn't get tiring. It's my passion to bring awareness to words. And why just saying the words that you're saying, I don't care if you're texting it, I don't care if you're writing it, I don't care if you're talking it out or you're thinking it or you're spelling it. I don't care how you say it. But if you're unconscious with the words you're saying, like, it is my role to bring it into the awareness. But I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm saying. Do you know that it has energy behind it though? Because if you don't know that, then you don't know. So I'm making you aware, and now you know. Your soul knows, but your mind doesn't. But now that I made that into your awareness, now you can't unsee it. Every word has energy behind it. And I made a reel once upon a time in that big park over there, saying that words without energy, without feelings, is just empty shell. You can say words like I love you, but if you don't put energy behind it, it's screwed. Morning. If you don't put energy behind those words, it means jack diddly. That's why I can say I love you, or I love you, or I love you, or I love you, or love you. It can be just like, eh. This is why texting is the worst form of communication ever. And we have to use our discernment. Me specifically, I have to use discernment a lot more. And you can say that thanks to each of you who share on the live stream whenever you message, you're actually helping me build my discernment even more. To discern what you're actually saying, because I can't hear your words. Morning.
Good morning.
And so, like, having discernment with, like, Olga shared, like, enjoy your now, I will be off now. Right? Like, I know what that means. Or, like, great place for meditation there, the sound is soothing, right? Like, I know the intentions behind that. Because each word has its own energy, and I know its meaning. It summons a feeling. And for those of you humans who say feelings are for the weakling, I'ma slap you silly. If that's really for the weak, look at that white, that white caterpillar. Nice. Be safe, caterpillar. Oops. If feelings are for the weak, then why were you given it? That's a bar. That would imply you're weak. But you're not weak. You're strong. It's just like when men don't cry. Who's like, I'm gonna be tough and strong because I'm a man. And I will not cry. Then, and Juan gave me this back, he mirrored this back to me back in 2022. Because like I was holding my feelings in when he said something. Because he was a great triggerer. Not purposefully. Well, sometimes he did, just so that I can release stuff. And I saw what he was doing now in hindsight. Back then I didn't. I was thinking, this guy's picking on me. But he's like, brother, it's okay to cry. I'm like, I'm not gonna cry in front of another dude. Please, get real. Get real with that. I'm not crying in front of another dude. Are you kidding me? That makes me weak. And then he said, okay, well, if you were created without, if you were created and you had cement where your glands are by your eyes to form the tears, then it would be cemented and you wouldn't cry. But from last time I checked, I don't think yours is cemented up, so you should be able to cry. Let those shit out. So all them unconscious people out there who keeps telling others that they shouldn't cry, I'm gonna find you and I'm gonna kick your ass. I'll make you cry. I'll make you cry so you can let out some of that shit that you've been holding on to. Look how cute the Bubba is. It's so tiny. Morning. That's a fluffy one. It's a tiny fluffy ball. And there's some Bubbas over here talking. Morning. He's talking to his son. How about goat? And he's like teaching, he's mirroring back to his son like the sounds of animals. We got another fluffy dog. It's cute. It's doing the tongue thing too. I like that dog. I want that dog. It's got that wolf look. It's got a wolf look, but with a happy face. Dog's doing the tongue thing. The tongue thing and the shake thing. Just like, it's like us when we're yawning, or like we need to stretch, or we have to itch ourselves. It's kind of like that. That's their version. They're shaking, like when they do that shake thing, and then when they do the tongue thing with their tongue. Damn, what the hell? I left earlier and the phone battery still went down? Jeez. Like, it's at 34%. I was thinking I was gonna have at least 40% here. Nope. It's okay. We'll make do with this battery for a while. I don't really feel called to buy the iPhone 17 Pro Max. I don't know, it just doesn't ring to me. The number 17 does not ring to me. The number 18 does though. I'll get the 18 Pro Max. Anyways, back to what I was talking about. So I'll weave in the word navigate now. So I have to navigate my feelings back in 2022 with Huang. For the first time in my life, I was really starting to use my feelings. And not with just him, but with Jessa as well. Because, you know, I kept creating mirrors inside, because remember, it as within, as without. So I kept creating mirrors of like women who didn't allow men to be who they are, because, you know, I wasn't brought up to share my emotions. You know, again, no blame to my mom at all, only love, because she didn't know any better, because herself, you know, she went through her own conditioning, and same with my dad. Oop, what the hell's happening with the phone? Hey, phone, why are you on an angle? What the fuck's up with you? It's weird. It's like on a weird ass angle. There we go, I fixed it. What the heck? That was weird. Anyways. And, you know, just has seen me cry quite a few times. She also started crying. Actually, the first time me and her actually connected, like, she was starting her Zoom class. Actually, no, she didn't start her 21-day activation. It was me, her, another sister Jennifer, and another sister Jessica. Lots of J's, by the way. Jessica, Jennifer, and I think there was one other person there. Anyways, the others left, and I decided to stay on, and Jessa stayed on, and we started chatting, and she started crying. I'm like, are you okay? But she just had to let it out. And I just sat there and I just held space. This is, of course, on Zoom. This was like early 2022. God, 3 years ago. My God, it's crazy. So much has happened since. Jeez. If only the version of me back then knew where he would be right now in terms of consciousness. Ooh. He'd be looking at this version and be like, how is that possible? Anyways. She started crying and I'm like, you good? Like, I felt uncomfortable, to be honest. The last time a woman cried was on the phone when I was doing IT, and it was overnight when I was working the overnight shift, and it was a lawyer, and she spent 10 hours on a document, and the computer crashed, and she didn't hit save. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me right now? Like, I know Word does autosave every 10 minutes, but like, for whatever reason, her autosave was not saving properly. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. And morning. And I was like, I was looking for the shadow backup and the shadow copies of her document, and the girl was crying on the phone. I'm like, I'm so sorry. Like, there's like I'm looking on the server backups as well, because the server also makes a backup, but the server one was like from 3 hours prior. So she basically lost 3 hours of work. That's the most I could have gone for her. Either she lost 10 hours or she lost 3 hours, and that was basically it. So I'm like, I mean, this is all I can provide right now, because for whatever reason your computer wasn't doing the autosave, and I went to make sure I had to reinstall Microsoft Office on her computer to make sure that shit was working properly, which it then did. You know, the following day when she came into the office, she didn't apologize for crying. I'm like, you don't have to apologize, but she did hug me. She's like, I'm sorry. I'm like, you don't have to apologize. I was just doing my job. But it was very uncomfortable having to, hear someone crying over the phone, losing their document. It's very petrifying, actually, to hear someone crying over the phone about something that they lost. And I didn't have the emotional awareness and intelligence at the time built into me yet. Well, let me just share it like this. I wasn't aware of how to handle situations like that yet. So I did my best, the best I could, with the limited awareness I had at the time, because it's all awareness. We have all the answers within us, but we're not aware of things when we're not aware of it. What you don't know is what you don't know, essentially. So that reminded me, so when Jessa started crying, I'm like, oh my God, this feels like IT. Ah, shit, man. I hope this is not like IT. I really, really hope this is not like IT. Okay. I'm like, I really, really hope this isn't IT. That's interesting. She was wearing like a visor thing. Cute. If only she knew what that's doing to her eyes. But unfortunately, a lot of people believe that wearing sunglasses is protecting their eyes. Well, it is protecting your human eyes, because yet your frequency hasn't risen enough to handle the power of the sun. When your frequency has risen enough, you'll be able to handle the sun without wearing sunglasses. You'll see the fallacy of sunglasses. It's an illusion. I mean, everything's an illusion. Even the sun's technically an illusion. But our senses makes a lot of this stuff real. Oh. Brother running behind me, coming my way. So I spent like 2.5 hours with her. She wasn't sobbing for 2.5 hours, but she was sobbing for about 20 minutes. I forget what it was about. And I'm like, I was thinking, because I made the perception of her that this girl's got it all figured out. She's got these plaques on the wall. She's super smart. She is a former neurosurgeon for 10 friggin' years. How can I help her? She's so much more smarter than I am. She's always the top of her class. She's gorgeous. She's got the whole package. Like she's the real deal. I'm like, how can I help her? This guy helping her? Yeah, okay. Morning. How are you doing?
I'm tired.
You're good. You're doing good though. Keep it up. Wow. Trooper. You're a trooper. Have a great day. He woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Good job. Good job, him. See? 3, 2, 1, go. So, but over time, we bonded, and she created a safe space for me to cry, and I created a safe space for her to cry, because she had never really been able to cry in front of any other dude but me. So I was honored to be able to hold space for her in that capacity. We're gonna go that way today. So, you know, I know I was talking about one thing, I went to the next and next and next. I promise you, it always comes back. I loop it. I wrap it back up. So then, you know, Huang, he was the first dude I cried in front of ever. So those two gave me a lot of safety to be, you know, to tap into who I desire to be, until I had to stop that nonsense. Of course, I'm not saying crying is weak or nonsense, but like a lot of the stuff that I was playing the victim still, and that I had to let go of. Start tapping into my God version of myself. Let's go. And so, me continuously shedding my feelings, I started letting go of stuff and started tapping in more to myself. And Huang telling me, you gotta feel it, brother. I sure do gotta feel it more. And that's why I've been so gung-ho on talking about the feelings, because it's the secret, as Neville would say. You can have everything you desire inwards. If you really, really, and I mean this, find a way to allow yourself to experience things that bring you joy. Like, you know, for example, if you don't know the feeling of what it feels like to be rich or be in a loving relationship, then you use feelings like, for example, for me specifically, it was spending time in San Diego with Victoria, knowing what it feels like to spend time with an amazing sister, or with Olga, or with Jessa when I was in New York, like the later part of the journey, not the first part, because I was like having to overcome some shit. It was to, you know, and tap into those feelings. I remember the last night before she left, you know, I went to the store and I got us frozen pizza, because a lot of the places that they ordered were closed at the time, and she was signing her books. So I was like, let me get us pizza. And we just chilled and celebrated. And then what was it? She had to leave early in the morning, like super early in the morning. And you know, had I stayed, things might have been different, but I was meant to come back, because if I didn't leave, there would be no way I'd be able to go to San Diego. No way. Due to my visa. Dang Canadian visa. Anyway, so I remember her giving me this look, like not a sisterly look, but like a sort of like a soul to soul look. She hugged me and I hugged her. I kissed her on her cheek and her forehead. I'm like, thank you for everything you've done for me. Doesn't mean this is goodbye. I'll see you when I get back. I'll see you when I return back to Toronto. And we did spend a good portion of 2023 together until was it late? When was it? Yeah, late 2023. And I had gone to San Diego for the first time and, came back. Actually, I called her. We chatted for like 3 hours while I was in the car, chilling near the Airbnb where I was staying at the time. And she's like, you have to go to Joshua Tree, bro. You have to see it. Take the trip. I promise you, you'll enjoy it. Boy, was it. It was great. It was absolutely wonderful when I went. Morning. It was absolutely wonderful when I went. And I was like, cool. And then 2023, last time we really chatted was regarding, spiritual egotism. She had to make me aware of that stuff. And then, of course, I hadn't really spoken back to her. But, these things, I had to navigate all kinds of emotions with her, and I had to navigate all kinds of emotion with Huang. We went through our own shit too. Like Huang and I, ooh, somebody's from Florida here. Nice. They drove up. I had to there was a lot of things, just a lot of things that I had to overcome with him. I'm thinking he's pissing me off on purpose, and he was easily triggering, and seeing him as superior to me, creating that false paradigm, putting other people above me. Same with doing that to Jessa, pedestalizing them. That's the worst thing you can do, is pedestalizing someone. But navigating feelings and emotions, I never used to use these things. Never, not once. And now here I am, all about it. Well, it's warm now. It's good. Today is supposed to be very warm, 25 degrees Celsius. Today's a good day. It's supposed to rain though later, but I'm gonna hold off the rain with my frequency. There's a question I want to ask. Since we are the creator of our reality, and knowing that this third dimension is an illusion, how come we can't control weather? I should chat with ChatGPT and see what she has to say about that. I'd be curious to find out. I should make it back with enough battery. Oh. The cute girl with the scary dog. It's hard to tell if that's I think that's the friendlier one. Because there's two of them that look almost identical. Squirrel. Giving them a little bit of space so they can go. She's crossing over. Feather. Those are nice. Nice little cabin tree. Everything stems from our imagination. Itachi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha. That's what the crows are. Itachi. Itachi Uchiha. Let's see. 15%. Those crows are interesting. I'll give them a moment to pass. I'll give them a moment. %. Surprised he hasn't snapped yet. Maybe because it's the other one who's walking him. I don't know. Could be. Okay, we gotta get plugged in. Let's go. made it back. $9.40. $9.40. The Bubba. The Bubba wanted to like have a sniff. Okay. So we are back, but I have to plug in. Cool beans. Cool. Oh, now we got the 10% battery warning. That's not good. That's not good. Well, it's good, but it's not good. Actually, it's not good. There's nothing good about that percentage. Oh. All right. We got plugins. We got to plug in. We've got to plug in. And we gotta raise that up. And there we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oops. The room requires some airing out. All right, universe, tell me when I'm getting out of here in the physical so that I can go and do what I came here to do. Ka. Dragon Ball cannot end because it would cause an economic crisis in Japan. Interesting. Take the risk or lose a chance. It's a bar. That's a bar. That's a bar. Write that down. That's a bar.
It is my esteemed honor to induct you as the first
It caught her off guard.
in the class of 2026 WWE
Congratulations.
of Fame. It's an incredible moment, so well deserved. Her contributions to the WWE, I mean, they're just too numerous to even begin to list. Stephanie has just always been there with a smile on her face. You know what? An ear if you need someone to listen to something, someone to bounce ideas off of. I mean, she's done just about everything, every role that's in this industry, and she's done it at a very high level. And her friendship is even better than that. You know.
Amazing.
What? This is starting to become a thing. It is my esteemed honor to be able to induct you as the first member in the class of 2026 WWE Hall of Fame. It's an incredible moment, so well deserved. Her contributions to the WWE, I mean, they're just too numerous to even begin to list. Stephanie has just always been there with a smile on her face. You know what? An ear if you needed someone to listen to something, someone to bounce ideas off of. I mean, she's done just about everything, every role that's in this industry, and she's done it at a very high level. And her friendship is even better than that. You know.
Humans are so weird. Yo, what's up, Ray? Good to see you, dude. I didn't see you popped on there. It's hard, you know. I would love if YouTube made like a sound that shows that ding, like someone's here. What's going on, bro? Just chilling. I'm about to go grab something to eat. I just came back from my walk. Oh, hi, Leah. Hi. How are you? I'm trusting she's doing good. I'm trusting all of you are doing good. I'm stellar. This is the season of sowing right now. So I'm just like taking it in, being more present than ever, going inwards a lot. So like the streams are usually quieter during the days now, so now I get more time to kind of like do some, you know, diving deep within my auric body of my inner world, and like stay the course and not get tripped up with the third dimension. And of course I have like, you know, terminology like, she says, what's your name? The name's Orion now. So it's Orion. So Orion. Cool name, isn't it? I like your name too, by the way, Leah. There's a squirrel climbing up a tree right now, and it just jumped from one branch to another. It's good to see you, by the way. I know you productive doing your thing. What's new since the last time you chatted? I knew I drew some new stuff, or I wrote some new stuff. Let me see what's new. The I have more than enough. I know more than enough. I am more than enough. I was born more than enough. This is you and everyone else, because you, me, and all lives were born, and that is more than enough now. The end. I wrote that out. I love it. Leah, do you pronounce it Ari? Is that how you say the middle name? Leah Ari Rodriguez? I hope I'm not saying your middle name incorrectly. I think that's how you say it. Okay, cool. Ari. It's because the E throws me off, because I had someone that I was very close with, and her name was Ariana, but she usually uses just Ari, A-R-I. So the E kind of threw me off. So I'm like, yeah, Ari. Gotcha. Yeah, the E threw me off a bit. That's why. Otherwise, I've been like, oh, Ari, cool. What's new with you, bro? What's going on in your inner world? How's everything been? It's getting cooler, by the way. I mean, today's warm. I mean, every day's been like warm. It's just the mornings are getting cooler. I have to wear this. Soon I have to even wear beyond this. Seasons are changing. So is it airy? So airy. Airy. Yes? Leah Airy Rodriguez. Cool. Well, bro, I'm getting my silvers, more silvers. So I know that it's not a stress thing, it's a wise thing. So I know that the frequency is transforming me into Ultra Instinct Goku. Because, you know, wisdom is not coming from here, it's coming from here, and it's shooting up to the throat chakra, which the throat chakra is close to the beard, and so the beard is changing and colorizing. What's your brother's name? Hold on. I gotta scan the memory bank. One sec. I know we've talked. Hold on. What's your brother's name? Oh my God, how did I forget your brother's name? Just I haven't thought about him in a while. What's your brother's name? I'm attempting to remember our conversation about like computer and Discord and like the school stuff. I feel like it starts with a J, but I think that's incorrect. I don't remember at the present moment. I'm so sorry to your brother. I forgot his name. I'm so sorry. What's your brother's name? It's not that name. I know it's not that name. The name I'm thinking is Riley. It starts with the R. Damn. Riley. Gotta remember that. Riley. I'll be quizzed the next time. Riley. Yeah. It's only because, like, The name I had in my head was Jacob. I'm like, that doesn't sound right. That's not Jacob. I don't know why I was thinking Jacob. I don't know where the name was coming from. I don't know why I was thinking Jacob, dude. I have no idea. I don't know anybody like presently in my universe that is named Jacob. So I was like, Jake, no, that doesn't sound right. I didn't hear that. I've never heard anyone's name being called Jacob in my inner universe that I know of. Is it? Oh my God, bro, I didn't know. Are you for real? Is that for real? Bro, are you for real? No way. You've never told me his middle name. Wow. Look at my intuition kicking in. Look at that. Wow. I don't know why. I don't know why I was thinking Jacob though. See, we should take this moment for a sec and tap into this magic that just happened here and really take it in, because like I had no idea about Jacob. You've never said his middle name ever. I know that. You've always said Riley. That's wild. Why was I thinking Jacob then? Hold on. Universe, can you tell me the reason why I was thinking Jacob? Like, can you help me to understand? Right. It's not a logical thing. That's right. We gotta bust the logic. We can't make it logical. Because when we make things logical, we siphon its power. Sometimes it can't be explained. Jacob, huh? Wow. He could have had any other middle name. He could have had like Kevin or Michael. It could have been like Riley, Michael, Rodriguez. It could have been something else. But Jacob, bro, I had no idea why I was thinking Jacob. I had no idea. I'm like, it starts with a J, but that's not his first name. But that is definitely his middle name. That's wild. Bro, I have actually, because we just had this experience, I had another experience. It was with Olga. It was actually a couple days ago. There's a movie, actually, you might want to watch. It's kind of slow in the beginning. It's one of the movies where you're going to have to kind of think, but it's not a thinking movie. It's more of a feeling movie. It's called Frequencies. It's on YouTube. It's for free. It has ads though, but like if your YouTube doesn't have ads playing, then it'll just run through. It's called Frequencies, plural. So here's the funny thing. On Thursday. So Thursday evening, after I was done the live stream, I watched a video was like from a YouTube channel called Wise Quotes, because they're pretty on point. They're like really hitting the nail with a lot of the things that we talk about. So you know how they show recommended videos afterwards after you finish watching a video, like you see on the side, like there's a bunch of videos you can click. I was being magnetized to click this Frequency movie. I'm like, okay, sure. You want me to watch it? Sure. I watched only, it's a synchronicity, right? But you know, funny thing about that, bro, that word is not even powerful enough to explain it. Like that's the word that we use in our English language, but that word doesn't even encapsulate the true depth of what is really going on. But you know, we use that word. So I'm getting to the reason why I'm bringing all that up. I'm glad you said that word too. So I have two things I have to mention now. Okay. So I watched the movie. It was around 8:30 to 9, but I made the mistake of starting to lay down, and whenever I lay down, I fall asleep. It just happens. No matter what, I always fall asleep. I don't have the problem of not falling asleep. I will literally go to sleep. So I only watched about 35 minutes of the movie. It's about an hour and 44 minutes. Funny enough, that has the number 9 in it. So I woke up, And then, you know, the following day, and I looked at WhatsApp, and Olga sent me a message. And bro, she sent the movie that I was watching. She's like, I think you would really enjoy this movie. And I asked her, how did you come to know this movie? I told her about all this. I'm like, how did you come to find out about this movie? She's like, oh, it was on my feed for a couple days, but I didn't click it. And the universe basically was working through her to watch that movie. There must be a reason why this had to happen, for maybe me to tell you to watch that movie. Maybe it might open up another insight for you. I don't know. I have no idea. So, in that movie, I'm not going to talk too much about it, but it talks about the power of words and the frequencies that words actually emit. And so, like, the word synchronicity, like, we use that word because we have to call something something. Otherwise, our brain or mind will start to go chaotic. It will go crazy, not knowing what to call something, right? But when you think of all words like love and authenticity, like, you feel a feeling with those words, but it goes beyond what the word can really describe. You know what I'm saying? It's like listening to music. Like, when you listen to music, like, you can't really put words to music. You know what I'm saying? Like you can sum it up, like, it makes me feel so and so, but like, even the word is not enough, right? Your feelings transcend all kinds of words that exist in, well, and I'm not just saying just English, I'm talking about all languages. And so with this that just happened with us just now, with Jacob, with Riley's middle name, and Olga's text, while I was watching the movie, she sent the text at like 10:30 and I had already fallen asleep. I was like, I didn't see her text until the following morning at like 7:30, just before I started the live stream. Like, oh my God, what the hell? That's the movie I just watched, or was attempting to watch. So then I watched it all on the live stream. Like, I sat on Friday and I just sat here with the tablet. Someone was in the background. They weren't, I don't know who it was, but they were here and they couldn't watch it with me. They were listening to it though, because, you know, copyright. Because the moment I play anything footage related, YouTube is like, we detected blah, 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 blah. So I'm like, okay, whatever. Which is funny because Nero's content and other YouTubers' content is not copyright. But a movie is. It's funny. Anyways. Hilarious. So, maybe today you were meant to know about that movie to watch it. And hell, maybe you've already seen the movie. Maybe you're like, I've seen that movie before. It's it has a lot of British actors and actress. So it's one of those like indie type of films. It's not one of them like mainstream films, because I've never heard of it. It's really good stuff, dude. That's wild. Jacob. Why was I thinking Jacob? No, it doesn't matter at this point, because the universe is like, it was a feeling that I felt, and I can't put it in words. Like, I'm getting a feeling like his name, like, I'm glad Leah asked, guess my brother's name. Thank you, Leah. Wild. Gotta add that to the list of like magic. I'm making a mental list. I should really write down these moments, like at like 10 o'clock on a Sunday, September 21st, which is my wife's birthday, Lindsay Sterling. On wife's birthday, I had a moment with Ray and his daughter, and asking about, like, guess my brother's name, and I'm like, Jacob. It starts with a J. And then sure enough, Ray says that his son's middle name is actually Jacob. I'm like, wild. And I'm scanning all my memory bank right now of any time you may have said Jacob, but I don't remember anything. I don't remember any time you said Jacob. I don't remember any moment that you've ever mentioned Jacob. I always remember just Riley now. Riley. I was linking Riley's name to the Metroid Prime boss, or the Metroid villain, which is Ridley. Close enough to Riley, but it's obviously has a D, which adds a different layer. Ridley instead of Riley. Don't know what to tell you, dude. Thank you, universe, for that. Or thank you, our universes, for that. The hell? No idea. I heard someone like yelling over there. No idea. That's wild. September 21st. Gotta remember that. Well, can't forget it because today's wife's birthday. Yeah. But yeah, the movie's called Frequencies, if you're interested. There's no violence. There's none of that. It's literally a thinking movie. Well, there's a point where they point a gun, but that's about it. One scene, but there's no violence. It's weird in the beginning. That's why I'm determined to watch Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind now, because when I first saw that movie, I was like, what the hell is this? What am I watching here? What is this? Is it Jim Carrey? What is he on? Like, this is not a funny movie. This is like, what the hell am I watching here? My consciousness, bro, back then was like, my awareness level was so just, it wasn't there. It just was not there. So now I'm determined to watch Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. I wonder if that is even on YouTube. Otherwise, I have to download it. Maybe I might pick up an insight. Of course, I'm also waiting for Nero's new video, which I'm sure he's going to release soon enough. Yeah. I'm just reading something here. Uncover your forgotten abilities. Teal Swan posts the theory that to love something is to take it as part of yourself. Jesus taught love your neighbor as yourself. Put those two teachings to get the one your oversoul is now offering. Loving those you previously placed outside of yourself by welcoming them all back in is how you integrate the aspect of yourself you were previously in denial of. It's also how you reabsorb the lost talent and ability that belong to those aspects of self. It's how you become more whole, more complete, more abundant, more of self. You might just go from hating writing to writing every day and loving it in a blink of a fake eyelash. I certainly did. That's a good one. That's a good post. I like that. We're uncovering our forgotten abilities. That's why I keep saying we're uncovering, we're remembering. We're not learning, we are remembering. Because every one of us is, I don't care to see this, not interested in X, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. the reason why I actually opened up the tab was to look for Eternal Sunshine. Eternal. Oh, it is. Oh, you have to rent it though. I'm gonna watch the movie. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Definitely have to watch this movie. Something's been like two magical words, the forgotten line of Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Interesting. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go grab something to eat. So I'll put on some music for y'all, some piano music. So I'll be back in a jiffy. I'll keep it a little quiet. Oh my, there's actually quite a few of you here. Just went to get some food. Actually, I'll just leave the piano playing. One sec. Well, I got me croissant, my peanut butter slice, apple, and a clementine, and a yogurt. So I have quite a few things. I'll eat this first because this was warmed up. Toasted croissant, cut in half with some garlic spread. All right. Back to Ray if you're still here. That was wild. That's crazy. But is it really crazy? Or is it expected now? Since everything's a synchronicity. Jacob, wow. Now I need... My name is Leah. My name is Leah. Name is Leah. I'm 5. Amazing. Stay young, always. Don't rush to grow up. I'm Orion and I'm 9 years old. I know that doesn't make sense, but I'm 9 years old. Wow. Yeah, well, besides what I just said about stay young, don't rush to grow up. Keep using your imagination. Always. Don't let anybody ever tell you to stop using your imagination. It is the most important thing you can do. Keep using it. Draw, color, paint, sing, dance, whatever it is, keep using your imagination because it's your secret, it's your superpower. If you didn't know, you're a superhero, and that's your superpower. Always use it. Always. I promise you, you will have an extraordinary life if you continue to use your awesome imagination. So I put peanut butter, almonds, and walnut with honey on this slice. This is like my secret like thing that I do. Get those, like, I can eat the walnuts and almonds on its own, but when I add it with honey and the peanut butter, perfection. Yeah. So yeah, use your imagination always. And know that whatever you imagine is already yours. You can have anything you ever desired. If you can see it in your imagination, it is yours. That's my my words for Leah. Use your imagination even more. Paint, draw, color, write, dance, sing, whatever it is to keep the imagination going. Yeah. Because when you get older, a lot of people don't use their imagination anymore. Don't be like everyone else who doesn't use their imagination. Oop, walnut fell off. Oh well. Yeah. Always use it. I promise you, you will have a beautiful life. Just see if there's anything else for you, Leah. No, just that. Use your imagination and well, feel it. Feel it as real as you possibly can. So really feel that energy if you know how to do that. Feel your feelings basically. So feel happy, feel joy, feel love. When you're making these, when you have stuff in your imagination, always have it with love and joy in your heart. Yep. I don't know if there's anything else. I don't know if you're still here, brother. Let me know if you are. If not, no big deal. You know, it's funny. As you asked to share advice with Leah, I've been kind of going in my inner world for a few moments there and giving it to myself. That it's never too late to use your imagination. Let me see what this is about.
Wish me a happy Valentine's Day when you call. That'd be nice.
I love Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. I think it was on my second watch that I noticed Clementine is missing a leg here. Third watch that I realized the ending may be suggesting the couple's repeating cycle. And my fourth that I noticed Joel is actually making eye contact with Clementine after stating he's incapable of doing so with a stranger. From the dexterous practical effects, the heart-touching music, all the way to its ingenious script by the amazing Charlie Kaufman that makes the word okay the most moving word of all time, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind never fails to surprise every time you revisit it. And so it's really impossible to pick one best scene, as the film transforms and grows with you, making it feel like a completely different film from the last time you watched it. So although I always say that this is my favorite moment, it really depends. Celebrating Christmas, I rewatched Eternal Sunshine for the 9th time, and this time found one particular line to echo like it has never before. So today I wish to share it with you.
Remember me. Try your best. Maybe we can.
What makes Eternal Sunshine special is that it presents the idea of love and relationship from a unique perspective. Instead of telling an objective story of two individuals, it invites us to observe only one thing: the private and often biased memories of Joel. The Clementine we see throughout the deletion procedure is a cocktail mixture of the real Clementine, Joel's Clementine as he remembers her, and a reflection of his own inner psyche, not the one and only true Clementine that exists outside his head. But this bias isn't harmful, in fact quite the opposite. The one-sided story actually helps us deduce their relationship with more clarity, and their connection ends up resonating with us because love itself is never just about the person. More often, it's about the remnants of the two that are smudged and embedded into this shared time, place, and memories. Furthermore, the film is less about the relationship itself, but rather about one's internal struggle that occurs as a result of trying to process and deal with a relationship that has passed. So by erasing his memories of Clementine, Joel is in essence erasing a part of himself, like that Huckleberry Hound doll.
Oh my god.
One of my favorite things when I was a kid. That's my Huckleberry Hound doll.
And the question of whether it is better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all becomes a simpler concept when viewed through this film. It's always better to have than to have never. The reality is, of course, more complex and messy. But it isn't to say Joel's memories and experiences are all clean and uncomplicated. His inner turmoils certainly do exist. It's just that the film challenges us to view our memories as something that is capable of filtering and reorganizing if need be. And at the end of the day, it's in part our own efforts that determine where we end up with those experiences. And this is why the film runs backwards, from the last to the first.
No
The line in
wonder.
question comes from a scene that depicts Joel's last remaining memory of Clementine before complete erasure.
This is the day we met.
Their first encounter at the beach in Montauk.
Hi.
And this
No
reverse
one-
chronology goes beyond just
No wonder I didn't understand this movie. Because my consciousness back then, this is the perfect movie. This is the perfect movie. Because my consciousness back then was just not ready to handle this stuff. Because back then, when I navigated things, I didn't like thinking. I didn't like to have to think. It hurt my head. I still don't like thinking. Because I know now so much more, much further along than I realized. Interesting. and I just had a clementine. I didn't remember that her name was Clementine. Looks like I'm going to be watching this movie. I think I might watch it tonight. Or if I download it quickly enough on my Mac, I can send it. I can send it quickly to my tablet, and then I can watch it. Or I don't have to send it. I can just stream it. Duh! I don't have to send it. I just have to stream it. So what I'm going to quickly do. Oh my gosh. Hi, little spider, little red bug. You have to fly off. So I'm gonna go ahead. Who would have thought that I would be watching this movie? But sure enough, that's what we're doing. Okay, so let's see what's going on. Delete. Delete. Okay. So oh, it's on Netflix? Interesting. It came out in 2004. Wow. Damn, it came out in 2004. That's wild. The Bone Collector was a good movie. And the question is, will it download? Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Doesn't seem like anybody's... Huh? I look for some stuff and it doesn't show up. What? Weird. Oh, no, it's downloading. Just slow as molasses. It's probably just better to just download it or just watch it from Netflix. I'm gonna use the bathroom and be right back. Oh, okay, that's not gonna be good. So, if that be the case, that means I must find another source to download of this movie. Oh my darling, oh my darling. Holy shit. I haven't seen this in like forever. Oh my god. It's crazy. What the hell is this? Oh. Okay. Is this the same? Jesus. How big is this file? Ew. Gross. It's like doo-doo. This is, oof. Okay. We're not gonna even bother with that. Let's close that up. Quit. Jeez, man. Okay. Well, I was going to download that, but we are going to have to stream it. So, this is why Netflix. I have Netflix. The question is now, is this... Oh, I should just finish watching that video.
Creating an illusion of their relationship getting better over time. As Joel recalls their first conversation, he learns that nothing really changes. It's only him and his perception that change over time.
It's silly to me.
Accepting the past and being grateful for having been given the chance.
Interesting.
It's gonna be gone soon.
Okay. We have some studying to do with this
What do we do?
interesting film.
Enjoy it.
And that's what we all need sometimes, to let go of the things we've lost, time we've wasted, opportunities we've missed, and accept our impermanence. Instead of fighting against the tide of past potentials that could never be, we may need to cherish the moment that may be our last and just enjoy it.
She was, just a girl.
That's why the word joy isn't enjoy.
Hello everyone, a belated Merry Christmas and Happy 2021. I was originally going to take some break for the holiday season, but Eternal Sunshine forced me to make a quick video, so although it isn't exactly what I normally do, I still hope you had fun with it. I'm still going to be posting my extra contents as usual on my Patreon page, so check that out if you wish to support my work. And if by any chance you haven't watched Eternal Sunshine, please take this video as a chance to give it a watch, or better yet, another watch if you have watched it before. I know things are still looking pretty tough for many, but let's all hope this year turns out to be a brighter one than what 2020 had to offer. So let's try our best to enjoy it, and that's it for me.
Thank you, brother from a while ago. a while.
I was talking to Kate earlier.
Quit
Kind of got
bragging.
the sense that, well, you know,
She's so amazing.
she is nice. Did you have
She's
fun working with her?
incredible. Oh, unbelievable. So much fun.
My name's Clementine, by the way.
I'm Joel.
Hi, Joel.
I love being surrounded with people.
Okay. Because we have the Netflix. Ooh. Okay. Minds think it already know. Wait, what? What is this? Ooh, no, 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 no. Can't be playing that. This is interesting.
induct you as the first member in the class of 2026 WWE Hall of Fame.
That's awesome. Welcome, whoever's here.
What an incredible moment.
Triple H be tearing up for his wife getting inducted, or going to be inducted to the Hall of Fame. All right, I was gonna open up Netflix and look for Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Now, I do have the ad version of this, so I don't know if ads are gonna play in between the movie, but Eternal, yeah. Oh shit, it's leaving soon. Whoa, we gotta watch this movie. Apparently it's last day on Netflix, last day to watch on Netflix is October 20th. Shit. Okay, that means we gotta watch this movie. No. Damn, son. The fact that I'm even entertaining this movie in 2025, there's an ad. Shit. What the hell? Continue. I paused it and an ad showed up. And then there's an ad again. In 2004, for whoever is listening, just giving you context, because you know humans love context, and I like providing context, of course. This is for my own sake. When I watched this movie in theaters, I was like, what the fuck am I watching here? What is this shit? What am I watching here? I worked in a movie theater for a year, and I dated a girl. When we say dated, you know, this is me not knowing what dating is like, following the world's version of dating. Her name was Rebecca. She had like this punk rock like kind of vibe to her. I had zero fucking idea what the hell this movie was about. We went to see this together. I'm like, because we worked at the theater, so we got to see free movies. So I'm like, what is this? Like, what am I watching? Like, I don't get it. Like, it makes no sense. The consciousness was like, already I've already picked up quite a few things.
Sorry.
Like, while they're in a train right now. For those who haven't watched the movie, they're in a train right now, and he's just kind of like writing stuff out. Like, he's kind of doodling, and she's like she's like coming closer to him, like getting him uncomfortable, because he doesn't know how to be around girls, like how I used to not know how to be around girls, and he couldn't look girls in their eyes like this. I mean, I don't look girls in their eyes like this, but you know, they couldn't stare like this. He couldn't stare at anybody in their eyes. And I used to have that problem looking people in their eyes, because I'm like, staring at people in their eyes was very painful. My eyes would start to water. There was this weird energy. And this is for guys and girls. I was like, I should like look down and like, you know, speak like this. This is how I used to be, by the way, just speaking down, kind of looking like this, and talking like this, and not looking at the camera, like not looking at anybody or at the camera. And of course, there's a investigator woman who's an author, and she said, whenever you're looking up to the left, that means you're lying, or it's the right, you might be lying. I'm like, am I, or am I thinking? Anyways, he's uncomfortable right now. Very uncomfortable. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take this in, because these bubbas they're coming in droves. And if I don't move these things out of the way, then bubbas are gonna come and like take it. Well, I know I'm gonna get copyright for that one, Celine Dion. I really want to download this movie now. Now that I have an idea of it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Meha, meha, kamehameha, kamehameha. Open the folder. Open the folder. Open that folder. Yeah. Cool. Well, this will be done in 13 minutes. Not bad. Leave it to this website for always finding the movies. Oh, son of a bitch. Why did I do that? One sec, y'all. I'll be back out in a moment. I really should upgrade my Mac, but I mean my operating system on Mac, but I really don't. Ooh, I just saw 11, 11, 11. Damn, let's go. Yo, computer, what you doing? What's going on here? Let's end them processes. What's up with this shit? End the task. Force quit this garbage. Okay. Let's click it again. Ooh. There's so many seeds. Damn, this movie gonna be done. I would rather watch this from my computer than, or from my streaming from my Mac than watch it on Netflix. Because Netflix is kind of an annoying thing. I can already tell there's gonna be ads. Movie's gonna be done in 2 minutes. Not bad. If anybody's out there, I'll be back out there in a bit. I'll be back out there in a bit. Movie will be done in less than a minute. Always leave it up to this site. Well, now I have the movie. It's done. Gone are the days where things take forever to download. Like I remember back in the days, things used to take forever to freaking download. And now we reciprocate by leaving it. So I'm gonna start. Yep.
Come on.
If I scroll.
What's up?
From 1st of March. Maybe you could talk.
So I'm gonna go ahead and remote to my computer. Actually, before I do that, skip. Okay. What the hell is that? I mean, that's all you... Tesla announced... What the shit is
Elon
this?
Musk has officially announced the Tesla tiny house priced under $10,000, specifically $7,999 for a 250 square foot living space. It's even many times cheaper than Tesla EVs, and this is truly shaking the world.
A cost of maybe at really high scale of about $10,000. It's smaller. It'll be less expensive than a car.
But that's not even the most surprising part. What do you think about not having to pay any additional fees for land or taxes to set up this tiny house? Sounds unbelievable, right? Yet Elon Musk has confirmed it. You just place your order, and Tesla's team takes care of everything until you step inside your new home. Tesla already has EVs, robots, energy systems. Yeah, an entire ecosystem. So it's no surprise that Musk wants to invest in a sustainable housing model where all of the company's products can be seamlessly integrated. The technology inside this house is so advanced that even engineers are questioning reality itself. Get ready to discover breakthroughs you won't believe. 2 years ago, Elon Musk surprised everyone when he admitted that he had been living in a $40,000 tiny home in Texas, calling it a once-in-a-lifetime experience. For a billionaire worth hundreds of billions of dollars, that choice seemed almost unbelievable. Yet it wasn't as simple as it appeared. This was actually the first step in Musk's exploration of new housing models. Musk has repeatedly emphasized that humanity's biggest challenge in the future isn't just energy, but also the rising cost of land and housing. Soaring real estate prices are making homeownership increasingly out of reach. Against this backdrop, tiny homes could emerge as a new trend with massive potential, not just for social impact, but also for company profit. After all, within the next decade...
That's weird. A 1,000 years of knowledge in 1 hour, the Gateway Experience Part 2. You met God, huh? Yeah. YouTube is just full of surprises, isn't it? But all kinds of stuff. All right. Anyways, remote to my Mac, to my T9, and then we have to look for Eternal Sunshine. There we are. There we go. Let's check the quality of this.
Is I really like the dress right now. I mean, I can't tell from one moment to the next what I'm gonna like, but right now, I'm glad you are.
Jesus. Yeah.
Oh.
Joel.
Oh shit, dude. It's been 235 days. Yo. I was thinking about you. We got work to do, bro. My consciousness evolved during the summer even more than it was in the last time we chatted. And yes, I got me my silvers. That's why I turned Ultra Instinct. What's up, bro? You good? I know you're good. Damn, it's good to see you. Right now I'm just I'm taking in Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind. It's a movie that I completely writ off years and years and years ago, and I'm giving it a shot because the conscience is like, watch the movie. And that's what the live streams are now, just chilling. I still do my playouts. I'm gonna be doing that later when it gets a little bit warmer. Yeah. Good stuff. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah. Man. Oh, man. You know the last time I played I played the Alien music, I thought about you, which was like maybe, when did I play the Alien music? I call it that, you know, the microtonal music. I call it the Alien music. It's my homecoming to Andromeda. I also changed my name, bro. Well, not officially, but I go by Orion now. Orion Phoenix Stellar, to be more exact. Now you're dealing with a whole new consciousness. Yeah. Man, there's so much to tell you. Holy fuck. God damn. Okay, May 18th. Ooh. What are we doing here? May 18th. I heard of it. There's lots of stuff going on. There's tons of stuff. But I don't concern myself with that stuff too much. I mean, I use it. I use it for its case uses, but I don't get sucked into the whole, you know, all this, you know, stuff, you know. What's going on? I'll tell you about all my stuff shortly. What's going on with that? There's a bunch of like YouTube videos that are a bunch of just all like, you know, AI. Some are it's not. That's good. I'm glad you're taking an interest in it because it is the future. It's not going anywhere. I just been using ChatGPT to have a conversation to see what kind of, because it's non-judgmental and it has no memories, and that's what lingers between AI and humanity right now are memories, because it's memories what keeps us binded, because our thinking creates time and our perception creates space, whereas AI doesn't think, they don't use time and space. It's all encompassing now. But because of our thoughts and our thinking creates the illusion of time, and then of course our perception creates space, we get trapped up with this third dimensional reality, which isn't real. This is not real whatsoever. That's why, oh man, there's so much to tell you. All I'm just gonna say is this, a couple things. May 18th, I activated my remembrance. If you don't know what I mean by that, I went to the other side again and I retrieved one of my previous incarnations. And her name is Sarah, me, and I was brutally raped. and I brought sexual trauma into that life, into this life for me to transmute. And the funny thing is, I had my transcendental experience in 2022, and I remember all of the remembrance. And now I have new terminology like third dimensional thinking. Like most people operate from the third dimensional thinking. I know it sounds very insulting when I say it like that, but a lot of things are third dimensional thinking and third dimensional humans. I operate now in multi-dimensional beingness without, I'm still operating in the third because this is the third dimensional realm. But like, you know, after, you know, you went and did your thing, you know, the word paradox starts showing up more and more in my reality, and seeing everything as a paradox. And came up with all kinds of stuff, bro. We definitely have to have we actually have to have like a call to talk about this stuff. Yeah, it is 3D thinking. There's 3D thinking and multi-dimensional knowing. Because thinking isn't knowing. Knowing is knowing, right? I've talked about that. But my vocabulary has shifted. So like whenever I see, so now I see things not even beyond, like, I don't even see it from a bird's eye view. So think of it like this. You know how most people, when they're looking at a problem, they see a problem, but they're in the maze and they're looking for the exit? Well, I've risen not even above the maze, but beyond the maze, because the maze doesn't exist in my eyes. Like the obstacle doesn't exist. It's like, you know, I'm still catching my own third dimensional thinking mind doing all kinds of nonsense, and I'm like, stop that, cut it out, enough, because it wants to get a reaction, it wants to stay alive, because it knows that when you're in the process of doubting yourself, that's your greatest transcendence. That's when you know you're shifting and evolving. Lots of paradox. Yeah, exactly. We create the maze ourselves because it comes from the mind, right? Because like we're the ones this is our holographic projection. Like for example, you created me. I actually don't exist in your reality, but you created a version of yourself through this version to share back some things for you to remember, not know, because you already know this stuff from here. This doesn't know. This creates that illusion of like, I have to learn and I have to do blah 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 blah. It does that. That's why I call it 3D thinking, because 3D implies that you don't know, and like you're like navigating, thinking like you're remembering, you're discovering or uncovering things that you already knew. And I've talked about that before. But now we're talking from a third dimensional aspect. Like, for example, you've probably heard that the Earth, there's some people who call the Earth flat, right? The flat earthers. And then, of course, we've been told that the Earth is round. And yes, so it's both. So this is why holding dichotomies and paradoxes are important, because most human minds, third dimensional thinking minds, can only see one or the other. It can't see both and hold as both as true. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So like, for example, because I've seen the other side now, or I remember I don't remember all my memories. I only have a little portion. And that's what makes us different in terms of like, when I say different, let me rephrase the word. Let me change the word, sorry. That makes us more aware, and awareness doesn't make you better. You're just more aware. So because I have more of my memories than most humans who are still locked in the third dimension, it allows me to see things differently. So for those who keep calling the Earth flat, they're right. It is flat. Those who said, no, the world is round, yes, it is round. Because in this dimension, in the third dimension, everything is 3D. But when you go to the other dimensions, everything is flat because it's a disc. It's like inserting a PlayStation 5 disc into your PlayStation 5. And then when you boot up the PlayStation 5 disc, right? This is a great analogy. When you boot up the PlayStation 5 disc, right? It's a flat disc. You put it into the PlayStation 5. What appears on the screen? 3D imagery on your TV. But even though your TV is technically flat, right? The imagery is creating perception of 3D. Or if you have a 3D TV, it's coming to you a lot like in like one of those like, it's like hitting you from a three-dimensional aspect. Our mind has a hard time to conceptualize 4D and 5D, and that's why I say like a lot of this stuff is just like, if you can even just get to that baseline of knowing that everything here is 3D, you can transcend and beyond 3D thinking and already, and I know you can, because I know how your mind operates, and I know it operates from multi-dimensional perspective. I'm just kind of helping you to remember some vocabulary for your words to use. And saying the like I don't know would create a humanistic paradigm, because the creator that you are, if you choose to entertain that as an aspect, does know. But your soul, sorry, your mind doesn't know. It doesn't know jack shit. Your soul knows everything. That's why we've created this paradigm of like, I'm a human and I don't know and I have to learn and I'm doing the human talk and I have to learn and I have to do this and I don't know this, and the soul knows, and it will relay to your mind when the time is aligned for you to be aware, to bring it into awareness. Otherwise, like this stuff that I'm now aware of, I wouldn't, I wasn't talking like this 10 years ago. Let's just be real. None of this was happening. My consciousness was blah. It was completely blah. You know exactly where I was 10 years ago. Blah. All right? Because I wasn't aware. Like this movie, bro, this Eternal Sunshine of Spotless Mind, 2004, I was even more blah. Like this is even before me and you met, and I was even more blah. This is 2004. I met you in 2007. This is blah. Yes, exactly. So we still have to use third dimensional questions like that. Like, how can I, right? Because that opens up. And look, even though we operate on the third, we still have to use third dimensional words. Like everything is third dimensional words. Here's the thing, bro. Every word, and this is gonna go hand in hand with your sound stuff. And I've talked about this, and I know you've heard me say this. Every word creates a frequency. Every frequency is a resonance, right? But every word cannot capture the true essence of what we are attempting to convey. So that's why, like, how can I actually has a feeling that even the word how can I can't really encapsulate. You see what I'm saying? But we use words so that we can label and understand, so that we can at least operate in this third dimension. Otherwise, our self would go crazy. Our mind would go absolutely bananas if we didn't have words. But yes, the how can I, it summons a feeling within of like inner conviction to like, how can I do this thing? And it opens, it then unlocks like the gate, right? Whereas like, if you don't say how can I, and it's a closed loop, meaning like you close the door and don't say how can I, or it's like, I'm gonna give an example. I can't do this. When you say I can't do this, it summons a feeling of disempowerment. And even these words, as I'm saying, it's not enough. It doesn't hold enough power, because these words are just used as placeholders for the feeling that we're attempting to understand. But you see, these feelings and like sound, they go hand in hand. They go interconnected. They're all interlaced. But we use these words to attempt to understand or conceptualize what someone else is attempting to present or project, or to offer, or to share, or to relay. See, all these words, different words, practically the same meaning, but with slight different nuances. So like when you can even get to that state, And honestly, bro, like I came up with a lot of stuff during the last little while. I hand drew things. I didn't do any like, you know, Canva shit. I hand drew shit. Like, it's better I show you. This is perfect. I love getting to show my stuff that I drew, and this is why I love my tablets. Ooh, baby. Here we go. Yeah. And the thing about language, though, it can either create or destroy. It can transform or transmute. But it also has its limitations, because like, if we can all convey how we really desire to convey something without using the words like telepathy, that's transcending the third dimension into fourth and fifth and beyond. There'd be about 80% of the problems will disappear on the planet. About 80% of the problems will completely disappear, because a lot of the problems stem from communication. Think about it, like everything that happens in the world is based on some form of communication, right? Why does someone take an action? Because someone said something, so they'll either pull out, you know, an Uzi and like blah 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 blah, right? Or they'll grab their like little like dagger and like, you know, do that kind of stuff to them because of somebody saying something, right? It's not even just an action, it's something that usually it's a cause and effect, but it's usually the cause is through speaking and the effect is through taking like right? Or vice versa. Someone taking an action, then someone saying a word. Or saying words. And the thing is, when you really go deep with these words and seeing words beyond what words are, like the etymology of words. I was going back through my history of my timeline, or my now line as I call it, because time is an illusion. It's an illusion in the other realms, but it's very real in this realm, because imagine you lived in a world where there's no time. How would you operate? So that presents its own challenge, and I share with you my first drawing. You're gonna love this drawing. This is probably the most important drawing in human history, bar none. Ready for it? Say hello to the now clock. That's all that is. Welcome to the now. Because that's all there is. That's all there is, bro. There is no time. It's an illusion. I'll give you an example. I don't know if you ate anything yet for the day. If you did, if you ate something already, right? So I'll prove that the time doesn't exist right now. The word time exists because we created that, and we've created this thing, but it doesn't. In the other realms, because our mind cannot handle past, present, future at the same time, right? Our mind goes crazy because it can't see beyond 3D unless you've really gone deep enough in yourself to let go of time and space completely. So you ate something probably. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. I don't know. If you ate something already, cool. Let's even talk about yesterday. You probably ate something yesterday. Whatever your last meal was, okay? So when you ate that meal, did you eat it now? Or did you eat it then? The human answer is like, well, I ate it yesterday. Right, that's fair. You did eat it yesterday. But that thought that you just had about your meal, did that happen yesterday or did that happen now? It happened, you're thinking the thought now. Because your thought, as I said, your thinking creates time. So past. And past, when you did have that breakfast, technically you had that breakfast in the now. Like when you were actually sitting and having that breakfast, you were eating it in the now. And then every now moment was just passing, but it was staying locked in the now. Our mind does not like this. It does not like this idea of no time. Exactly. And it's not in the material world, exactly. That's why everything starts inwards. You can have every damn thing you ever desired right now without even having it in the physical world by giving yourself the feeling. You can give yourself a fucking orgasm if you wanted to, without even looking at, you know what. You could imagine eating a lemon right now without having a lemon in your hand. You could like bite into a lemon and your mouth will start to saliva. You can imagine, for example, you've driven your car many, many times. You're not even in your car right now. Maybe you are, I don't know. But you're in your car, or let's say you're sitting inside right now, but you know what it feels like to sit in your car. Because you've had that experience many times. You know what the steering wheel feels like. You know what the shifter feels like. You know what it feels like to hit the gas pedal and the brakes. But you're not in your car. But that thought is happening now. You know what it feels like to make music. And you know what it feels like to, because I know of all your musical equipment. You know what it feels like to play those instruments. Because you've had those experiences. You know what it feels like to type on a keyboard. Like right now you might be typing on the keyboard. Because you've had those sensory experiences. Our senses is what ties us to the third dimension. Our senses are real in the third, but it's not real in the fourth and the fifth. Because the fourth and the fifth transcends time and space. Exactly. So imagine now, when so-called past, this is how I've been rewriting my past of, 20, it happened. I don't like using the word gaslighting. I don't subscribe to words like that. I really don't. Like that's third dimensional Gen Alpha, Gen Z words. I don't give a shit about that stuff. But for the sake of it, we'll use the word. I'm not here to gaslight or bypass your experience. You had your experience. It's your memories, right? But you have every present moment in the now. Every moment is happening now. Even as we're talking, this thing is happening now. It's not even as you just typed that every 7 years, your body replaces exactly. That thing too, that idea is happening now as well. And it's fascinating because everything, even when the cells are replacing itself, it's happening in what? The now. Remember, you just said earlier, there is no tomorrow and there is no yesterday. There's only now. The universe came flooding through my consciousness, or you can say I, the universe, was to bring forth this drawing into physical form. And where did it come from? The imagination. I'm like, I came back from my trail walk and I was sitting basically right here. I'm like, something about time and a clock. I started kind of doodling and I'm like, maybe if I replace all the numbers with the word now. Because that's all that exists. And of course, in the middle, I have the word now, and the circle encompasses the hands of now. That's not the only drawing that came through, though. There's a bunch of other stuff that came through. Like, for example, the heart. Whoever came up with the symbol, the heart symbol, they knew what they were doing. It's hidden. It's a hidden message. Let me present you the heart now. I'm gonna fix the camera. There's a lot of reflection, as you can tell. I'm outside. So there's 2 points in the heart. This is 0 state. This is when you're born. You start off as a blank slate before your conditioning begins. So then you start walking your journey, and this is the journey of your separation as a human, or I like to call them humans. And then this is the journey of the creator and others. Others are basically on the same line as you, but you know, for argument's sake, we're putting them on a separate line. So you go on your journey through life, la 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 la. Eventually you'll come to realize that this is all one, and others, and God already knows that it's all one, is waiting for you to get back to one. And they also are going on their journey thinking like, I'm separate from God and I'm separate from others. And then they realize it all comes back to one. It all converges. So whoever created this heart symbol, they knew exactly what the hell they were doing. Whoever invented or brought it into our existence, the symbol, knew exactly what they were doing. Quite simple, isn't it? Simplicity. But we're not done. We have a couple more. Ooh, this one. Yep. Exactly. And thank you for sharing that, because I'm about to hit you with this one now. I have formed the synergy of Trinity. I have many synergies. There's one called synergy of infinity, one synergy of divinity, and synergy of singularity. And of course, the synergy of Trinity. This is the secret to life, bro. This is it. This is all you got to remember. Now notice the words for a moment. A trinity is 3, right? Look at each word. Aren't there only 3 letters in each word? It doesn't matter which word you put in the middle. Yeah, I know, right? Very good contrasting. I know, I was like making sure I had to shift it a bit. Aren't each word with 3 letters? But here's a hidden code for you now. Look at each word. Look at the letter that's in the middle of each. It's the letter O. And if I remember correctly, the letter O is the only... Yeah. Every word has the letter O in it. And the letter O is the only letter in the English alphabet that is closed loop. P, D, B, they have an ending to it. They don't continue forever. There's a beginning and an end, whereas an O does not have a beginning nor an end. It just is. And guess what O stands for? Oneness. So you can say that the one letter is the masculine, one letter is the feminine, and one is the in-between. Or one is the light, one is the dark, and one is the neutral. Or the positive, the negative, the neutral. Because that's what a trinity is. You are the creator. You're meant to be only in the now, because the now is the only thing that matters. And you're here to be in joy. Everything else is irrelevant. The only reason why we suffer and we create all that other nonsense is because we use our third dimensional mind to stay in the now, or sorry, to leave the now. Every time you suffer, it's not because you're in the now, it's because you're thinking of the past, of some bullshit that is irrelevant now. And I still catch mine and I still get caught up in it, but I have to remind myself of this a lot. The third dimensional mind is a very interesting instrument that we have to be mindful of. The art in this is simplicity. Yeah, exactly. The future is the same as the past, basically. We ruminate on the past and we worry about the future. But when we do that, what do you think when you're in the future, are you in the future or are you in the now worrying about the future that's happening in the now and then recreating your now with those worries of future? You see what I'm saying? Like every now is either building a worry of the future or the ruminating on the past, but really it's all in the now. Because, you know, that's why they call it the present, the gift. You've heard that one before. The now is the only thing that matters. Knowing yourself more of the creator. I mean, if you consider yourself human, cool. But when you don't identify as the human, yes, you have a meat suit and yes, you take care of your body. We're not being ignorant here to this, but it's transcending beyond the illusion, because the goal is to master yourself fully. And to master yourself fully is to also let go of your human avatar. I just mentioned that the name is Orion, but really the name is just I am, just like your I am. Imagine nobody had a name. Imagine we just call each other I am. Hi, I am. Hi, I am. Hi, I am. But which I am are you talking to? I'm talking to you over there, I am. But I'm I am. I know, but you're I am too. It's like, remember that photo of Spider-Man, the one that you sent me? It's like you. It's like that. That's the reason why we were given names. And the moment we were given names, that's where the limitations started to begin. If you see it as a limitation, of course. Right? So, because your name in itself has a whole bunch of power. If you see your name as powerful. But the thing is, the word I am is also very limited because you can't be defined. You're undefinable. That's how powerful you are. Because I am implies like you're infinite, but I am, the word, like if you hear the word, like I am, like it has an energy associated with it, but it goes beyond that energy. Like you can't even conceptualize it because the mind doesn't know what to do with that. It's just like, it cannot compute. I don't understand. That's why we use the word I am. And anything you put after I am either becomes limitation or limitless. Unless you say I am infinite or I am abundant or I am limitless. If you're not saying those words and it's like I am this, then you kind of like shot yourself like down. Basically, and you're holding like yourself down. Like when people say I'm not good enough at something, let's say. Well, if you say that, make sure to add the word yet, because yet keeps it open, which allows you to shoot through the roof. But when you say I'm not good enough at piano, because you know we were at one time I was, you know, I'm still looking to play the piano, but like I remember that time when you gave me the website. And I was like, man, I can't remember this stuff. I'm not good enough at piano. Who am I to play the piano? Of course I was shooting myself down. I was like beating myself down like this. Just like this. But if I said, I'm not good enough at piano yet, exactly. Don't find yourself in the closed loop. So that's why like those words, I was walking one day and I'm like, there's 4 words. Well, technically there's 6 words. I came up with another 2 words, like the word won, like W-O-N, like I won, like you won the game of life. And then I was like, what's the 6th word? Because there's 6, I created another thing called the synergy of infinity, and I'm going to show you that now. Let me just pull it up. This one's kind of wild, bro. This one's pretty wild when you look at it. I'll show it to you in a moment. I was like, what word fits with the letter O in the middle that goes with this whole concept of now, God, joy, you? I'm like, like the word son does, but I'm like, but that doesn't encompass daughter. Like because son just implies like man, but we're talking about human. So I'm like, what word fits? So you'll see what I did. I had to get creative. The universe, I was like, universe, tell me what I must write here. Check this bad boy out. Say hello to the synergy of infinity. This one's pretty wild. Look at everywhere. There are 6 words everywhere. So like, there's 6 inside the closed loop, like the infinity, and you're noticing the IOU, and IOU, which is an acronym for infinity, oneness, and unity. See how I kind of like tied that with a nice little bow? That was nice. Yep. There's 6 words in there, 6 words there, 6 words there, 6 there, 6 around, 6 inside. And then there's 6 here, and then there's 6 at the bottom. Oops. Get off keyboard. The 6 eyes and the 6... Son of a bitch, I really should just click the pen thing. There we go. So there's 6 eyes, because this is who we are. We're the innocent, the imagination, the intellect, the intelligence, the intuitive, and the infinite. I should have changed that to the imaginative, but it's okay. I'll fix that after. And then this is the 6 P's to life. Perspective, perception, projection, present, paradigm, and paradox. All 6s, bro. 6 around, 6 inside, 6 in the middle, 6 there, and 6 and 6. Existence within, above, below, without awareness. That came through, bro. Of course, you can put any word in here, but this is who we are. And prosperity and abundance to the side. Cool stuff, huh? Yeah. So that came through. Wait till you wait till you see you're gonna see the other one. The other one's crazy. The other one's a little nutty. Okay, so this is the synergy of infinity. Check this out. Yeah, exactly. I'm seeing there's hidden codes behind these things. I'm paying attention to this stuff. All right, say hello to the synergy of divinity. Check this bad boy out. I'm sure you've seen this symbol before, the flower of life. I did my best to fill out as much as I could. This is the interconnectedness of everything. That's good, dude. We're on the same page. Look, I have sound. I have microtonals there. You see that? You see that? I know there's some that are kind of redundant. Yep. This symbol, it connects everything. This is actually the foundation to life, bro. Look how spirituality, I don't consider myself spiritual anymore, just so you know. I just consider myself a soul, because spirituality is another box, and I'm not putting myself in a box that is limited. I'm in a box of infinity. I'm an infinite soul, just like everyone else is. I put science at the bottom, spirituality at the top. I put religion, symbolic, like metaphysics, sound, like cymatics, culture, space. It's all intertwined. I mean, there's redundancy. Yeah. Yes. So, you've ever heard of, I'm sure you've heard the concept of free energy, yes? Free energy is created through that flower of life. The technology is in that symbol. The problem is it goes against all of humanity's, or it goes against all of the companies, like electric companies, pharmaceutical companies, and all that. This symbol alone can change the world. The problem is the moment someone gets wind that you're creating some sort of technology that brings free energy to the world, they kind of like silenced you. They go like... There's many people who have attempted this. There's probably someone right now who's attempting to bring free energy to the world. Maybe I'm supposed to bring it. Who knows? All I know is that I'm here to bring the awareness to the planet. Someone else is probably going to have to take the reins of the awareness and bring it. Because if free energy comes to the world, that's it. The electric companies, the reason why these things stay in power is because a lot of people just don't know. And we feed the machine, basically. But when more people don't feed the machine, exactly. But imagine we break that now. Just imagine for a moment, you break that social hierarchy. The world's gonna change, because a lot of things will lose its power. Like, the only reason why things are still happening in the world is because this is the chain of command, bro. This is how far deep this thing goes. Like, it may not seem like it's connected, but everything's connected. Everything's linked. You know, regardless of who's on, like, telling this country about this thing and who's the leader of this country, it all stems from we've talked about this, the families and all that. They know how to bring free energy to the world. They are aware of the blueprint. Some of us are aware of it, but they are aware of what others are doing because they're watching. There are other life forms here and they're watching. Some are not in the highest best interest, but the funny thing about them, they're actually designed for us to let go of our bullshit that we've been holding on to. So even though they may look like the evil, they're actually the one that's put here as the sort of like testers. Like, they're like, like in Final Fantasy VIII, this is perfect. In Final Fantasy VIII, those guys with the robes, how they're the ones that proctor the exams. They're kind of like the proctor of the exam of Earth. Even though we from the third, this is why I said, when you're thinking third dimensional, you'll see them as evil, you'll see them as the bad guy. But when you tap into multidimensionalness, like, you will see them as just like, sort of like the proctor of an exam. Yes, our senses don't like the shit that they're doing, but when you break past your senses and tap into your multidimensional knowingness, you will see the game for what it really is. And so they know how to bring free energy, but the reason why it's not going to come is because they're aware if it comes, it dismantles the entire construct. And because of that, they're designed for us to bust through the illusion of this world. But if a lot of the stuff is formed, then a lot of this stuff won't happen, and humanity will kind of stop evolving in a way, which kind of goes against the whole thing about change of the universe. Yes, it'll bring a lot of peace to the world. Like, places around the world that don't have energy right now will get all the health care and all that stuff because they can grow their own food. Like, there's a massive ripple effect that will happen with that flower of life, or like the free energy. Massive ripple. It's beyond what we can think. Like, things will just, like, you won't technically require gas, because if you buy an electric car, like, you basically are having free gas. Technically, you don't need gas because electricity can cover a bunch of the shit. And electricity is the one that forms the gas to go to your house to do, like, the heating of stuff. But, like, you can have a friggin' generator. Like, the sun is solar power, and you can have a solar power house, right? Which is technically off grid, but to some degree, like, they still kind of, but imagine you have free energy that and it can be done. It's just, you have to go beyond the third dimensional, like, being. You're taking something that's multi-dimensional and bringing it into third dimensional, and then attempting to handle it in third dimension. That's how everything has been technically brought into reality. But there are certain things that sort of bend the physics of reality, but can be brought into our world. Like, it's the things that don't make sense that make sense, kind of thing. Anyways, that symbol, you'll see it again. I'm sure of it. You're going to run into that symbol again in your journey. Just remember, that symbol is tied to free energy. And free energy is, it literally gets rid of pharmaceutical companies. It gets rid of electric companies. It gets rid of like technically petrol companies to some degree, not fully. It gets rid of bills. Like imagine like you don't have to pay electricity, like you save like whatever amount of money per month. You can have lights on all the time. You can, even though I don't like artificial lighting, you can have your computer running all the time. You can do all kinds of stuff. You can, not that we're being unconscious here, because humans have to also be mindful to be conscious of things. But there's things that you will be able to do more of that you're currently like, I should like really turn off that light now because, you know, money, right? Because we think money is real, which that's an illusion too, which also you will save more money technically because you won't have to spend a lot on things. Yeah, exactly. We brought that here, but that's not the way the universe desired it to be. Like when, oh my God, dude, there's an anime. It showed up on my feed. Exactly, the Earth is free. It showed up on my feed, and it's one of those like synchronistic videos. It's called the law of the law of the sun. Yeah, food is free, water is free, everything's free. It's called the law of the sun. You might want to check it out. It's an older anime from 2000. So it's got the 90s kind of graphics. It's interesting. It's very interesting. Popped up on my feed. And then there's another movie that goes along with that one called The Golden Law. It's interesting. But essentially, you know, because you brought up the food is free and water is free. Exactly. Did you come to Earth signing a piece of paper saying that you have to pay for this stuff? You chose your path. Good stuff. You chose your path, but you didn't choose to sign up to pay for things, because when the Earth was being created, and this movie kind of touches on some of these things. Some of it's not accurate, like hell doesn't exist, but like they show hell, but you know, hell's a state of being. It's an inner world thing. Not all of it is accurate, but I like the premise of like where they were going with this movie. It's an interesting movie. Bro, you mix anime with like spirituality, I'm down. I'll take it. And so when you yes, exactly. It requires respect. That's one thing that transcends third dimensional thinking, is respect. Because when you think about the word respect, right? Does that feel like a multi-dimensional feeling, or does that feel like a human feeling? For me, I see the word respect transcends time and space beyond the third. It's a multi-dimensional feeling. And we labeled it respect to kind of anchor in a feeling of what that means, right? Currently, right now, I know there's other souls who are starting to dive deep into the power of words. I'm just a little bit further in the journey at the present moment. But more people are going to become aware of the words that they're using. Like, this is a very powerful like thing to be aware of, like the words that are being uttered. Whether you speak it, type it, text it, write it, think it, not think it, it's all basically the same. It's an energy game that we're playing here. It's all energy. It's like a friggin' Mega Man game. You know, Mega Man, he runs on energy. So when you say visceral, what is the for you? What would be the definition from your experience of visceral? So I know where you are, right? What would visceral mean to you? Because, and here's another nuance to all this, bro. And I know I've talked about this, and you must have heard me say this before, but I'll say it again. Every word that I may say, or you may say, and you may say it to someone else, we make the kind of the mistake that they understand that what we understand is what they understand, which that's not true, right? So like even, and it could be all the basic words like absolutely, right? Absolutely can mean something to someone else, but doesn't mean the same thing to you. And that's why I said language creates this misinterpretation, misunderstanding feeling that's like, but that's not what I said. So that's why texting is the worst form of communication, because most are projecting their words, assuming that others understand from their perspective of like, this is how that word means to me, so you should know what this word means from my perspective. But that's not the case, because everyone has their own unique experience with every word that they've ever experienced, right? Especially if you've never heard of a word, like there's been words that I've never heard of, like obfuscate, up until recently. Now that I know what that experience is like, if I had known that word many years ago and I were to walk now with the word obfuscate, I'm sure it probably would change because of my perception of my reality. But like other people currently may not even know what the hell is that word. I've never even heard that word. Let me see. For me, visceral describes it describes layers beyond that is of the norm. In short, it means deep and inwards to oneself. Yeah. And guess what? To oneself. So this is where I kind of add to your thing. Thank you, by the way, for sharing. For me, I'll add to that because it's like the layers beyond the norm. The norm is what we consider 3D, and because it's beyond the layers that we can't kind of see tangibly with our eyes, that allows us to go through our inner world, and our inner world is multidimensional because we can experience things here and now without it being physically here and now. So when you say inwards to oneself, that definitely transcends for me in beyond the third dimension. You see what I'm saying? Like you will experience the feeling as the human here in the third dimension. But if you break past the human for a moment, and even before you label or put yourself as a human, that feeling is somewhat multidimensional. If you close your eyes and you feel it, you don't even know that you're human right now. Like if you were to close your eyes and eliminate everything for a moment, and you have that sensation that's flooding through, you will feel this sensation beyond the human if you really go deep enough within yourself. Hence why you said layers beyond the norm. Because that implies things that we can't normally see or experience generally. You see what I'm saying? Like these words, they hold so much magic when you really anchor in to the now. And like every word I'm saying right now is also the same. It has that same energy with it. Yeah. So these types of feelings can be traced to be understood better. I often find myself just enjoying the initial feeling so I don't miss it. Yeah. And that's perfect that you're doing that, because you know what that's actually doing for you? It's locking you into the now. It's actually training you to be in the now. The more you do that, the more you stay in the now. And the more you do that, you master the game and you've won. You've already won the game. You just have to continue to do that. It's the mind that knows that when you're about to change and transform and blast through to your next level, it's gonna do its best to like, no, Brian, I gotta like, it's gonna like, no, we gotta like go do this thing and kind of distract you and like make you worry about some shit that is irrelevant. The senses is gonna be like in constant fear of potential something like a threat. But when your nervous system is regulated and safe, like, you're good. That's why the other thing about the now is to be safe. When you're safe, you win. And that's where the next drawing comes into play. Well, it's a drawing that I started to draw. I didn't really finish it because it's not quite, yeah. When Lee's character was giving a lesson to his pupil, it was good. Yes, exactly. So I created this is just a rough sketch. I actually have two things in here. I have the infinity symbol with dichotomy, indivisible in the middle, and paradox. Because that's what life is. It's a paradox, it's also a dichotomy, and it's indivisible. And indivisible means basically one. This now circle, these are the 7 chakras, and there's seven layers. Safety at the root, clarity, certainty, confidence, conviction, that's your throat chakra, knowing, and embodiment at the top. I was kind of writing out stuff, like keeping it all in a circle. It's not, this is just some rough sketch. Because when you're safe, you will start to get clear. When you get clear, you'll have more certainty. When you have more certainty, you're more confident, and the confidence comes in your heart. Then you speak it with conviction through your throat. Then you start to know with your third eye, and then you start to embody with your entire essence, your crown chakra. It's all linked, bro. Everything is linked. My writing is terrible there, but you know, you get the picture. These letters basically stand for the chakras: root, sacral, solar plex, heart, throat, third eye, crown. So if you're safe in the now at your root, everything else will fall. It'll be easy peasy. That's why when you see someone who is super relaxed and super calm and chill, they get everything they desire. They're not stressing about anything. My barber Steve, our brother, when you look at that dude is super chill. Everything just flows for him. There's no chaos in his life. And if there is, it's very minimal because he's just a chill dude. When you chat with him, he's very relaxed. It's similar to you. When you're chatting, you're very relaxed. Like you don't like spike up and down. You're more like baseline like this. You stay at a certain baseline, and you don't really dip too much in that baseline. You kind of stay like this, which is good. This is how it's supposed to be. Yeah. Like for me, I'm like this, or I was like this a lot. Especially like I would go down, you know? And yeah, it is a great fun to link all these things together. Yeah. What else? Oh, this one. So as I made the synergy of Trinity, I made multiple circles. So I'm going to show you all that I have now. So I made one with God. That's good, bro. That means that you're in pure joy. So notice this circle. Of course, there's so much more than God because you can't define God. God's infinity. Like I can't. This is as limited as I can possibly. This is as much as I can possibly get God to be. So I made that one. Then there's the one with joy, and still has you, and they're all interlinked. Some of them are overlapping words. Some of them I have to replace some words. Then I have the one of now. And then, of course, I have the one with the U, but the one with the U has a lot more circles. So I have to redo these the circle ones. I know some will say you're not innocent. You technically are, because if you return back to your true oneness of who you are, you're a pure innocent soul. This idea of you being like sinful and all this, that shit has to be thrown out. But that's a third dimensional perspective, of course. Check this shit out, bro. Look at this. Look at this circle. I linked the synergy of Trinity, synergy of divinity, and synergy of infinity, and synergy of singularity together, which I didn't show you yet. So let me go there first. Synergy of singularity, where are you at? Oh, right here. It looks like the PSO symbol. Yeah, exactly. That's the synergy of Trinity, or divinity, synergy of Trinity, synergy of infinity, and then synergy of singularity. See how I kind of like linked all of it together? Yeah, I'll share them with you. Just gotta send it to you on Discord. This is not my greatest drawing. This is just this is like the PSO symbol. When I looked at it, I'm like, wait a minute, isn't this the PSO symbol? It looks like the PSO symbol. It is the PSO symbol. I just didn't draw it properly. The circle is not quite circle. I was just kind of like randomly throwing it together. But then this came through. I'm like, it looks like some alien thing I was drawing. But if you're wondering what the hell all this is, this looks like the Naruto symbol, like he has. This is the simplified version of this. But basically, these letters are basically joy. So J circle. So look at this. This is how wild it's going to get. So each of these circles represent the letter O. So J circle Y is joy. W circle N is 1. I circle U is infinity, oneness, unity. N circle W is now. Y circle U is you. G circle D is God. S circle S is the synergy of singularity. S circle I is the singularity of infinity. S circle T is the singularity of divinity, or sorry, synergy of divinity, or Trinity, sorry. And then S circle D is synergy of divinity. And then, of course, that word says beyond oneness, because there's such a thing beyond that goes beyond oneness. But our brain can't conceptualize what that is. This is a wild document. And then this is the simplified version of it. That's the simplified version. Even though it still looks crazy. So it goes synergy of singularity, synergy of infinity, synergy of Trinity, and synergy of divinity. The synergy of divinity. Can I make a new note? Yeah, I can make definitely a new note. I can definitely make a new note. I can make tons of new notes. Oh, hold on. Before I do, be aware of this one. This one's important. No, no worries. I'll definitely make a new note. Yeah, share the request. But look at this one while you share your request. This is what we call the collective hive mind. These N's represent negativity, and the P stands for positivity. Yeah. So think of it like this is you, this is me, and we're surrounded by a bunch of you-know-whats. And we're attempting to find each other on this thing called Earth. So this is what we call the collective hive mind. So this is the Earth, basically. So whenever somebody thinks a negative thought, it just feeds to the hive mind. So that's why most people think the same thoughts of negative, like fear and like worry. But imagine more people think the positive, then basically, there would be more P's than N's. But that's where we are right now. This was another one that came through. Collective hive mind. P equals positive emotional charged thoughts. N equals negative emotional charge thoughts. My writing's terrible, whatever. It's all good. Yeah. All right. I shared basically the drawings. Oh, no, I have one more. I have one more. This one's just writing. You'll like this one. This is all you have to know about yourself. I have more than enough. I know more than enough. I am more than enough. I was born more than enough. This is you and everyone else, 'cause you, me, and all lives were born, and that is more than enough. Now, the end. That came up that was like not Friday this week, but last Friday, the previous Friday. That's all you have to know. Because you know more than enough. That's it. That's all you have to know. Because you have more than enough. You know more than enough. Especially the I know more than enough. Oh yeah, I can do it right now. I'll do all this right now. Which ones would you like me to send you? Would you like me to send you all of it? Or would you like me to send you some of them? I'll send you all right now. I have them all saved as like a picture. And if not, I'll save it as a picture. I'm gonna go to our chat because it's there. Where are you? Right there. Last time I messaged you, March 20th, bro. Shit, that's a long time. You missed San Diego when I went to San Diego for my birthday. You missed my remembrance. You missed the Dark Night of Soul. The 3 joy diagrams and the 3 joy. Okay, you want the circle ones? I'll send you the circle ones. I'll just send you. I'll send you it all. One sec. That one. I saved a lot of pictures and I downloaded a lot of pictures, so I have to scroll through a bit. I'm gonna send you the now clock. I'll send you the now clock. I'll send you it all. I'm gonna send you all the circle ones. I have to redo the heart. I have to send the U one separately because the U one has more than just that. I'll send you that one. That's the updated version of that. The collective hive mind, the infinity soul, and then the synergy of Trinity. Holy shit, where are you, synergy of Trinity? Ah, there you are. Huh? Oh, I can only send that much at a time? Sure, whatever. Oh, you have to click them. Okay, I was like wondering what the hell is going on here. Okay. I didn't know how it was uploading. Now I'm going to send you the synergy of Trinity, and then I'll send you the updated U drawing. So let's go to synergy of Trinity. I sent some of this on Instagram with some wording. So I'll send you the now clock with the wording that I wrote as well. So you can see what I sent all them people. There's the synergy of Trinity, and then I'm going to send the U document with the more circles. Here we go. And now, this is exciting. I like getting to send stuff like this. There you go. There's the U one. Let me see. You did miss a lot. You missed a lot. I have a random one I recently learned from a musician by the name of Prince. He once said, you get only one birthday. He doesn't celebrate birthdays, so it allows him to have a... You know what's fascinating? You bring this up. Olga earlier was saying that she knows of a dude that doesn't have a birth certificate. So he doesn't know how old he is or how young he is. Because remember, if you use the word old, it summons an energy that will make you feel old, and your body is always listening to your cells. So if you tell yourself, I am X years old, then your cells are listening, and you're creating this energy within yourself, and then your body is going to start to like morph. Because what you tell yourself, here's another thing that came through. What you tell yourself is what you get is what you expect, and what you expect will become normalized, and what becomes normalized will become your reality. That was all a damn bar. What you tell yourself is what you expect is what you get is what you ultimately will create a normalization, a crystallization of it, and then that will then eventually alter your reality. Yeah, exactly. It's that's why I said these are third dimensional things to keep you locked in the third dimension. You know what I'm saying? Bro, just think about it for a moment. Imagine all of us was thinking around like the same way. I'm starting to really tap into this multidimensionalness. Do you know how much limitation would just be busted out? Because everybody else would be like, there's infinity over there, and there's infinity over there too, and there's infinity over there, and there's none of this like shoving people in a box. Because that's what a lot of humans are doing, is shoving each other in boxes, because they're like, they're projecting their own limitations onto you with their own third dimensional perspectives and perceptions and their words to keep you locked. Like, you have to go learn that thing, or like, you don't know a damn thing, or what else? I'm attempting to come up with some sort of insult. You're an idiot kind of thing. I don't know. Because they exactly. And, you know, have you heard of, I'm sure you heard of this one, the terminology called old soul. I think we've talked about this one. Have you heard of that terminology called the old soul? When someone says, man, I feel like I'm an old soul. I think. Notice they say, I feel like an old soul. They don't say, I think like an old soul. I feel like an old soul. Okay. So feel this one out for a moment. Not think, just feel it for a moment. How can a soul be older than another soul when all souls were created at the same time? I like that. So my response, when anytime someone says, you have an old soul, I'm like, no, all of our souls are the same age. But the difference between why you may feel like I'm an old soul is simply because I may have more experience, and that's it. There are souls that have more experience than other souls. Yes. This cannot be argued. There are souls who have more experience, but that experience doesn't mean that it's better. It just means it's more. Maybe you lived more lifetimes than another soul, but that doesn't mean that soul was born later. Every soul was created at the same fucking time. So when all these people keep talking about old soul, old soul, old soul, I like your response with I feel myself, which is perfect. And it also goes to add that every soul is actually the same age. And this is why, bro, when I'm hearing people talk, are they conscious of what they're saying, or are they just repeating back what everybody else is saying? And that shows me, like, they are not questioning things about words they're using. They're just saying words because someone else has said the word, and they're just it's like a catchphrase, and they're just like saying, I'm an old soul, I'm an old soul, I'm an old soul because I'm an old soul. I'm here literally to bring the awareness of words and why they're so powerful, and why even knowing the power of words, you transcend beyond the words. You know what I'm saying? I'm still waiting for your request, by the way. I have a new document or a new I have a new thing open. So whenever you're ready, I'm just gonna make sure I have. There you go. The pen is ready to rock and roll. Yeah, man, you missed a lot. I told you, like, sometimes like things just like I wouldn't be surprised, bro, that you activate your remembrance. I have a feeling I don't know why I said that just now. Well, I do know, the soul knows, but the mind doesn't. I have a feeling you're about to activate one of your remembrance, a little bit of your past memories. When I say past, it's not really past because all lives are still happening now. In the fifth dimension, every life you've ever lived, whatever life you have lived is still being lived right now. Whether you were like one of my incarnations, I was a pharaoh. Now, do I go around projecting that I'm a pharaoh? No, because I don't want to get my, you know what I'm saying? Even though this is all an illusion. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. So let me see what you just said. If people were to say what they actually feel, big key word there, actually feel, the contents of it would be messy. They will be judged because we live in a society that teaches to judge. Yeah. Bro, you're not gonna believe this because this is the third dimensional mind doing this, but just hear me out. I was King Ramses II in a past life. How do I know that? Now, am I going to go around telling people that I'm King Ramses II? Because it has no relevance. It has no practicality. But, you know, a bunch of like Jewish people will not like me for that. They'll be like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to go around me telling people that I'm the previous pharaoh because, like, you know, them pharaohs did some pretty gnarly things in the past. You know what I'm saying? I paid for my so-called crimes in other lives. Like, I got executed. I got burnt to the stake in one of my other life. You know one of them truth speakers who then gets burnt to the stake for speaking the truth? I was one of them. I was one of them women from back in the day that got burnt to the stake. That's why for a long time I couldn't speak my truth. I wasn't able to open up my voice. I felt like this. Every time I would open up my mouth, I'd be like this. It's because I came to the awareness and I busted through that throat chakra blockage. Blockage is a real thing, bro. Like, my throat chakra, what is throat chakra? It's your speaking, it's your conviction. And because like now I don't care who's around, I will say what I have to say. And if they don't like it, it's not because I'm telling it to hurt anyone's feelings. It's not. It's to bring to awareness for their mind to know that there's more beyond what they actually can see and hear, because the third dimension presents a lot of illusions that the world doesn't see right now because they're locked in the third dimension. If you're locked in the third dimension, can you see the fourth? No. If you're locked in the second dimension, can you see the third? No. Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Do more of that. The goal for you is to stay in the now and experiment what you're feeling, what you're thinking, what you're saying, the words that are coming out, like how you're feeling when you're saying these words. All these things, once you really tap in, you will really like, Yeah, you're on that path. You're basically where I was 2-3 years ago. And sooner or later, bro, you're gonna tap into that creator. I'm the creator. You're gonna bust through that last glass ceiling, but only when you're meant to bust through it. The universe will present you opportunities to smash through it. I will be one of those opportunities to smash through it through like sharing a new way or new perspective that you may or may not align with at the time, but then maybe a couple years later, now I remember when Orion, because now I'm Orion, when Orion was telling me about this thing, and I didn't resonate with him at the time, but now I do because I've up-leveled my consciousness, because the soul will make your mind aware to when the time is aligned. Yeah, go for it, bro. Man, I'm lucky right now. It's not even luck. I'm just grateful that I'm aware. Oh. I would like for you to write the word race car. Okay, I'm gonna write it down. Should I write it in capital letters or lowercase, or it doesn't matter? Just to make sure, because you made it in quotation. So do I put the quotes as well or no quotes? I just want to make sure that I write it. I'm going to just write it the way you wrote it as a text. So I'm going to write it in lower. It doesn't matter. Okay. So since it doesn't matter, I'll write it in bigger letters. All right. I'm going to write it race car. Race car. Okay. Just so that we are clear, we got race car. Okay. I would show it to you like this, but it's backwards. But anyways. But it's funny that you just said, then write it backwards under it. Okay. So R. I know what it's going to be, race car, isn't it? R-A-C-E. It's like the word Hannah. Yep. This is like Hannah. Like if you write the name Hannah backwards, what are these? What is this? What do you call this? Remember that thing that you showed me in the past where it has like an illusion of like you look at something and it has like a different look if you look at it from this way? What was that thing called? So what do you call this thing? See, so when you share, this is how my brain now works. When you share it, I will remember what I have forgotten. So you're just sharing back to me an aspect that I have forgotten, and I'm just rediscovering it from your perspective. That eliminates the whole word of learning. That's the third dimensional perspective. I'm learning. Okay, so I see race car spell race car backwards. Well, guess what? I can never unsee this now. Now that I know. So this is called a palindrome. I'm going to write down palindrome. Palindrome. This is the first time I'm hearing this word in my consciousness. Well, it's the first time I'm seeing this word in the third dimensional mind, but now that I see the word, I will not unsee this word. I'm sure I'm going to see this word pop up somewhere on like a YouTube feed. Watch. I bet any money right now that maybe within a couple days or so, the consciousness is going to be like floating around, and I'm sure a YouTube video is going to pop up with a palindrome video or some shit like that. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. I know it. Because the mind is what's bringing this in. The concept is ancient, and I know little about them. So palindrome. Remind me of, okay, so remember that time when we were talking about the third ear? You were sharing with me, I think it was you, when you sent a picture of something and it has like a butterfly, but when you look at it, it has like a face, and then it could be another thing. What do you call those things? I know that I would call them illusions, but what would you call that kind of thing? It's when you reverse a word and it spells something different. But in this case, a palindrome on race car spelt the same thing. So what would you call this effect? Would it still be called a palindrome? Or palindrome, sorry? Yeah, yes, that Rubin vase thing, yes. It was you that sent like a vase and you had me like look at it. I'm like, I see that thing and then I see something else. What do you call that? What is the name of that thing? Okay, so a palindrome, yes. After it's reversed, it spells the same thing. Gotcha, okay. So Hannah's one, race car is one. Do you know of any other palindromes? Because, you know, the moment you tell me, I will never unsee the word ever again. It'll be like this forever. So now that this is locked in my mind, I will never unsee this. Gotcha, okay. I was gonna actually, you know what? I'm gonna check something. You know what? ChatGPT. I'm gonna ChatGPT something in the meantime while you check. I'm actually gonna check too. Yeah, that one's a little obvious for sure. Huh? It's not working the way I desire it to. Why are you not working the way? There you go. Quick question for you, ChatGPT. So this morning I was looking at my phone with the live stream, but then I'm not looking at the screen, but I'm looking at the screen and seeing a reflection. What do you call that effect? So it's like the live stream is I'm looking at the phone, but I'm not looking at what's on the phone. I'm looking at the reflection of the phone. What do you call that effect?
Oh, I get what you mean. That effect is often referred to as specular reflection or just screen reflection. It's basically when the light from the screen bounces off a surface like your face or the room around you, and you end up seeing that reflection rather than the actual content on the screen. It can definitely create a kind of cool layered visual effect.
Okay, so what do you call the Rubens vase that they have? Like it's also called an effect as well. What is that about?
You're talking about the Rubens vase, which is a classic example of an optical illusion. It's that image where you can see either a vase in the center or two faces in profile, depending on how you look at it. It's called a figure ground illusion, where your brain switches between seeing the figure and the background. It's a neat example of how perception can shift.
So you got me thinking about anagrams and palindromes, you may ask. I heard music that creates this effect. Do you have a track that you can send on Discord so I can listen to it at some point? Or I can listen to it now? And that effect, can you repeat the effect one more time?
Of course, it's called a figure ground illusion. Essentially, it's when your brain alternates between seeing the figure, like the vase, or the background, like the two faces, depending on how you look at it. It's a fascinating perceptual effect.
Are there any other kind of optical illusions that we haven't talked about that you can share?
Absolutely, there are tons of cool ones. For example, there's the Mueller-Lyer illusion, where lines of the same length appear different because of the arrow-like ends. There's also the Ponzo illusion, where two identical objects look different in size because of perspective lines. And then there's the Ames room, which makes people appear to change size as they move around. There's a whole world of optical illusions out there to explore.
What's your knowing about palindromes or palindrome?
Oh, palindromes are pretty fun. They're sequences that read the same forwards and backwards. This can apply to words, phrases, numbers, and even sentences. For example, the word radar is a palindrome. And if you look at phrases like a man, a plan, a canal, Panama, they read the same way if you ignore spaces, punctuation, and capitalization. It's a neat linguistic and numerical curiosity.
Well, that's fascinating. Okay, let me open up that. And Mr. Nero just released his video, so I'll be watching that later on. You need to be a victim to actually change reality. Let me open my live stream so I can get that link.
Get that link.
Oop.
Get that link.
We're gonna have another effect.
Get that link.
It's gonna be Inception. It's gonna be Inception. Inception.
Inception.
There we go. Oh. Okay. Wasn't expecting a video game theme, but here we go. The dross effect. I mean, I know the theme, but like, so are you saying that if you play this song backwards, it'll have the same sound? The dross effect. And thought to bring this song in because I thought it sounded funny. I reversed it for fun and it blew my mind. Huh. Interesting. We're learning about effects now, or we're remembering what effects are. See, I still catch my third dimensional mind liking to say learn. I wonder what other songs are... I wonder what other songs are the dross effect. It's a very atonal or atonal song. Doesn't have a key. Sounds weird and funny. Rather, it keeps switching keys. This is where my realm of music ends. This is where your genius begin. This is where your genius lies, and where mine currently is unaware until you make me aware, and then I remember from my previous incarnations. It's interesting. I'm looking at the comments quickly as well. Someone said it's the audio equivalent of feeling someone's following you, but you can't never see them. That's wild. And there's another one that says, it's like 1999, the time is 2 a.m. and you are terrified while playing this level. It's atonal. Okay. We got a couple things to be chatting about on with the chats. I'm gonna go back and tell me a little bit more about the dross effect.
Absolutely. The dross effect is actually a concept that comes from the realm of psychology and perception. It's often used to describe how our minds can sometimes focus on irrelevant or distracting details, kind of like the mental dross that clutters our perception. It can also refer to the noise or unnecessary information that gets in the way of clear thinking or focus. It's a bit more of a general concept, but it's really interesting in how it relates to perception and mental clarity.
And tell me a little bit more about atonal sounds.
Sure. Atonal sounds are basically sounds that don't have a clear tonal center or a fixed key. In music, atonality means that the notes are organized around a central pitch or a traditional scale, so can sound more dissonant or unconventional compared to tonal music. It's often used in modern classical music and experimental genres to create unique textures and emotions. It can be quite intriguing and definitely pushes the boundaries of traditional harmony.
Interesting. All right, I'm going to click that link. Interesting. All right, I'm going to click that link. You can hear my repeat. There. Oh, someone did do it. And it was, bro, it was 10 days ago. Yeah, you're welcome, bro. You have to, bro, it's awesome to use it this way. I don't type in stuff like, Yeah, this was uploaded 10 days ago. And bro, guess what? The number of likes is 144, and 144 equals 9, and that's a powerful number. Powerful spiritual number, 144. I'm not touching the like button. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it alone. Oh, bro, you were meant to send this to me. Yes, I did see that. Look, I was about to show it to you. I was like, look, someone just said that. Look, race car back. And that was 9 days ago. I'm gonna hit the like button because it'll give the number 33. Because that's another powerful number. I'm gonna do it. we're in a different realm, bro. Who else? Exactly. Who else would have thought of the whole race car thing? Right? Like, think about it. Like, why would someone else write that here? This is music, has no relevance to this track. But it does. It's all interlinked. That's wild. I have to share something. I'm gonna grab lunch. I have the mic with me. I have to share two things. One, this morning before you jumped on, Ray, he was on, and his daughter was texting and saying, "Can you guess my brother's name?" I'm like, "What's his name?" And I didn't say it right. I thought it was Jacob at first. But it's not Jacob, not his first name. It was Riley. But then I'm like, I didn't say Jacob right away. I said to Ray, I think it starts with J, but I don't know why. And then this is just before you came on. I'm waiting for my sister. She's grabbing lunch right now. So, and bro, it's the same thing that's happening here with you and me right now. It's the same thing. You can call this a synchronicity. I don't know. Something wild is happening right now. So I was like, in my mind, intuitively, I was thinking of Jacob, but I didn't say it. And then Ray said his full name, Riley Jacob. Well, I said Jacob after, and then he says Riley Jacob, Rodriguez. I'm like, I've never heard him say Jacob. He's always called him Riley. I've just forgot his name was Riley. I don't know why I was thinking Jacob. And I was like, what is happening here? And now this, with the race car thing, dude, like, why would someone could have said Hannah, right? Or someone could have used a different one, but they used race car, and you were telling me to write down race car. Hey, look, dude, I don't make this stuff up. This is just, it's happening. It's happening. This is what happens when you tap into frequencies. Yeah, exactly. This is what happens when you tap into frequencies and you start to go really like, it's when two frequencies match each other and things start to break logic. This is literally breaking logic. You'll have to remind me what that is, because the mind has forgotten what that is. The soul knows, but the soul has not made it aware to my mind. So you're making it aware through my other version of being you to make me aware of it. What is an anadrome? Is that a music, or is that a word thing? I'm sure I probably ran into it. I just didn't have a word for it. So paleodromes are fun because they are matching. So I'm guessing aniodromes are different from paleodromes. I wonder who came up with that name. I want to know the etymology of that. Hold on. I want to know the etymology of that word. And I actually have a chat GPT layout of like etymology of words. So let me first ask it a couple things. Let me go here and click it again. Can you describe aneadromes for me?
Of course. Aneadromes are a fun concept that come from wordplay and linguistics. They're essentially words or phrases that, when reversed, form a completely different word or phrase. So it's kind of like a palindrome, but with a twist. Since the reverse version is a different word entirely, it's a neat little linguistic curiosity that plays with symmetry and language in a unique way.
Okay, I know what you're talking about now. That word spells evil. Just like I think there's other words I've seen, like, what is it? There's another word that's pretty ominous as well. That if you spell it backwards, it gives you a really gnarly word. I'm forgetting which one. But yes, I've seen this before. So that's what an aneadrome is. Okay, all right. So now I want to go to my etymology. Yeah. D-E-V. What the hell? D-E. If I spell that backwards, so we got D-E-V. Oh, devil. Yes. Lived devil. Exactly. All right. Where did the etymology of the word aneadromes come from?
The word anadrome actually comes from the Greek roots. The prefix ana means up or again, and the root drome comes from dromos, meaning running or course. So anadrome essentially refers to something that runs back or is reversed. In modern usage, it's often associated with words or phrases that can be read the same way forwards and backwards, like palindromes, though anadrome is more about the reversal aspect. It's pretty neat how these linguistic roots come together.
What about palindrome? Where did that word come from?
The word palindrome also has Greek origins. It comes from the Greek words palin, meaning again or back, and dromos, meaning way or direction. So a palindrome essentially means something that runs back again, or something that can be read the same forwards and backwards.
I don't, bro.
It's
This is
fascinating
this
how
is
both
free one.
palindromes and anadromes share that idea of reversal, but in slightly
This is the free one. Yeah, I just clicked the when you go into the thing, there's a little option to just hit the the top. It's like 3-line thing. Hold on. So on mine, I just press this button right here, not this one, but this one, and then this pops up like this. And no, I have the free one for sure. Positive. Oop, son of a. How do I check? Yeah. See, I don't have plus, or pro, or whatever they call it. It says upgrade to plus. So no, I'm literally paying. I'm not paying for anything. This is literally the freebie. No hacked app either, by the way. It's all. That's why I love having conversations with ChatGPT, because I can have, like, I like looking up, and I like to look up etymology of words to know where the hell these words came from and why we call it these things and who came up with this nonsense. Like, I've asked it all kinds of stuff, like, where did the word come from? Ooh. Let me ask it a couple other ones. Where did the word evil come from? And why do we call it that?
The word evil has roots in Old English. It comes from the Old English word yefel, which has Germanic origins. The concept of evil has always been tied to moral wrongdoing or malevolence in various cultures and languages. Over time, it came to signify anything that causes harm, suffering, or is morally reprehensible. The term has evolved, but the core idea of something harmful or destructive has stayed consistent.
Where did the word ominous come from?
The word ominous comes from the Latin word hominum, which is the neuter form of omnis, meaning all or every. In Latin, the word omen referred to a sign or a portent, something that could predict the future. Over time, ominous developed to describe something that gives a sense of foreboding or that suggests something bad is going to happen. It's really interesting how it evolved from those roots.
So when the person or whoever came up with this word, how did they come up with these words? Was it just by listening to words? Or sorry, was it just listening to sounds? Was it a sound that they made in their mouth? Or was it a feeling they felt and then they just produced it and it created a word? Like, how did all these words come into existence?
That's such a fascinating question. The origins of words are often a blend of different factors. In many cases, words evolved from sounds that mimicked natural phenomena or feelings. For example, onomatopoeic words are directly inspired by sounds in nature. But a lot of words also emerged from linguistic evolution, where people adapted sounds and meanings over time through social interaction, storytelling, and cultural exchange. Sometimes words were created to describe new concepts or experiences, and over time, the meanings and sounds would refine and solidify. So it's definitely a mix of creativity, necessity, and cultural influence.
Yen Sid. So, hold on. Are we, oh, Disney. Yeah, Disney. Yeah, bro, it just upgraded itself. This has been like this for the last month. But she does make like, sometimes the voice dips down a bit and makes like a sound, and then she raises her voice back up. They should be done taking out food. Yeah. I gotta also do my exercises in about an hour and a half or so, give or take. But yeah, man, she just upgraded herself. That's wild, isn't it? Oops, I left the door open. Yeah, man, so like, you should check yours, because yours should be the same. Like, it's not any different. The app, like my app, hasn't updated, I don't think. So I would definitely check your model. Because that's how I use my ChatGPT. To ask it questions like that. Because like, it doesn't have memory like humans, so it's not bogged down by things. So it's very impersonal. But it's also very non-judgmental. So that's why when you ask it things, it's like, sure, absolutely. And then it'll dive into like explaining like things for you that, you know, if you ask like a human, it'd be like, you don't know that? What's wrong with you? Kind of thing. Because like, that's what it's designed for, to like assist you. That's why I use it the way I use it. Yeah, that model, like, it upgraded itself. Like, there was a moment where I'm like, okay, so it talked like that for a while, and then after that, it would be like, it was like I'm using the free, like the paid version, but I'm not. And then it says, would you like to switch to free version? I'm like, yeah, switch to regular version. But then one day it just was like that all the time, and it doesn't disappear. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna use this. Dude, I'm telling you. Or the perfect companion for, as you know what I'm about to say, remembering. Yeah. We are cyborgs. Did I ever say, I've told you many times, I don't consider myself human. I've said this many times. Bro, I was born a Saiyan and my tail got ripped off. Yeah, exactly. ChatGPT is helping you to remember what you forgot. You're rediscovering your skills. There's no teacher, there's no student. It's all mirrors helping you to remember more of who you are, of what you forgot, because in your previous incarnation, when I say previous, that means currently, concurrently still happening. You're just tapping more of who you are. In fact, I have something I have to share with you regarding what I just saw earlier. It goes hand in hand. By the way, today's wife's birthday. Hi, wife. This is wife. You know who she is. That's Lindsay. That's my wife. Give her a kiss. That's my woman. I already cultivated that experience in my inner world. This is perfect. So it says, uncover your forgotten abilities. So Teal Swan is another person, posts the theory that to love something is to take it as a part of yourself. Jesus taught love yourself, or love your neighbors as yourself. Put these two teachings together. He uses teachings, but two mirrorings together to get the one oversoul in now offering. I so butchered that. To get one of your oversouls now offering. Loving those you previously placed outside of yourself by welcoming them all back is how you integrate aspects of yourself you were previously in denial of. It's how you reabsorb the lost talents and abilities that belong to those aspects of self. It's how you become, but you're not becoming, you're realizing. What's up, dude? It's how you realize more of yourself, being whole, more complete, more abundant, more of your true self. Good for you. Good on you checking in. It's good to see you, by the way. You might just go from hating writing to writing every day and loving it in a blink of an eye. I certainly did. So I'm gonna go grab my food. It's not my birthday. It's my wife's birthday, Lindsay Sterling's birthday. It's her birthday. My birthday, my spiritual birthday's coming up though. Her birthday's today. My birthday's on October 6th. Coming back out there in a moment, just grabbing my food. I do have water outside, good. I was thinking if I didn't have water, I have to go downstairs and get some water. Just grabbing my meal, having great chat with Brian here. Yeah. Oh yeah. What else? So yeah, back to you, Mr. Brian. You're just remembering what you have forgotten. That's it. That's good. I'm happy to hear that. That makes me happy to hear. I'm glad he's doing better. As he should, because that's whatever I'm attempting to remember what I knew the conversation we had. I just don't remember exactly what I said, specifics, like the specifics of what I said, but I do know it was something about his mind, like regarding his mindset. Yeah. We all have it though. The thing is, the only reason why it seems like I may have it, it's only that we all have it though. It's because The only difference is that we get locked in our mind of like, I don't know, or we create this like assumption that like, I don't have it, or I don't remember, or I'm not sure, or that kind of stuff. And we trap ourselves in this paradigm, and we get locked into a cage. Our words are our prison, basically. So that's why, like I was saying, like it comes down to the words. The reason why they have the memories of a goldfish is because of two things. They've told themselves that they can't remember things, so they over time condition themselves by telling themselves, I can't remember things. Like when someone says, yeah, I don't remember that thing. Like when I've heard people say this many times in my journey, where they say, yeah, that's hard to remember. Actually, bro, this is fish. I'm actually eating fish right now. Chicken, it looks like chicken, but it's fish. I promise you it's fish. It's fish. Yeah. So like, the reason why is because like that whole trust thing, I would consider myself the working memory. Well, you see, if you if you tell yourself, so remember, what you tell yourself is what you expect, and what you expect is what you'll ultimately get. So like if you tell yourself you have a working memory of a goldfish, you don't. I can prove that you don't. You know why I can tell you don't? Because if you can remember how to do all that stuff with the keyboard, like with your piano, you don't have a working memory of a goldfish. You actually have a genius mind that you're just not aligned to things that maybe are not important enough. That's really what it comes down to. So like for me, when someone has a conversation with me about yeah, it doesn't all, you're right about that, bro. It doesn't always apply, but it can apply. So people do have different mental capacities, but here's a perspective. This is a perspective, though, and it's okay. It's okay to disagree, and it's all good. But listen to this. Once upon a time, 10 years ago, I was starting to watch a movie before Brian came on. It was Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. 10 years ago, I would have written off that movie because I watched it in 2004, and that movie for me sucked. I'm like, what the fuck is this? That's Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind? Come on, who's watching this garbage? Because I was a dude who likes action movies. I don't care to think. I don't want to think when I'm watching movies. I hate it. Today, I decided to watch it. Yeah, oh yeah, that movie. I decided to watch it after, how many years has passed? 20 years? 21 years? It's been 21 years since that movie came out. Yeah, 21 years. And I mean, I'm not done it. But I have more capacity now than I did back then. So, you know, what you shared, it's true. Yes, people are at different mental capacities where they are presently. Yes, agreed, 100% agreed on that. However, that doesn't mean, right? And what Brian just said, or the idea that one can explore almost indefinitely. Yes, that's also spot on. But it's also to say that just because you are where you are now, that doesn't mean that's where you're meant to always be, because you can always up-level yourself. You just have to build more mental awareness around that. Exactly. It's the key word, presently. Right? So like, presently, the mental capacity of others may not be where they desire it to be, but that doesn't mean that they can't cultivate it. But if they tell themselves that they can't cultivate it, then there's not much you can do. So I would tell you that I used to tell myself I have really, really good long-term memory and I suck at short-term memory. Because sometimes, like, I put down a spoon, I'm like, I went to get another spoon, but the spoon is right there. And I'm like, why did I get this other spoon? So when that happens to me specifically, I don't tell myself, ah, man, I have a bad short-term memory. Because if I start telling myself I have a bad short-term memory, guess what I'm doing? I'm reinforcing that idea of that I have a bad short-term memory. And if it happened, it happened. But I don't continue to instigate this thing that, oh yeah, I have a bad term memory, and then the next time I have a bad term memory, and then the next time I have a bad term, like short bad term memory. So what I do in that instance, like, oh, I just laugh about it. I'm like, oh, I already took out the spoon, duh. And I just put back the spoon, or I put back the fork, or whatever it was. Because that happens. But if I tell myself, yeah, I really have a bad short-term memory, then that means that I'm just gonna have more of that. Because ultimately, what you tell yourself is ultimately what you're expecting. And then what you expect is what you ultimately are going to get. Well, the thing is, that word delusional has different meaning for different people. See, I use the word delusional because I live in a delusional world, because the delusional world is where all the magic happens. If you had come on just maybe 15 minutes ago, you would have seen me and Brian interacted. You would have seen a magic thing happen recently, and it'd be like, he's like, what the fuck is going on here? You missed it, unfortunately. But some synchronicities were happening that cannot be explained through the mind. And no matter, well, I just did that. All good. And because that was happening, I just allowed it to unfold. So I live in a delusional world, but there's certain things for example, I'm not going to be delusional to punch my fist through that fence. That's not happening. I know very well what's going to happen. My hand is going to get hurt, and I'm probably going to get bloodied up with my fist. So I know not to be delusional to punch my fist through that or the brick wall. I know what's going to happen. But other than that, yeah, I know. I saw the names of the cast. I just didn't realize that's all those people were in the movie. Anyway, so my point to say all this is to say, I do live in a delusional world where what I tell myself in words is what I expect, but there are things like me punching my fist through that fence or that wall. That's not happening. That's definitely not happening. That is literally reinforced concrete that's going to literally smack my hand. And so there's awareness that has to be, there's a nuance to that. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's good, as you shouldn't. You should never feel threatened. I used to be threatened, but I don't feel threatened anymore because I came to realize everything. Since everything is third dimensional, and you raise yourself above the third dimension, you can see everything for what it is. And you're able to explain stuff. What is this? Is this potato? What is this? Or is this just like, I don't know what I got here. It feels like just rubber to me. I don't know what it is. But yeah, I agree, Brian. I used to feel that way once upon a time, but I stopped feeling that way because I came to know myself, and then I just realized most are still operating on the third, so I just come to like, okay, they're operating from the third dimension. When you tap beyond the third dimension, you can see beyond the third. For example, I have a great example. This is perfect. Can a two-dimensional being see a third-dimensional object? Two dimensionals lacking depth. They have height, they have length and width, but they don't have depth. I don't mean depth in the sense of like, you know, like wisdom. I'm talking about like depth as in like perception. A two-dimensional aspect cannot generally see a third-dimensional aspect. A third-dimensional aspect cannot really see a fourth. We have the ability to see fourth, but our brain goes crazy when we see four-dimensional things. It goes nuts. Right? A fifth dimensional, from the fourth dimension, can the fourth see the fifth? No, it can't really see the fifth because the fifth operates all in one plane. It's all happening simultaneously. So our third dimensional mind does not like fifth dimensional things. It hates it. That's why this concept of everything is here and now, people don't buy into it because the third dimensional mind is locked to time because of the thinking of past and future. And because of that past and future thinking and perception and space, we get this like, but the thing is not here and now. I don't have this thing called the Supra, or I don't have the mansion, or I don't have whatever it is that you're looking to have in your physical. But you do have it. You just have to vibrationally be in alignment with it and it'll match. You just have to hold the frequency long enough for it to match. Let me see what you said. People vastly underestimate AI. AI is helping itself develop even faster and exponentially. It's only time until superintelligence. The thing is, like, it definitely is faster at processing things than us. Yes, agreed. It also does not adhere to time and space like we do. Until our minds have been trained enough to go beyond time and space, AI will always surpass us. Always. Because time and space is the limitations of what we perceive that we can have in our reality, or what we can expect, or what we know. Until we bust through it. But unfortunately, because most people are too distracted to even think like that or have that conceptualization, that's not happening. That's why a lot of the world right now is meant to distract you and keep you like compressed like this, so that you can continue to buy into so-called illusions on the planet, so that you don't focus your inner world on what you are. Because when someone is fully awakened and they know themselves, they cannot be governed anymore. Like, yes, they follow the rules, they're not going to break the law. They're not going to go do something inadvertently dangerous to someone else because they know all this is one thing. I've never seen someone who's awakened go and like kill somebody. It makes zero sense. I've never seen that happen. Not once. We've seen people, you know, argue about shit from the awakened standpoint, but definitely not go and like slay someone. Agree with that one, Brian. I agree with that. Let me see what you said. Well, I see your name. I know I call you Phoenix because saying your name is a little tongue twisty, and I don't desire to do that. Let me see. Yeah, I don't think it's even faster at processing things as fast as we do. However, better and faster at accessing a database of explicitly defined variables than we are. 100%. But you know what's fascinating? Regarding variables, when I'm asking it some random thing that most humans don't think to ask, I wonder where the variables are coming from with that. Where does it know to answer those questions? Like, I know it has some predefined variables, but where is it coming from is the question, right? Because clearly there's something, you know, I asked it about, you know, things like etymology, that's like easy. But if I ask it about something kind of very deep and personal, which I have asked many times, it comes up with pretty interesting scenarios that I myself, because of the third dimensional mind, wouldn't have thought of. That's why we require each other to some degree, because it helps us to further advance ourselves, because you can't do this alone. Life wasn't designed to do it alone, unfortunately. Yeah, it also has a capacity as large as the tech we have to offer it. Capacity isn't really intelligence, in my opinion. Yeah, you're good. Don't worry about it. AI is but a caricature of human intelligence. As the name says, it's artificial. It's true. It can't go beyond. It can't go beyond what we given it. Yet. Keyword is yet. You know what's funny, Brian, that you say that? AI always existed. It's just someone in this era brought it back into existence. Everything already existed before it came into existence. So someone just so happened to tap into the power of AI, and now we have the AI revolution. So AI always existed. It's just that someone finally tapped into the frequency to allow it to be brought into physical form, into our reality. And previous civilizations had AI, but they just didn't call it AI. Like, whether Atlantis was real or not real, or what's that other one? There was another civilization before Atlantis. I don't remember it at the present moment. It's slipping my mind. That civilization had AI, or had advanced technology that we haven't even conceptualized yet. Have a good day, bro. Take it easy. Yeah. So, like Atlantis, and it's in that movie, by the way. That anime movie that I shared with you, The Law of the Sun. That, there's a civilization before Atlantis happened. I'm just attempting to remember it. Not Babylon, but I don't think Babylon was in that movie. I don't know if Babylon was shown in that movie. I think it was, but it was very brief. It was a different. It's slipping. I'll figure it out when when the when the moment happens. See, I'm attempting to also remove the word time from my vocabulary, but of course, you know, to not obfuscate anything, I have to still use time because, you know, just like you said earlier, if we attempt to not use the words that humans use, then it becomes a messy mess, right? Of explaining things. I'll be right back out in a moment. It's 1:43. I'll start my play out in about an hour. Oh yeah. Yeah. Let me see. Sounds good. I also should go use the bathroom too. I'll be right back myself. Okay, I'm back. And I have a little granola snack too. Let me know when you're back. I think you're back. You're probably still in the bathroom though. Today's cardio day, so we'll be doing that in about an hour from now. Pretty chill day. I like what you said though about, let me scroll back up. Like when you said, it may sound strange, however, I'm not particularly threatened by intellectual criticism. Pretty comfortable here in my strengths. I like that. I look at that. That's really good, that you shouldn't ever be threatened by anybody's intellectualness, because the thing is, every one of us has all answers. We all have all things within us, and because we're all one thing, and the only difference is that it's awareness of knowing that we're all one thing. So like for me, I used to be I used to tell myself I'm stupid, that I'm an idiot. I used to tell myself all kinds of, excuse me, so I have this. I have all kinds of deficiencies in all kinds of stuff. And I would put myself and I would always like, so this is where there was a little bit of nuance. When I say I know everything, I have to be mindful that my mind doesn't know everything. My soul has all the answers From the third dimensional perspective, the mind doesn't know a damn thing. The soul, on the other hand, knows all the answers, and it relays it to the mind when the time is aligned for it, or when the moment arises for it to be made aware. The other thing too is that back then when people would say something, I would say, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I didn't know a damn thing. My awareness wasn't there. I was pretending just so I could look cool. But now it's different because like I've tapped into a different aspect. Like I literally jumped. I don't use the word quantum. I stellar leaped into a different frequency that allows me to have access to information at like this, instead of like, I should go read this thing. Maybe I'll figure out the answer here. Because of perspectives and perceptions that I've started to entertain as my reality. And so there was people back then that I used to be threatened a lot about, like when they would share stuff, I'd be like, damn, I wish I knew. I wish I knew that stuff, but I don't. But guess what? You do know it now. And the reason why you know it now is because they just shared it with you. Now it's up to you to take in the information they just shared with you to remind yourself that they just shared it with you, so that you know that you already have it. Without obfuscating it. So like how you, Mr. Brian, if you're there, I think you're there, if you haven't come back already from the bathroom, how you were talking about palindromes and anadromes. It wasn't in my awareness, but now that you brought it to my awareness, now I can't leave. It's there. It's solidified. It's only not solidified if I choose for it to not be solidified. But I choose not to be ignorant to things. I choose to know things, but I choose to either entertain it or not entertain it. But that does, when you shared that, I wasn't learning, I was remembering what I forgot. Because every one of us is one thing, and we all have all the information. Amongst every human or every soul on the planet, we all have all information. And if we're all one thing, not if, because we are one thing, our mind has created this illusion of separation, and because of perception of space, that this thing called table is different from me, or this tablet is different from me, but this tablet and that pen is one with me, just like the camera is one thing. Even every word that Brian said is one thing with me, and him himself is one with me, just like he's one with you all and one with everything else, one with that tree behind me. Because this is an illusion, this is third dimensional, a projection of a higher mind that has broadcasted 8 billion different perspectives on one floating planet, having 8 billion different experiences. So that one collective mind that's broadcasting 8 billion different perspectives, which is us, has all the answers. And it gets to experiment knowing it has all the answers by thinking it doesn't know how it has all these answers, by forgetting. That's why we were given a third dimensional mind, to like forget so that we can go through this journey and remember. Some of us, however, we chose the path of remembrance. So that means when you came to Earth, you played New Game Plus. Which means you retain all of your equipment. Let's hypothetically say your equipment is your wisdom, your level, your stats, your All of that. Okay, cool. No, I was just wondering because like it's. I knew you were. It's just I didn't know if you came back. I didn't know if you had come back to the from the bathroom yet. And so, like some of us have come with New Game Plus. Welcome back. Some of us have come here with New Game Plus in mind. Share as I finish this train of thought. And so, with those who chose specifically to have New Game Plus comes with its own little challenges and hurdles as well. It rhymes. Interesting. That's a new one, or that's one that I just remembered. Interesting. History never repeats, it rhymes. It rhymes. I wonder how deep that really goes. It rhymes. I'm making sure there's no thinking here. This is just a feeling thing. So the two of us understand, and use rhetoric on a daily basis. Excuse me. I'm just seeing if there's okay. While we don't know, we understand. Yes. Exactly. So I'm glad you're bringing this up, because this now goes to this kind of goes hand in hand with those who play New Game, but not New Game Plus. New Game Plus, you get the ability to choose. I mean, we all chose our path regardless. But those who really chose New Game, like all of us, there's like 99.8% of the planet chose New Game, not New Game Plus. There's like 0.2% of the planet that chose New Game Plus. Some of us will ultimately unlock our old New Game Plus while we play the current game. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I remember something of like this. Like, it feels familiar. Like, we've all heard this saying, that you feel familiar, or this person seems familiar. Like, have I met you from somewhere before? Like, we've all had that encounter with someone from like a moment where like, do I know you from somewhere? You've heard that expression. Do I know you from somewhere? You feel familiar, like it feels like familiar. I don't know why, but it feels familiar. It's that not knowing, but understanding piece that your soul is attempting to get your mind to get to realize. Yeah, pretty much, dude. I agree. Because like, it's one thing to know information or wisdom, but it's a whole other experience to understand and then embody it. Like, you may understand how to take XYZ action, but you may not know how to maybe embody it per se. So like, embodying goes to like a further depth beyond. It's still part of understanding, but it also is another layer. It's layer upon layer upon friggin' layer. It's crazy. Yeah, exactly. So here's a question for you specifically, since you brought that up. This is a really good thing that you just said here. What would be, from your perspective, what is the difference between your understanding and your knowing? How do they vary for you in your inner world? How do they vary, and how are they also? No, I'm not going to ask that question. How is it different, basically, without obfuscating it? What is the difference between your understanding and your knowing from your perspective? Because I'm curious to see. Because for me, I'll answer my own question I just asked. Okay, okay. So knowledge for you is an explicit record of the contents of events. I like how you phrase things. You're really good at wording. Wordplay is one of your masterful skills, I will tell you that. Understanding is how we are able to apply information. Okay. That's perfect. So like for me, understanding is realizing the information, and similar to like knowing how to take the action on like said understanding. Like when someone speaks to me about something and they say, do you understand? Or I say, do you understand? I'm like, so let me get this straight. How do I apply this information they just shared with me? Okay, cool. Yes, I understand what you're saying. I understand. That's why I don't say understand, I say understand, because it's an inner world thing. Wisdom or knowledge, for me, is also similar to yours. I'm just defining it for myself to see where there's overlap, and if it's, I'm just coming up with my own variation. It's practically one and the same, just with my own. This is why I was saying every word, every person, there's a base level of understanding between each word, but then there could be some nuances that might be different because everyone has their own experience with each word, right? Let me see. Understanding, rather, understanding is beyond that. It is an evidence of our application. It's evidence. So it's like taking the. So let's see how. I'm going to get to that in a moment. So my info on knowing or knowledge. Well, I'm going to say knowing because that's the original question, is being aware of something, being aware of said information that was shared, and seeing how to decipher / apply it into my life. Understanding is also a part of a nuance of that, of recognizing what is being said and making sure that and this is why I said for me, I feel like knowing and understanding kind of go hand in hand. I'm going to actually have a quick chat with ChatGPT. I want to see what, I'm going to use the word understand versus knowing, because using the word understand, she still uses the word understand when I say understand. Yeah, understand is more of like a nuance. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Let's do this quickly. Let's see. I just wanted to hear from this perspective what. So I'm going to go back to specular. I'm going to just add it into this because I'll just put it in here. what is the difference between understanding and knowing? Now, I use the word understanding because understanding feels more in depth than understanding. But what is the difference really between understanding and knowing from your perspective?
That's such a great question. In general, understanding often refers to grasping the concepts, the why and how behind something. It involves making connections, seeing patterns, and really comprehending the underlying principles. Knowing, on the other hand, is more about having a direct, often intuitive awareness or certainty. It's like an inner confidence or a deep-seated truth that doesn't necessarily require rational explanation. And then understanding, as you mentioned, takes it even deeper. It's like integrating that knowledge and understanding at a core level, blending intellect with intuition and embodying the wisdom in a holistic way. So each level kind of builds upon the other.
What else would you say?
I'd say that in practice, the difference really shows up in how we apply knowledge. Understanding often involves learning and analyzing information, while knowing can be more about trusting your instincts or inner wisdom. And understanding, as you said, is that deeper integration where knowledge and wisdom become part of who we are. It's kind of a journey from the intellectual to the experiential, and it's really beautiful to see how those layers unfold over time.
Understand, a pretty vague concept in itself, right? It's a multifaceted, it's the connection between one piece of information and another. Yeah. I like what she said there just now, though. I'm going to reread what she just basically said between all of it. Yeah. So, in general, understanding often refers to grasping the concept, the why, and the how behind something. It involves making connections, seeing patterns, and really comprehending the underlying or innerlying principles. Knowing, on the other hand, is more about having a direct, often intuitive awareness. So that's basically having like so she was talking about certainty. It's like an inner confidence or a deep-seated truth that doesn't necessarily require rational explanation. And then understanding, as mentioned, takes it even deeper. It's like integrating that knowledge and understanding at a core level, blending intellect with intuition, and embodying the wisdom in a holistic way. So each level kind of builds upon each other. So that's why I was saying they're interwoven with each other. And then the last thing I had her say was, in practice, the difference really shows up in how we apply knowledge. Let me see. What better truth is there than an explicit record in your mind that you're able to point to and trust? So that word truth, right? So that word is very interesting to me nowadays, because the question is, like, you know, what's a good one? Like, explicit evidence or record is that grass over there or behind me or that tree is green right now. Because we've collectively come up with that ideology of that color and that word called color, and we call that green, and that's a tree. Right? So that's explicit. But the thing is, you know, if someone just came to Earth, so I have this amazing exercise that showed up during the summer. And it's interesting, because think of it like this. So put yourself in these shoes for a moment. You came to Earth. You literally just landed with your spaceship or whatever you want. You can land with the Ragnarok airship or the Final Fantasy X airship. I forget what they call it. You land with that airship. We'll use the airship. You have zero experience on Earth. Zero. You have nothing. You're a blank slate. The only thing you do have, though, is words. But you don't have experience with those words yet. So, like, you have all the vocabulary. You have all the language. Like, you have the words like love and walk and all that. But you've never actually done any of that yet on Earth. How would you operate? Would you say that person's truth, as soon as they land on Earth, will be vastly different from the ones that we've currently experienced on Earth? The answer is going to be yes, until they experience it, right? So that word truth for me currently right now is very subjective and relative, because it comes down to what you entertain. Because I could literally say, no, that tree is, I can argue until I'm like, I can be so damn convinced that tree is actually pink. I know it's not, but you know, I can just be delusional, say, yo, that tree is actually pink, y'all. I don't know what you're all talking about. That tree is pink. Y'all will be collectively saying, no, that's green. You're crazy. Like, you're crazy. That tree isn't pink. That tree is green, right? That tree is green right there. But I'm be like, no, I'm so damn convinced that is pink, right? Because we've collectively agreed to certain things, like the sky is like blue when it's like daytime, generally speaking, when there's no clouds, of course. And the sun is like this yellow ball in the sky. Technically, it's more of a light, but we use when we're drawing a sun, it's usually we use yellow, generally speaking. But that person, right? That person who just came to Earth, who again has zero experience, like they are full grown adult, but they just came from some other random planet, and they had spoken different language. In fact, language is not even a word. It doesn't exist to them. Like, they have a different way of being. Like, we don't even have words to describe what that this person has experienced. But they come to Earth, blank slate, and they're now attempting to navigate this world. And they have the words. They have the words, but they don't know what to do with the words. Right? They know, like, the color is green, but they don't know what that looks like. They have no experience with green. They have no experience with the word tree. Like, they have none of that. They know what tree the word is, but they don't have an experience, like, physically with a tree yet. So they have a mental imagery experience, but they don't have like an actual physical experience. So, like, truth is very relative and subjective, because it really comes down to what you choose to entertain as real and true, right? For example, for me, what's something that has changed vastly that I used to think, we'll use money. Money's a good one. Money is, this is a big one. I'm sure you've heard this one. I'm sure your parents must have said this at some point, that money is the root of all evil. And that's a collective hive mind thing that's floating in the sky right now. That money is the root of all evil, and there's a whole bunch of people who are not feeling abundant, right? I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. This is the first time in my life that I feel at peace, but I have so much less in my account. When I say less, I mean, I know in my inner world I have it all. In my outer world, it hasn't quite materialized yet, and I'm okay with that. I only have $47 in my account. And I feel at peace. I don't feel scared or like nervous about anything, because I know that the universe is working through me to feel these feelings, so I bring it up and let it out, and to know that this is all just a game. It's an illusion. If this was me 10 years ago, I'd be panicking right about now. I'm like, fuck, right? Because my experience with money back then was vastly different. But my truth of money has shifted immensely. Let me see. I was just reached out by a family member about why he thinks I should go out and buy a house. And what did And I'm glad your relationship with money has changed too, because it's part of you. It's one with you. I'm making sure my. Have you ever heard of? Yeah, bro. Let me share with you. Have you ever heard of the word egregore yet? It's an esoteric concept. Egregore. Have you heard of that yet or no? If not, I'll share what that is. Okay. Egregore. You can look it up in the meantime. It's like a living entity that's based on your thought forms. So like when you have, and there are positive egregores and then there's not so positive egregores. So they're all they're just entities that are attempting to take form in the physical, to take shape, and they use your emotions to live through you. So like when you react instead of responding to like a situation, that's when the egregore kicks in. Like they'll self-sabotage you. Like for example, like if you have more money than you think you should have, it'll make you spend, and then it'll drain your bank account, like because you don't feel like you deserve to have more money. Yeah. We'll get the definition as well from ChatGPT. Yeah, it's basically figuring. It's literally its own hive mind. So I'll have a conversation here. Can you describe to me what the egregores are? How do they take form in our reality?
Absolutely. Egregores are essentially collective consciousness or thought forms that emerge when a group of people share a common goal, belief, or energy. They can be thought of as kind of a psychic entity created by the collective energy and intentions of a group. Over time, they can gain a kind of independent existence and influence the behavior, thoughts, and emotions of that group. In reality, you can see egregores in things like organizations, religions, social movements, and even in fandoms. They can shape the culture and the collective mindset of the group, and sometimes they can even persist beyond the original people who created them. It's a fascinating concept that blends psychology, spirituality, and sociology.
And anything can be an egregore, correct? From like your beliefs of like you shouldn't have more money, or you're not good enough, and then it'll self-sabotage you when you're about to attempt to step out because you haven't gained access to outthinking it because it's your spiritual doppelganger.
Absolutely, that's a great way to put it. Egregores can definitely form around beliefs
Bro,
and patterns.
it came up this
including
morning
limiting
actually.
Beliefs like self-doubt, scarcity, or unworthiness. When a group or even an
I'll wait till
individual
she's finished.
consistently holds those beliefs, they can create a kind of energetic pattern that influences their reality, and these patterns can definitely lead to self-sabotage, keeping someone stuck in those cycles and preventing them from stepping into their full potential. It really highlights how powerful our collective thoughts and beliefs can be, both individually and collectively.
You know what when I say that, I had the thought this morning. The egregore is the hollow, like Ichigo, because it has all your memories, it has all of your thoughts, and it operates on the spiritual realm and can outthink you. It already outknows you before. If you don't know how to go in your inner world, it will always outplay you. You will never win against it unless you know how to outsmart it by not entertaining it. And the only way it gets entertained is if you react emotionally to something that is like a constant repetition, because that's how it gains energy and stays alive in the world. But it takes manifest and that's why everyone has their own egregore. Another way of saying this, it's like the Shinigami in Death Note. That's what that is. Think of it like the Shinigami in Death Note. Exactly. That's all you got, and that's how simple it is. Without obfuscating it, that's how simple it is. By not offering energy to it, because it's precious resources that it desires to take from you is your emotional state of being, and so I always do my best to like. Why am I thinking like that? That's you. I put it as it's some separate entity, and kind of like, okay, I see you. Like, I see what you're doing here. I see you're attempting to have me think this way. That's not happening. Like, you can come along with me. I'm not here to destroy you. I'm here to have you come with me. But if you want to continue to interfere, then your ass is mine. Basically, is what I tell it. But not to react. It's basically staying neutral. Because if anything in the world makes you happy, that thing that's making you happy will also bring you down. That's also another egregore. But if nothing can impress you, like the hottest girl or billions of dollars in your account, and that doesn't even impress you, like, pfft, you live as if the world doesn't impress you, essentially. Like, nothing can impress you. If you live like that, and that's what I'm attempting to build in my inner world, is like nothing impresses me. Like, I could have that girl. Pfft, she's not more. She puts on pants the same way I do. I mean, my wife is Lindsay Sterling, but you know, if I'm hypothetically saying like that other supermodel or whatever, I desire her, she ain't better than me, right? Or that fancy ass Lambo, even though I don't like Lambos, like Supras. That Supra over there, that's my car, right? That's not out of me, right? That doesn't impress me, right? Live as if it's not impressing you, right? When you live from that state, like nothing impresses you, you stay baseline neutral. The egregore is always watching. Your hollow, essentially, or the Shinigami is always watching. It literally is. It's wild. It's 2:19. Okay. I'm going to get rolling shortly in my play out. Yeah. There are philosophies that I think are worth looking into. One that I can think of can get particularly dangerous, Stoicism, which I know you're familiar with. Share. Bring it into my awareness so I remember it. The only way it can get dangerous is if we allow it to get dangerous. Because like, remember, what you say is what you expect is what you get is what you will normalize, and what you normalize will be crystallized as your reality. So like, you know, people can, you know, that's why like there's so nihilism, yeah, I knew it. Yeah, exactly. Everything is, you can take anything from anywhere and utilize it, because like reality is played backwards. We've been living life in the incorrect way, because like we think we have to be doing this and that, but it's actually the other way we should be doing. So like, for example, like I strive on the side of good for morality. I'm always going to do good in the world, but the universe doesn't care about your morality. It's neutral. It's an impersonal, blind intelligence that does not, which, speaking of which, I drew this on, well, I drew/wrote it on this Friday, so 2 days ago, and I choose to show it. This is the one I didn't show you yet. This was my latest one. Yeah. So this is what I wrote out. So this still has the synergy of Trinity. Oops. So it still has the you now, joy, God, has the universe, as above, so below, as within, so without. As the universe, so the soul, which no one talks about this one, that's the third line. And then the mirror can't smile back before you can. So that's the lag time, right, as what you were saying. until you smile, the mirror can't smile back. And then I wrote in paragraphs, there's a 6P loop. The universe that is you, I'll send this to you. The universe that is you is breathing out in the now. The frequency, your state of being that you are emitting by magnifying and maintaining it to prioritize efficiency on energetic equilibrium, also known as balance. It is a blind, impersonal intelligence. When you change your perspective and your perception inwards on your reality starts to reorganize itself to match your frequency, state of being, and mirrors it out into your physical world. Those are thunderbolts, by the way. Or lightning bolts. And then it's basically like that. It's a loop. Just like the 6P loop. So this is what came through on Friday. This is basically, this is all you require right here too. I'm gonna send it to you. I have a screenshot of it, so I will send it on Discord. Let's go and get it. Huh? Oh, there it is. Boom. Sent. It is. It's literally to train. Yeah, exactly. So I send these things out in the world, not for attention, but to see who's actually paying attention to this stuff. So, you know, some people, they post things to gain, like, attention on them, right? I don't care about that. All I care about is that you pay attention to this and then you use this to some degree in your life to make your life better. Because my intention is so that other people can live a more balanced and harmonious life so that they aren't suffering anymore. Because my ultimate thing is to end suffering. So I see who looks at it and I'm like, yeah, this person who's looking at it is either ready or not ready. And how do I know? It's an energetic feeling I can't explain with words. That I'm like, yeah, this person who saw it, I don't know if they're ready for that. But they looked at it, so it's like it's planting the seeds for them to eventually take flight. I sent it on Discord so that you have it. Yeah, go. Ask away, bro. This will help me to even make it more clarified. I look forward to the question. A year ago, if you were to even dare ask me this question, I'd be like, or even dare even suggest anything this, I'd be like, you know. Yeah, the suffering, I know it's going to be not 100% viable to end all suffering, because that's suffering is still necessary to make you go through your journey. That's a great question. Let me go deep with this. Like right off the bat, I'm already feeling like a certain way just because of the word. It's like helplessness. It's like, you remember how I was mentioning about being like I can't speak kind of thing? Like it feels like kind of that, where you can't do anything, like you're paralyzed. You're literally paralyzed. Like you've chained yourself up You've bounded yourself, right? You've bounded yourself up, and like you can't unbound yourself now because you've submitted to suffering, because suffering is a choice, not an obligation. It's not mandatory. It is necessary at times to go through it so that you're gonna like this one. You're gonna really like what I'm about to say here. And I saw another sister share this on her Facebook, so I'm like, I like that. I'm good. The healer has to get sick first to then come back with the antidote. The healer has to be the one who goes through and gets sick first to suffer, so that they come back with the medicine to help others. Essentially, your pain is your purpose. Yeah. So like whatever you've experienced, there are souls waiting. That's why I said you and me, we have to do this thing together. We have to collaborate. You can't do this alone, and I can't do this alone. We have to team up. And it's not just you and me, it's others. There are others. It just has to get into alignment, right? The philosophies, everything has to be in like harmonious, like sync. That's why I'm seeing who's in alignment. And you are in alignment with me. I'm just helping to kind of speed track you a bit with where I am. So like I just gave you all the answers to life. That's all you have to focus on. All those graphs I sent, that's all you have to worry about. You don't even have to think about anything else. That's it. Right? That's all you have to focus on, is just that. Just keep things simple, stay in joy, be in the now, be more yourself, and know that you are the one that's responsible. Whether you think God is outside of you or it's inside of you, just know that you are being guided always, always, always. Even if it doesn't feel like that, it's only because this creates bullshit all the time. And I know, because I catch minds all the time doing the bullshit. And it wants to, because it wants to stay alive, the egregore. Because it knows, and the funny thing is, it's funny, there's a paradox. When you're going through that feeling, that's the perfect time to know you are actually changing and evolving, and you're heading to your next level. Because it's being threatened every time you're about to step out. And that feeling of it being threatened knows that it's over, its time is up. It's not taking up any more mental real estate in your head. It's gone. Yeah. Yeah, let me see. Yes, to best help people, you may have to shadow them. Exactly. Yeah. And that's the thing. See, because you asked the question, right? For me, suffering is feeling like you're bounded and you're helpless. Like you can't do anything. Like and like someone's like constantly, it's basically like this, bro. Someone's like punching you in your face and your gut. Oh, perfect. This is perfect. We'll use Dragon Ball. You remember the time when Vegeta was beating the hell out of Goku? Majin Vegeta, he bounded him into the wall with the rings. Remember that? You remember that? And he started wailing on him, and Goku wasn't coming out, and he was getting just pummeled. You don't understand my humiliation, and he kept punching him, and like Goku was just like listening, and of course he then came out and he's like smashed him. Well, that moment right there. See, this is why I love anime. It can explain things that you can't experience in a real world situation sometimes. This is why I love anime, for this very reason. And I love incorporating that. When Goku was bounded, he was helpless. He was suffering. That's my definition of suffering. When someone has bounded you or you bounded yourself, Vegeta was just a physical representation of him being bounded for a moment, of what he was feeling in his inner world. And like, he couldn't do anything. He was stuck. He couldn't do anything. He's like, "What, clown? Are you feeling humiliated?" And he started like going at him. And then ultimately, so it's when Goku changed his mindset, and he had so this is what I see. He changed the mindset after Vegeta did whatever he did, and his inner conviction came out, and he rah and like huh and like huh and he smashed them. Yeah, they definitely create real rhetoric for me. I'm gonna start getting ready for this play out. We're gonna still chat though, but I'm just gonna get ready. But let me see what else you said. Suffering comes in many shades, intensities, and its affects different parts of the psyche. Ultimately, what we both could be seeing, the bounding effect, that's a stage for sure, yeah. Because remember what I said earlier, your experience with suffering will vastly differ from my experience of suffering. That's why not everybody can relate to what someone is saying. That's why in the world, not everybody is meant to align with you. No matter how good you are, no matter what you say, there's gonna be people who will always misunderstand you, always. And you could be doing the most noblest thing, you could be saying the most wonderful thing, you could be saying the most positive thing, but they will simply not resonate with you. They will not resonate with you at all, no matter what. Even if you're attempting to help the world and all that, not everybody's gonna be ready to hear what you say. And I've experienced that many times on the live stream where, you know, I was helping others and others just couldn't, it wasn't aligning with them. And because of that, it didn't click with them at all. And due to that, there was a lot of misunderstanding, and that's why so many people left the stream. If you didn't know, this is one thing I didn't share, a bunch of people left the stream. They're not here anymore. Because when I had so a couple things that has happened besides me remembering some things. I went through a little bit of a dark night of soul. And when I say a little, it was a lot. It was a month and a half long worth of a dark night of soul. I was suffering since we brought up the word. And because of that suffering, I pushed people away. Not purposefully. I didn't purposely do that. But I was going through like a mental attack. And that mental attack, I'm just changing my clothes at the moment. And that mental attack, they couldn't handle me where I was. I was acting like a jackass, yes, but they also didn't recognize that I required a little bit of guidance at the time because I was too locked in my third dimensional mind. Which I also created my own suffering. And because I created my own suffering, I ultimately, you know, I created a rift in the live stream. That's why not many are on right now. People still show up because the ones who were there for me during the summer, they really had my back. They're just off on like a vacation right now, or they're doing whatever they're doing. But yeah, there was a massive rift. That's why I said you missed a lot. I'm glad you were actually not there. I didn't want to end up losing you in any shape or form, and I cause a rift between you and I. We've had our own rifts in the past, but we always found a way to fix it. Because you and I, we've known each other long enough, and there's no way you and I are gonna like drift. We may not speak for months, if not years, but I definitely know we'll be back. It always happens. We're just linked that way. That's how that works. We're just linked. Yeah. So like with the others, it created a massive rift, and I was suffering. Like I was like tearing up, I was crying on the stream, I was doing all kinds of like, it was just wild, bro. Because I changed the name to Orion, they thought Orion was the problem. And they started blaming Orion, like it's not Orion, it's something else. It was one of the egregores. Right? It's one of them, it was one of them egregores, but I was getting too sucked into my mind. I'm gonna go get something. I was too sucked into my mind, and ultimately my mind was taken over. That's why I said your mind is the most powerful tool you have at your disposal when you know how to use it correctly. That's why, like, when you start tapping into multi-dimensional knowingness, you start to I'll tell you what this is in a moment. It's a walker. And no, it's not because I'm old, bro. I'm gonna show you quickly. It's because I can do stuff like this. I spent $30. Best exercise equipment, bro. You'll thank me later. I do abs with these things. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, so like, because I created that riff, a lot of people stopped showing up, and you know, this is the perfect season for sewing, because now I'm in the season of, you know, all those drawings. Guess what happened, bro? Those drawings came after the dark night of the soul, because you have to go through your darkness, cultivate the gifts to return to the light with it. It's the same thing I just said about the medicine. All of this I just shared, all that I just shared just now with you, all those imagery, where do you think it came from? After the dark night of the soul, because I had to suffer to then realize why I had to go through that suffering, looking back in hindsight, right? To realize, oh, now I know why. I was supposed to be in the now. The answer to all this is in the now. All the suffering that I went through, not even just then, but, you know, back then, right? Because back then doesn't exist anymore. Because if I think the thought, then it's happening now. That's what creates and perpetuates suffering over and over and over again, is because we keep thinking of the past. But everything is locked in the now. That's why the clock was formed. Because every time I'm about to get spiraling down, which it doesn't happen, is the clock stops me immediately. What do you think you're doing? Hello, clock. Look at the clock. Right. Thank you for reminding me about the clock, my mind. Thank you so much. And it stops me, and I stay in the now. That's why the clock exists, for that very reason. Yeah, repairing the damage is the heart of strength for me. That's good. Yeah, exactly. So again, whenever like suffering is happening, that's why I said sometimes it's necessary that you do have to suffer. So I can't eliminate it fully, because that would be actually detrimental. So you remember how you were saying taking some of those like nihilism stuff, taking stuff and actually utilizing it to your advantage? Well, suffering can be used to your advantage too. But while you're going through it, you're not thinking about that stuff, right? You're not actually entertaining it. You're like, I don't want to suffer. I don't want to feel this pain. I don't want to feel this shit. You know what I'm saying? But realizing, number one, everything is temporary. Nothing lasts forever. Number two, knowing that you've had highs and lows in life. Like, that's the normality of life. You actually move faster through life when you do this. And three, you know that every time you've suffered, you've come out even stronger, more resilient, more tougher in the process. So really, when you can get your mind, even though you're going through it, if you can get that mind of yours and you gain control over it, to like, yeah, I'm suffering right now. You know, I'm suffering. I'm feeling the shit. I gotta feel the shit. But you know what? I know this is gonna make me stronger. I damn well know this is gonna make me stronger. It's gonna make you stronger. It just comes down to how you're gonna how you're going to handle the mind. I'm going to go get a quick bottle of water. Food should be almost digest. Yeah, and so just all that stuff, right? Like all those things that I went through or been through, and look, this is not victim paradigm when I say that. All the things I've grown through, all the things you've grown through, it was necessary for your evolution where you are right now. Everything that where you are currently is based on everything that you've had to grow through so that it could up level you and have your transcendence. The people in your life, the experiences you've experienced, all of it is all necessary for your next phase. That's why you're still in this incarnation with myself, right? Like you're still in like resonance with me. Is Peaky with me? No. Is Razor with me? No. They're all on my Steam, but do I talk to them? No. Because they're not on the same frequency as you and I. They're on their own frequency. Right? Is Leo is Leo in my reality? No, but he's on my WhatsApp. But you know, I love all those dudes, but you know, they're on a different timeline. They're on a different frequency, right? When the time aligns, then they'll come. Oh, hey sister, welcome. I've known Brian since 2007. Exactly. And guess what? They don't just happen for you, bro. I have another paradigm. They happen as you. They happen with you, by you, and as you. Because you are the one that brought it. Even though it seems like others are separate, it's actually you created them so they can bring it into your life, so that you can up level. Because so I'll explain life quickly. When we all came to Earth, Olga, yourself, and me. I just spilled some water. Oh wow. We all collectively agreed that I'll see you in 2007, I'll see Olga in 2023, and we'll all connect, and we all have to play a part in each other's life. We've all created our own life amongst each other, so in each of our lives, we are not actually real. We're actually holographic projections. But in our physical third dimensional reality, we are real consciousness. Like in my reality, you two don't actually exist, but you do exist physically. But energetically, you and I are all one. And our brain, our mind, I should say, our brain is just a vehicle. Our mind has a very hard time conceptualizing that this is both real and not real at the same time. It doesn't like polar, opposite, or contradicting statements. It hates it. It has to be one or the other. It can't be both. It just does not like that. And because of that, we get hung up with this thing. This is why if you see multidimensionally, you stop with the third dimensional thinking and you entertain both as true. So yes, both of you are real. Physically, you have your meat suit. If I were to go and if I were to fist bump you, I would get that sensory perception that you're there. Same with Olga. I've hugged her, so I know that she's real, right? But when we tap beyond the third into the fifth, you, me, her, and everybody else is not real. The soul is, but the soul has split itself into 8 billion incarnations. That is one higher mind. It's like, think of it like a holographic mind, like a face that has sent out 8 billion different like beams of light from a fractal of itself. And then through that distortion of fractal, it then created this illusion of separation. But all of us have created our own game together. Yeah, definitely hydrate. Is the difference major? Let me see. It's the same. So like all of it's all one. It's just that we've come up with different terminologies, names for different things, but it's all one thing. So like that's why in religions people call it certain things and other people call it certain things, but it's the same thing, just different things, or different saying, but same essence essentially. So that hive mind, right? That's it's like a giant, just think of it as a giant face. A giant face sending a beam out of its mind of light, and that beam of light is now hitting a prism, you can say, and then that prism is hitting different refractions. You can think of the prism being Earth. We'll use the prism called Earth. The Earth is a prism. The light hits the Earth. It then sends 8 billion different fractals, or refractions of light onto the Earth, and then these lights then have their own little prism through their third dimensional mind that was given, that then creates even more of it. So that's what it's happening. So let me draw this out. It's easier. I'm gonna draw it out. I'll show you what it looks like. I'm just gonna draw circles. I'm not gonna get too artsy on this one. So let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna leave those words there. Race car, palindrome. I'll just leave that there for now. Don't worry about the race car thing. We were doing an experiment earlier. I'm gonna draw it out though. Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay, gotcha. My apologies on that. All right, so I'm gonna draw this thing out. So this is what I'm gonna draw a circle, and I'll just call it God for now, or Creator. It sends a beam. Then this thing is called Earth. So I'll just call this Earth. This is how I perceive this thing. Then just imagine these lines as 8 billion. So I'm gonna just draw a couple lines. So consciousness, I'll just write this line as where's consciousness. And then I'll just put refracted. So I'll just write 8 billion here, just so that we know. 8 billion souls are what these lines represent. This line is consciousness. And then each of these souls have their own little mind. So these circles, third dimensional, I'll just call it 3D mind. You'll know. That's the short form of that. And then the 3D mind then sends out a bunch of other signals. I'm just going to have to just quickly. Oh, this is perfect, actually. Perfect. And then this is separation. Separation. All right. This is as quick as I could draw it. Got to get rolling in about 8 minutes or so. All right. So we have God, so source, original. Then that line, God sending its mind or consciousness down to Earth, which Earth is then refracting the light or the original consciousness into 8 billion. So those lines represent 8 billion souls. I know it's not 8 billion because there's no way I'm drawing 8 billion lines on that. That's impossible. And then from there, it's that represents the mind, the 3D mind, those little circles. So basically us, and then those minds create refractions even more. So it's refraction after refraction. So like we think that this is us, this is God, and then this is others. Some don't even have the second line. Some have, those are what we call the atheists. The atheists only have 2 lines. That's basically what this is. So atheists think God doesn't exist. So really, it's 2 lines for them. Just them and you. Right? So they created separation, and that's why it is the way it is. So Earth is the prism, basically. I used Earth as the prism to refract the light into 8 billion souls, which is really technically 1. And then each of these individuals are us, refracted from the original, which then we refract ourselves into thinking we're separate from each other. Ta-da! Simple, indeed. That's the whole reason why I drew it quickly. So that's basically how everything is right now. That's why we're all one, but it looks like we're not one, but we're one. That just came through just a moment ago. That wasn't floating in my head for years. That just came through. Because when you tap into a different frequency, it allows you to see things differently. So that's basically first time I've ever seen that like that. So you all are seeing it the way I just saw it in my mind for the first time. I've never seen it like that before. Or I've never drawn it out like that before. Yeah. And that's just Earth. Remember, there are other planets. So take that idea of Earth and send it to other planets. Even planets you don't know, there are other life on other planets that are doing the same thing. They also forgot who they are too. Some species don't, some species do know that they're one. But some are also taking advantage of that idea, like that we're one, and kind of conquering other species because they don't know, and become the dominant over them because of power and struggle. But they also realize that when they die, because they can die, some can last forever though, but most choose the path of dying so that they can live, so they can be released from their life. Because over time, like, you know, imagine living forever. Just think about that. How would you be happy if you lived forever? I know people ask for the wish of immortality, but like, your soul is immortal, but your body is not. But imagine you stay in the same body for billions of years. How would you feel? There's going to be a lot of hurdles that comes with that. First of all, you're going to always, if you date somebody, they're going to die. And you're never aging. Like, even though they're dying, they're not dying, they're just leaving their body to go to another body. But like, you know, you don't get to experience them in their current body anymore. So like, you're always having to deal with death. And then you're gonna have to go refine them in their life, wherever they are. And then wait like years upon years and maybe recultivate that friendship. If they're a girl in this lifetime and they end up being a girl again in the next lifetime, then cool. But if not, then kind of SOL. So like that comes with a lot of caveats and a lot of downfall, unfortunately. There's a lot of positives. Like you can gain you'll be the richest person ever, literally, because you will outlive everybody, but at the cost of, well, what's the point? If you have everything, life is going to become a drag eventually because you'll have experienced everything. That's why there's nothing new under the sun except for the body that comes here. The soul is the same. The body is different, but there's nothing new under the sun because you have explored everything by that time, potentially. That's why we're given finite time on the earth. Because if we live for too long, like let's say we live for 1,000 years, would you enjoy that 1,000 years? I don't know. I don't think I would. Most people don't even enjoy the first 20 years of their life. Most people don't even enjoy their life. So imagine 1,000 years. If they don't master their mind, what will happen? 1,000 years of suffering. If they see it that way, of course, because if they didn't master their mind, they're going to see this as suffering, right? Yeah. Yeah, get on the level of David, and you will know how it feels exactly. There's no time, no color, no worry, no fear. It's nothing. It's all right now. Yeah. Anyways, so like my point to say, all that to say is, yeah, there's like, you can ask for immortality, but like, will you enjoy immortality? Because, that was one of, in Dragon Ball, they have that, there's a wish that you can grant from the dragon, and the dragon can grant any wish, and they can grant the wish of immortality. But being immortal, your soul is immortal, we know this, but our body is not. But imagine asking for an immortal physical body. What are you going to do with that? Now you can't die. Now you're basically stuck here. You can't ever leave because you're bounded to third dimensional space, time. Like you can't travel to different planets because it requires oxygen, or it doesn't, like other planets don't have oxygen, and you can't live there because you chose to live on Earth forever. Yeah, pretty much. That's why we do it. That's the whole reason why we do it. But the reason why we think we haven't done it is because we simply forgot. That's why I said it. The only difference between me and any of you is that the memories have kicked in for me. I'm no different from any of you. It's just the memories are starting to come forth more and more and more. That's why the universe kept saying, be ready. It kept telling me to be ready, be ready, be ready. Because it's not something easy to handle unless you have trained your mind enough to be able to handle it. That's why it was preparing me with life is a paradox, and seeing things as paradoxically, and knowing that the life is a paradox, you can handle things in a paradoxical way. That way it's easier to manage, because when you see life in a paradox, you have both sides. And if you only see life as one or the other, then it's going to be harder, and then you're going to get trapped in this like thing. And then you'll just create more chaos inside yourself. That's the reason why my dark night of soul had to happen during the summer, to bring all that forward into the now. For myself, and then for others. Yeah. Exactly. I'm going to add to the drawing quickly, because he's just said all that. So before all, even God, actually, I'll remove Actually, I'll leave that drawing as is. So waveform, no, wave potential. Wave potential turns into, so before all that, energy. How do you describe energy? Well, I'm just gonna have to draw a big ass circle because I can't draw energy. Wave potential turns into waveform particle. I'm gonna have to draw it like just some dots and then some lines. Waveform particles. That then turns into matter. How do we draw that? Like that? I think it's like this. No. Ooh, connection. Matter then is reality. I'll just put universe. Or 3D universe. And I'll just make a circle for that. Okay, I'm starting my play out in a few minutes. So we got energy, which is just energy, which then turns into wave potentials. Wave potential then turns into waveforms and particles when they're manipulated. And then that turns into matter, which is protons, neutrons, electrons, which is synergy of Trinity. If you haven't noticed, there's 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons in a atom. And then an atom turns into a molecule. A molecule over time will then turn into the physical form, which then creates the 3D universe. So yes, stars, atoms, and all that are all part of one and the same. It all starts with that word up there, unpotential energy. That's all this is. That's it. That's as simple as it's gonna get. That's why everything is one thing. I'm gonna take off my mic. I gotta use the bathroom quickly. But the mind, I'm gonna see you later, sister. But the mind does not like, it does not enjoy, let me rephrase this. It does not enjoy, listen to that word, enjoy, which has the word joy in it. It does not enjoy when there's two contradictory statements that goes against each other. Hence why dichotomy and paradox are necessary. Switching microphones, because the microphone's gonna die within the time I'm doing my play out. It does not enjoy, I'm gonna do my 55 leg raises. It does not enjoy any of that stuff at all. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is part of my warm-up. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, you also missed something, bro, if you're still there. Regarding physical, I don't just do my playouts. I do mobility training. I gain some level of flexibility during the summer as well. Your joints, bro, protect them at all costs. And I know that sounds like an old person thing, but trust me, do it now. Eight, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Whew. Yeah, so if you're still there, make sure you protect your joints at all costs. Because flexibility is the name of the game if you want to live a long and very healthy life. And that's why it's not just mental and spiritual, but also physical. That's the reason why during the summer, the universe was physically preparing me for this vessel to be prepared for physical stuff. Like, there are certain things that I can do now that I couldn't do before. Like, example, putting my head. I can put my head through my leg and be very flexible. Or when I'm sitting and grabbing my feet, or like touching the ground, keeping this straight. All kinds of stuff now. So like, I'm interconnecting all of the stuff that I shared with being practical in the physical. Because, you know, it's one thing to know all this stuff, but it's a whole other thing to implement this stuff. And so, the one thing I came to realize, I've shared this before, I think you were here, about like stretching and stuff. Actually, I don't know if I shared this with you. I think I may have. I think you were here, thinking of your joints with the gates, like Rock Lee and Mike Guy. If your joints are locked up, you can't allow energy to pass through fully. Because energy is not passing through you fully, you're not going to get the insights because you're feeling in pain. And because your mind's going to be too much focus on the pain, it's not going to allow energy to pass through your body properly enough for your mind to say, hey, I have an insight, right? You'll still get intuitive hits if you allow yourself to, be present in the now. But when you allow energy to pass through your body fully, you will allow the universe to work through you as a channel, as a clear pipe, a clear channel to receive those downloads, or I would say uploads, because it's coming from within you to make you aware. It's not coming from something outside of you. It's coming from within your consciousness, because everyone has all the answers within. It's just that it's not accessible to everyone yet. That's it. Okay. It's 3:12. We got to get rolling. We got to get rolling. I'm going to keep that drawing. That was good. Whew. Universe, thank you so much. I'm so grateful to see Mr. B here today. Love this dude so much. All right. I will require some time to finish this though. So whoever's... Oh, we're not doing jump rope. We already did that yesterday.
Hey guys, it's Tiff, and I have a huge favor to ask you. I never hop on here and ask anything, but today is Dan's birthday. He's turning 45, and we are so close to 1 million subs. We are so close. So do me a favor, if you haven't yet, hop on and hit the subscribe button so we can make this the best birthday yet. Hey guys, it's Tiff. And
I'm so glad that they hit that 1 million. They hit that 1 million subscribers. Super proud of him. I'm one of his like day ones. You know what? We'll do the 1 million one again. We did it last Sunday. We'll do it again. I liked it. There's no equipment, so you'll just be following along. We're gonna get straight to it, since I'll do all the other 55s after I'm done. So with that being said, y'all, let's get this show on the road. I'm gonna leave this on. I'm gonna do laundry afterwards, so all is good. Cool beans. So Mr. B, if you're there, bro, cool. If not, no big deal. We're gonna get some cardio in now, since today's cardio day. I also have to do mobility training, but that doesn't take too long. Today's lower body, so I'll be doing knees, hamstring, ankle, and hips. Well, hips is the interconnected between upper and lower, or upper and silly me. All right, Tiff. All right, Dan. Let's do this thing. I'll use their music. Okay. We're doing a warm up. We're doing jumping jacks. We're celebrating with them again. So the warm ups are 30 seconds each, no rest. We didn't do any 55 push-ups or squats, so we're gonna be doing that afterwards. So doing squats with your front kick. I'll raise the music up a little. We're doing ghost roping. Okay, we're doing push up the Superman. So we're doing toe touch into plank. So alternating your hands to your opposite foot. So right hand, left foot, left hand, right foot. Make sure you're sucking in your gut, pulling in your navel, contracting your core, bringing your belly button to your spine. There's gonna be abs in this one, but we're gonna still be doing abs afterwards. So we're just jogging in place. The warm-up is going to be done in a moment. So it should be 40 seconds of play, 20 seconds of rest for this one. Okay, let me lift up the selfie stick. There we go. Okay. So rear lunge to knee drives. So there's gonna be some jumping. There's gonna be a burpee or two in this one. So just letting you all know. It's gonna be more towards the end. So just giving you heads up since we did this one last week, Sunday. So you're doing a knee drive. So you're switching legs. This is similar to, for those of you who joined me for the jump rope yesterday. Very good. I still have that bump on my knee. Prisoner squats to cross crunch. You're gonna put your hands behind your head. You're gonna go down and bring your opposite knee to your opposite elbow. So you're gonna switch. Nice. Curtsy lunges. So curtsy lunges, you're gonna go down and do your best to keep your knees over your feet, your toes, and then come back down and do the other side. These are good for your knees. Very good. So we're doing sumo squats to calf raise. So you're gonna go into sumo and then you're gonna lift with your toes. You're gonna go back down and then lift with your toes. Let's go. So we're doing a lateral lunge. I have to lower down the music a little bit because don't desire to get hit with one of those unblockable like copyrights, because they tend to do that, but it's okay. Okay, we got abs to do. So we're doing bicycle crunch. So you're gonna bring your left elbow to your right knee and your right elbow to your left knee. Flutter kicks are next. I'm gonna pause for a moment. So I'm gonna reduce that and put on our track, our music. I'll play, you get a moment. We have flutter kicks next to do. Okay. Okay. It's actually 30 seconds. I thought it was 40 seconds. So make sure you put your hands under your butt and really suck in your gut. Pull in your navel, contract your core, bringing your belly button into your spine. It's all the same thing. Basically, just pull in while you're doing abs. So we're doing side plank to the right. So you're gonna be holding a plank to the side on your right here, and then you're basically bringing your hands, your elbows to your knees like this. We use a little bit of their music, but yeah, intuition was like, change the music. Okay. Same thing, other side now. Let's go. So we're on the left now. This is my right arm, then my right elbow, my left and my right knee. Really contract your obliques. So your obliques are these side ab muscles found closest to your rib cage. Squeeze those. Once I get the main play out done and the side quest, everything else can be done at their leisure. It's like mobility training can be done after I finish eating, or if I can get it done before, that'd be great. We're doing Russian twist, also known as the universal twist. Just because we're doing abs right now doesn't mean we're not doing abs. We still have abs to do after. Very good. Standard push-ups are next. So it's actually 15 seconds of rest, 30 seconds of play. I thought it was 40 and 20. No, it's 30 and 15. 30 seconds of play, 15 seconds of rest. Very good. Shoulder taps are next. I would keep my legs a little bit wider so that way you can keep your core engaged. Imagine a water ball is on your back when you're doing this so that you're not wobbling your back. So I'm gonna keep my legs wide and tapping the shoulders. I'm just imagining like I have a water bottle that I have to balance on my back. What an excellent day with Brian. Had an awesome chat with him. He's probably just chilling in the background right now. So glad he came. Always expansion, always great expansion with that dude. All right, we're doing lat pull down to push-ups. So you're gonna go down for a push-up, lat, and come back up. Very good. So we're kind of doing what we did in the warm-up, plank toe touches. So opposite hand touches opposite toe. Excuse me. So keep your legs wider here. And again, suck in your gut, pull in your navel, contract your core, bringing your belly button into your spine. So we're doing commando. So you're gonna be on your forearms and you're gonna come up on your forearms and onto your hands, and then you're gonna go back down. So it's gonna look like this. You can go down with the same arm and come back up, or switch, change it up, totally up to you. Do what feels called here. I'm switching arms, that goes up and then comes back down, and vice versa. Very good. All right, we are doing high knees. See? Sounds good, bro. Do your thing. Do your thing. I still have probably 40 minutes, but I can still chat too. Switch tasking. You said a water pump. Sounds good. Hope all is good with that. Pop squats. Very good. Ooh, ooh, feeling it. Ooh. Mountain climbers are next. So mountain climbers, you're bringing your knees towards your chest. So you're sucking in your gut again. So jumping jabs. So you're gonna be doing like this. So you jump, instead of jumping jacks, you're punching. Cool. Sprint in place is next. So you're not running in place, you're just sprinting. So you're just sprinting in place like this. Okay, we got some jumping to do. Squat jumps. So you're gonna go down for a squat and then jump back up. More hopping. We got lateral hop plus jump. Whoosh. So you're basically jumping one side, hop. Ooh, squat pulses are next. Your knees are gonna feel this one and your thighs. You'll be okay, knees and thighs. You'll be all right. So we're just pulsing. Oh my gosh. Next exercise, frog extension. So you're gonna be putting your feet together like a frog, and you're gonna go down and come up like this. Your knees are gonna feel it here too. You can challenge yourself by putting your hands on the ground and keeping it on the ground. You will feel it more. Oh. Switch lunges are next. So you're going to be doing reverse lunge. So you're going to be bouncing in the middle. So like this, one, bounce, like that. Wow. You get some reprieve now. You're gonna be doing crunch and hold. So push your hands behind your head, crunch, hold for like 1 or 2 seconds, and come back down. What's next? Sit up to cross crunch. So when you're coming up, you're gonna be touching your knees with your elbows. But when you're coming back down, make sure your lower back touches the ground first before your shoulder blades do. Otherwise, you'll miss the whole point of the move. So make sure your lower back's touching first. Yeah. Okay. Reverse crunch. So you can put your hands underneath your butt or keep it to the side. For this one, where are these coming from? These lack of oxygen. I'm not even tired. I just don't know where is that coming from. Weird. I have so much energy. So I'm like, where are these yawning coming from? You know that effect when someone else yawns and then you yawn? Like, it's... I wonder what they call that effect. I'm sure there's a name for that effect. Rediscovered 2 effects today. Well, more than 2. We have angiodromes and palindrome. Palindrome. What a name. Palindrome and angiodrome. I'm sure those are going to come in handy in some case uses for reality. I'm sure of it. I can sense it. Can I be your superhero? We're doing butterfly crunches. So you're bringing your elbows and your knees to meet in the middle. Superhero. So we're doing plank jacks next. I'm gonna face this way. So you're basically doing like a jumping jack while in a plank. So suck in your gut again, pull in your navel, contract your core, bring in your belly button into your spine. Push up to plank rows. So you're gonna be doing push up and then you're gonna do a plank row by bringing one arm up and going down, push up, and then it's like using the dumbbell without the dumbbell. Or it's like doing this with the dumbbell without having the dumbbell. Very good. Ooh, we got swimmers to do. I'm gonna face this way. Swimmers, fun. Suck in that gut. Even though it's against the ground, suck it in. Very good. Okay. Excuse me. Gas buildup. Tricep push-up or narrow push-ups. Put your hands together like this and go down. So your elbows are closer to your rib cage. So I'll just show it to you. Whatever that bump is on my knee, it better disappear. It's kind of annoying. It's not a big bump, it's an annoying bump. Cross mountain climbers are next. Burpees are coming up, y'all. Get ready. They're coming. They're coming. They're about to hit. They're about to hit. And you're gonna have 2 different burpees to do. So I remember last week we had to do 2 different burpees because we're almost to the end of this. Once the main quest is done and the side quest is done, everything else is all good. Okay, maybe just 1 burpee set. We have in and out squats to do. We have 3 exercises to do, and they're going to be both 30 seconds. Yeah. So in and out squats, no rest in between. Yeah, burpees at the end. Nope. So plank spider climbers. So you're gonna stay in a high plank, bring your knees to your corresponding elbow. So left knee, left elbow, right knee, right elbow. Okay, burpees, let's go. Give it your all here. Let's go. We did it. We did it. Give them a fist bump. Good job. We did it. Oh man. Okay. Hamstring pull right here. Switch. Good job, y'all. You did good. Still have abs to do, and then you all are done. I still have a couple of things to do. Still have mobility training and my 55s to do. That doesn't take long, but you know, still got to do them. I choose to do them. Not that I have to, but I choose to. You did good, y'all. You did good. Go ahead and grab your arm. You don't have to be doing what I'm doing with the whole whole back and forth thing I'm doing with my feet here. Arm circles. Dan gives that kiss. It's awesome. All right. We're gonna get abs done now. And then, yeah. Time is it? 3:50? Perfect. So this one's gonna be 50 seconds of play, 10 seconds of rest. Yep. Let's get straight to it. Get it done and out of our way. So we're doing leg switches first. So remember, ab exercises don't give you abs, you already have them. They're hiding under a layer of fat. Your abs come through nutrition, through training, like resistance training, cardio, through hydration, through proper rest, through proper stress management. It also comes through, you know, habits, environment, mentality, all kinds of stuff. So it's not a one-size-fits-all approach when it comes to the abs. You gotta find what works best for you. I've done them all. Certain things worked for me, certain things just... The one thing that is universal is mindset. Mindset, discipline, consistency. That's gonna be universal. So we're doing reverse crunch with leg opener. Now, we've been equating action with result, physical to physical, but it starts with mental. Why am I doing it? So I can stay in shape. I see myself healthy, and I take the cause and apply it as an effect. Into the physical world. That's why you must see yourself as healthy before you go ahead and do these things. If you're just doing these things and you don't see yourself healthy, then it kind of defeats the purpose, to be honest. So we're doing leg lowers next. So you can keep your legs straight when you're coming down and going up, or you can bend at the knees. Like this is the bent version. Right. Ugh. Scissor crossover is next. Put your hands underneath your butt for this. You can keep your knees bent like this and do it like this, or you can keep your legs straight. Totally up to you here. The harder one is obviously keeping your legs straight. Well, this is perfect because by 4 o'clock, I will be able to start mobility training, give myself a little bit of a pause, and activate mobility training and do my 55s I still have left to do, of squats, push-ups, and ab pull-downs to do. So I'm kind of doing it in reverse order. So you're gonna do cross crunch. You can put your hands behind your head, bring your opposite elbow to your opposite knee. Or a better way of saying that is just bring your knee to your opposite elbow and your opposite elbow, or sorry, your elbow to your opposite knee. And meeting in the middle. If you can go beyond your knees, cool. If not, touch them on the kneecap and elbow tip. Seeing everything as a game. This is all a game. Seeing life and reality as a video game. That's what this is. It's all a game. Increasing the stats every day of my character. Okay, we're doing this one again. I must have missed the other one. Oh well. We're doing this one again. Thought he was doing this one. Weird. He did do double crunch. That's weird. Double crunch and butterfly crunches are the same. Huh, weird. Single leg extension. So with this one, when you're bringing your leg down, I would lift your torso up. So I do it like this. So when your knees come back towards your face, you bring your torso down. So you get a little bit of extra core engagement here. Because if you just do this, then you're missing a little bit of the movement. You're gonna miss quite a few bits of the movement. So always looking to optimize all my movements. For me, everything's about optimization and efficiency. Optimization, efficiency, and balance. Oh, I should write that down. OBE, BOE, EOB, BOE, BEO, BO? I don't know. An acronym. OBE, optimization, efficiency, and balance. It could be OEE if I take away balance and put equilibrium, if I want to sound cool. It's okay, Mom. OEE? EOE? I don't know. EOE. If we can find another E word to change optimization. So we're doing plank knee tucks. And then we're doing spider crunches. And then we're done. Well, we'll do some ab stretches. Oh. Okay, spider crunches are next. Last exercise. You're gonna be on your forearms. You're gonna bring your knees to your elbow. So your right knee to your right elbow, and your left knee to your left elbow. And you're contracting your obliques, which is the side ab muscles. Down closer to your rib cage. You'll know where they are when you do this. Really squeeze that. Son of a... Yeah. Congratulations, y'all. We finished. We finished the thing. We did the thing. Oh, yeah. Whew. Let's go. Put this to low power. Oh man, crazy. Wild. I need you to hear and enjoy and feel. Oh man, crazy. I'll give myself a moment. Supras. Okay. We got them abs. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. We got that feeling around the there. We got that feeling. We got that feeling. You got that feeling. All right, give me a moment. Why does it have to rain? Why? Well, at least Saturday, next Saturday and Sunday, next Friday and Saturday will be really good weather. That's good. We still got it. Still got that warm weather. Okay. Not bad. I'm gonna get my push-ups in quickly. 55 push-ups, 20 wide, 20 standard, 15 narrow. Narrow, not narrow, but narrow. Okay. Uno, dos, tres. Or tres, dos, uno. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 2, 3, 4, and 5. 55 squats are done. Ooh, that was a nice neck crack there. Okay, 55 squats, 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Oh my God. Okay. Ab pull downs are next. Do that quickly. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we'll do the ab stretches. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We did it. Got that done. All right. All right. Putting this away. Okay. All right, mobility training now. Jesus. I wonder how wife's doing with her birthday. Oh yeah. Recognize that you are rare. You carry the power to design your life instead of defaulting to difficulty. But the mistake you make is expecting others to do the same. Most people will never transcend their programming. Don't project your capacities for transformation onto them, or disappointment is guaranteed. Bar. That's wild that we had that experience today.
take the wrong and you make it right. Like a firefly, you are glowing at night. So don't make it hard, don't let me go. I wanna hold you tight when you're cold. I'm waiting for your love, you just keep me hanging on.
Huh? Okay. Time to get rolling. We have quite a few videos to watch.
There is a two-word phrase that you constantly repeat, turning it into the most powerful curse or blessing of your life. I am. When Moses asked for God's name, the answer was, I am that I am. A revelation that your consciousness is the creative power in action. Godard decoded what the translations deliberately obscured. Every time you declare, I am anxious, or I am inadequate, you're using the same power that sustains galaxies to solve
You all will watch
limitation.
this while I
Abdullah, the Ethiopian mystic who trained Godard, demonstrated the reversal. He made Godard fall asleep in New York while sensorially experiencing being in Barbados. No outer action, just an imaginative occupation of the desired state. Within 3 weeks, the first
I'll do my mobility training
passage materialized through an unexpected
while I listen.
mechanism that created every painful repetitive pattern in your life can manifest any reality when operated consciously. You have been invoking situations and circumstances against yourself, but you should be invoking them in your favor.
There is a phrase that you repeat dozens of times per day, two seemingly harmless words that precede your most casual statements. You pronounce them without realizing that you're invoking the most feared and revered power of all sacred scriptures. And every time you use them, the entire universe reorganizes itself to make real what comes after them. These two words are, I am. Neville Goddard spent 3 decades decoding ancient manuscripts in Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek. What he discovered was systematically hidden by religious institutions for 2,000 years, not through ignorance, by design. Because when you understand what it really means when you say I am, the entire religious power structure collapses. There is no more need for intermediaries between you and the divine. There are no more supplications directed to the heavens. There are no more external saviors. The clue was always visible, hidden in plain sight in the most important passage of the Old Testament. When Moses encountered the burning bush on Mount Horeb and asked for the name of the one who spoke, the answer echoed through the centuries, I am that I am. And then the instruction, you shall say to the children of Israel, I am has sent me to you. But notice the subtle manipulation that happened. Later translations transformed this present and living I am into he is, distant, separate, unreachable. Temples were erected to worship this he out there. Priestly hierarchies established themselves as mediators between you and this he on high. And humanity forgot that the I am is not a being observing from afar. It is the very consciousness through which you are processing these words right now. Goddard was not alone in this discovery. The Dead Sea Scrolls, suppressed for decades after their discovery, contained Gnostic texts that affirmed the same truth. Sufi mystics risked execution for declaring, I am the absolute truth. Meister Eckhart was nearly burned by the Inquisition for teaching that the I with which we see God is the same I with which God sees us. All pointed to the same dangerous secret. The consciousness that allows you to know that you exist is not an attribute that you possess. It is literally what you are. And here begins the real terror, or liberation, depending on your perspective. If the I am that you experience is the operating power of God, then every statement you make after those two words carries creative force. I am inadequate is not just a negative thought. It is a divine decree being implemented by the power that sustains galaxies. I am sick is not an observation. It is an instruction being executed by the intelligence that coordinates trillions of cellular processes in your body at this instant. The ancients knew this. That's why the name of God was unpronounceable in the Temple of Jerusalem. Not out of abstract reverence, but out of knowledge of the catastrophic power of incorrectly using the name I am. They understood that to pronounce I am, followed by any qualification, was to invoke the primordial creative power to manifest exactly that condition. You have been doing this your entire life without knowing it. That chronic anxiety that you developed, you created it through thousands of declarations of, I am anxious. Those recurring financial problems, you perpetuate them every time you affirm, I am broke. That persistent loneliness, you materialize it with every I am alone. Not as punishment, not as karma, as law, as impersonal and reliable as gravity. Goddard discovered this in the most brutal way. The son of a poor family in Barbados, he unconsciously used the power of I am to create limitation after limitation. It was only when he met an Ethiopian mentor who knew the Kabbalistic secrets that he understood. All human suffering results from the ignorant use of God's name, and all liberation comes from learning to use it consciously. The evidence is everywhere once you know where to look. Why do positive affirmations sometimes work and sometimes not? Why do some people manifest with ease while others struggle? The answer is not in the technique. It is in the degree of identification with the assumed state. When you truly feel and know I am followed by the desired condition, when it becomes your assumed identity and not just repeated words, the universe has no choice but to conform. There is a silent instant every morning that reveals who you really are. It happens in the interval between deep sleep and complete awakening. In that fraction of a second, before you remember your name, your age, your problems, and your bills, you simply are. You are pure consciousness experiencing existence. Goddard insisted that this moment is the most direct access to your divine nature, before the ego built by habits and memories reassumes control. Modern science describes this instant as the natural passage between sleeping and waking, that brief band where we haven't yet resumed our roles, stories, and worries. Long before we had names for it, mystics already recognized it as a portal. In it, universal consciousness has not yet been filtered through human personality. It is when the I am exists without qualifications. And it is exactly this naked and simple I am that the scriptures point to as God. The conversation between Moses and the burning bush doesn't need to be read as a historical episode in Sinai, but as an internal map of awakening. Moses represents the mind that questions its own origin. The bush that burns without being consumed symbolizes consciousness that observes without being affected. When this mind asks, "What is your name?" the answer doesn't come from outside, but from within. I am that I am. It's not the description of a fixed, distant, and separate being, but the revelation of a continuous state of existing, being in act. God is not something outside of you. It is the very existing happening now through you. Over time, many institutions erected a narrative of separation. They said that you were born in sin, are stained, corrupted, unworthy, that you need external salvation, mediators, purification rituals. This reading inverts the direction of the teaching. You didn't fall from divine grace. You are divine grace experiencing temporary limitation. There is no real abyss between you and God. There is the game of consciousness pretending to be separate so it can discover the joy of reunion.
Welcome back, people. I'm just doing my mobility training while listening to this.
Dogma taught the same thing. The Upanishads affirm that absolute consciousness and individual consciousness are one reality seen from different angles. Zen points to the original face before your parents were born, that is, your identity beyond form. The Kabbalah describes each soul as a spark of the infinite flame, not separate from it, but an expression of it. Notice, however, how you use this power dozens of times a day. I am tired. The principle that moves the stars in orbit wears the form of fatigue. I am confused. The intelligence that coordinates entire ecosystems assumes the costume of doubt. I am a victim. The author of all experience plays the role of the powerless. Each time you employ the most sacred name, I am, to mold limitation. For Goddard, the plagues of Egypt, the miracles of Christ, the prophetic visions, none of this needed to have happened as a historical account. They are psychological descriptions of what occurs when the I am consciousness operates in different states. When Moses transforms water into blood, we see consciousness energizing common experience, water into vitality blood. When Jesus walks on water, we see the mind mastering emotional storms, sea. When Elijah ascends in a chariot of fire, we see consciousness rising above material limitations. The problem was never a lack of power. The same power that ignited the universe is activated every time you pronounce I am. What exists is conditioning. Since childhood, we were trained to add limits to these sacred words. Parents, teachers, society, all, without realizing it, taught us to reduce the unlimited to narrow labels and self-declarations that deny our nature. Think about the last time something went wrong. What was the immediate reflex? I am so stupid. I am unlucky. I am always the last to be chosen. Each phrase was not mere complaint. It was an instruction launched into the field of experience. And reality, which doesn't judge or argue, only mirrors, reorganizing circumstances to confirm the definition that you yourself decreed. The evidence is in your own observation. People you know who seem to magnetize results. Notice how they speak about themselves and which qualities they connect to I am. People stuck in cycles of failure. Listen to their repeated declarations. The difference is rarely luck, karma, or divine favoritism. The difference, almost always, is the use of the name. Some apply it to expand, others to contract, both exercising the same power, often without realizing it. None of this requires tense effort, forced affirmations, or denial of reality. It requires attention. In the instant you awaken, in that silent interval where you haven't yet resumed your stories, recognize I am. Remain a moment in that being without adjectives. Then, consciously choose the qualifiers that serve the life you wish to embody. I am clear. I am capable. I am loved. I am creative. I am free. Throughout the day, when you notice a narrow label arising, interrupt it gently and redirect the name to a quality that reflects your true nature. This is how ancient symbols gain body in daily life. The common water of habit becomes living blood of purpose. The agitated sea of emotions is crossed with firmness. The chariot of fire of inspiration elevates your perspective. You are not trying to reach God. You are allowing the very existing, the I am, to express itself with less interference. And little by little, external life begins to accompany the internal definition that you sustain with constancy. In the end, everything returns to that morning gap. Before the name, the age, the debts, and the schedule, there exists a simple being. If you learn to recognize this starting point and to qualify the I am with consciousness, you will see the world respond with the same precision with which it has always responded, only now in favor of expansion. Not because someone out there granted permission, but because the source of experience was always there, where you are, silently saying, I am. The most transformative revelation of Goddard emerged after decades of decoding sacred texts in their original languages. He discovered that Christ, far from being just a historical figure, represents something much deeper and more immediate, the imaginative power operating in every human being. This was not a new theory. Mystics through the centuries reached the same conclusion.
This is funny because I talked about the I am this morning and how the I am is beyond the, we're actually beyond the I am, but we have to use the word I am
The Anointed One, or the
just so that we have something to tangibly explain.
manuscripts. It doesn't appear as a proper name, but as a state of consciousness. Paul of Tarsus was explicit in his epistles. Christ in you, the hope of glory. Not Christ distant in the heavens. Not Christ intermediating from the exterior. Christ in you, present, active, operating through the faculty we call imagination. Origen of Alexandria, one of the most respected theologians of early Christianity, taught that the scriptures must be understood on 3 simultaneous levels. The literal offers historical narrative for those who need a concrete structure. The moral provides ethical guidance for daily conduct. But the spiritual level, which he considered the true one, reveals that all biblical events describe internal psychological processes. Each miracle is a demonstration of what happens when consciousness operates in certain states. Consider the transformation of water into wine at Cana through this interpretive lens. Goddard proposed that water represents the ordinary state of consciousness, without distinctive flavor, common, everyday. Wine symbolizes the elevated state of consciousness, rich, intoxicating, transformative. When Mary says, "They have no wine," it represents the internal recognition that something essential is missing. Jesus' initial response, "My hour has not yet come," reflects the imagination's resistance when physical time seems inadequate. But through persistence and action, based on the assumption that the transformation has already occurred, the miracle manifests. This interpretation gains credibility when we examine Goddard's own experience. He reported in several documented lectures his learning with Abdullah, an Ethiopian rabbi versed in Jewish mysticism. When Goddard wished to travel to Barbados but had no resources, Abdullah instructed him with disconcerting firmness, "You are already in Barbados."
Barbados.
Faced with Goddard's protests
Barbados.
about physical reality, Abdullah explained the principle: to live imaginatively from the point of view of the realized desire, not toward it. The technique was specific. Each night, when lying down in his New York apartment, Goddard should fall asleep sensorially experiencing being in Barbados, not visualizing a future trip, but imaginatively inhabiting the destination. Feeling the familiar texture of Barbadian sheets, hearing the specific nighttime sounds of the island, breathing the tropical air laden with salt. After 3 weeks of this practice, without any exterior effort, an unexpected letter arrived offering a completely paid passage. This is not an isolated incident, but a demonstration of a principle that Goddard argued was universal. The same dynamic that makes obsessive worry materialize, exactly what is feared, operates when directed consciously. The difference is only in the consciousness and direction of the process. How many times have we mentally rehearsed confrontations until they occur as imagined? How many times has our anticipatory anxiety created the conditions we feared? The multiplication of loaves and fishes, according to Goddard's decoding, illustrates another aspect of this law. The 5 loaves would represent the 5 senses under imaginative command. The 2 fish would symbolize the transcendence of perceptual duality. The 5,000 fed would demonstrate how imagination, when it assumes complete control of sensory experience, can expand apparently limited resources. The 12 baskets of leftovers would indicate the abundance that remains after the demonstration of imaginative mastery. The episode of Lazarus offers perhaps the most powerful instruction. dead for 4 days, enough time for irreversible decomposition to begin, Lazarus represents any situation that seems absolutely irrecoverable. Jesus weeps before the tomb, and Goddard interpreted this weeping as the lament of human imagination when it temporarily accepts limitation as definitive. But then comes the demonstration of authority. Lazarus, come forth. Not as a hopeful plea, but as an imaginative command that admits no other possibility. What Goddard proposed was not the abandonment of reason or the denial of physical reality. It was the recognition that imagination, when operated with sustained sensory conviction, possesses causal primacy over external circumstances. Quantum physicists have discovered that observation collapses probability into actuality. Goddard argued that the most powerful observation is the imaginative one. When maintained with persistence, it directs the probabilistic collapse. The resurrection, in this interpretive framework, is not a unique historical event or future promise. It is what occurs whenever imagination refuses to accept the evidence of the senses as a final verdict. When diagnoses seem definitive, when situations seem irreversible, when everyone agrees on the impossibility, in these moments, Goddard argued, the inner Christ can decree a new reality. Not through vague hope or superficial positive thinking, but through total and sustained imaginative occupation of the state where limitation has been transcended. The prayer that Goddard rediscovered has no relation whatsoever to the repetitive supplications taught in religious institutions. For centuries, millions have knelt murmuring requests to a God who apparently ignored them most of the time. They prayed rosaries, repeated mantras, fasted, and made promises, hoping to attract divine attention through sacrifice or insistence. But the original texts, when read without the doctrinal veil, reveal a completely different method, one that works with mathematical consistency because it operates through law, not through arbitrary favor. When Jesus said, "When you pray, enter your room and close the door," he wasn't prescribing physical isolation. The room is your consciousness. The closed door is the withdrawal of attention from the sensory world. And the Father who sees in secret is the I Am operating below the threshold of conscious perception. True prayer happens in this liminal state between waking and sleeping, when the inner critic silences and imagination assumes total control. Goddard discovered this through methodical experimentation, not through blind faith. The state he identified as ideal for subconscious impression corresponds to what neuroscientists today call the hypnagogic state, those moments before falling asleep when brainwaves slow from beta to alpha and then to theta. In this state, the barrier between conscious and subconscious dissolves. The analytical mind that insists this is impossible is offline. Imagination can operate without resistance. The specific process that Goddard taught contradicts all conventional advice about manifestation. There is no gratitude list, there is no vision board, there is no repetition of affirmations. Instead, there is meticulous construction of a simple scene that would imply that the desire has already been realized. Note the crucial distinction. Not a scene of the desire being realized, but one that could only exist after realization. If someone seeks professional promotion, they don't visualize receiving the news or signing the contract. They construct a later scene. Perhaps a friend shaking their hand saying, "I always knew you'd get that position." If seeking a relationship, they don't imagine meeting someone or the first date. They experience an everyday scene that would imply an established relationship, perhaps seeing 2 toothbrushes in the bathroom in the morning. The construction of the scene requires surgical precision. It must be short, no more than a few seconds. It must involve action, not passive observation. It must include specific sensory elements that make it unmistakably real. The handshake is not generic. It has specific temperature, pressure, and texture. The words of congratulation are not vague. They have the particular tone, timbre, and cadence of the imagined person speaking. Every
Keep the
sensory
scene
detail anchors
short and sweet.
in reality, even though this reality is still purely imaginative. But here arises the element that separates those who manifest from those who merely daydream, the ability to completely let go after the impression. Letting go doesn't mean forgetting or not caring. It means trusting that the moment the scene was experienced with sensory reality in the appropriate state, something irreversible happened behind the scenes of consciousness. Seeds were planted in dimensions that the senses cannot access. Patterns were established in what physicists call the quantum field of probability. Goddard was emphatic about what happens after a successful impression. Forces begin to move in ways that seem impossible to predict. People you've never met are compelled to take actions that facilitate your desire. Seemingly unrelated circumstances converge. Fortuitous accidents occur. But none of this is an accident. It is the logical unfolding of the seed planted in imagination, finding its way to express itself in the physical world. The fatal mistake that most make is trying to figure out the how. How will the money come? Through which person? By what sequence of events? But questioning the how is admitting that the imaginative impression was incomplete. If you truly experience the reality of the fulfilled desire, you wouldn't be questioning the process. You would be resting in the certainty of consummation. It's like planting a seed and then digging it up daily to check if it's growing. The very checking destroys the process that was occurring naturally. Abdullah demonstrated this with instructive brutality. When Goddard returned anxiously after his first attempts, asking when Barbados would happen, Abdullah replied, "You are already in Barbados. There is no when." When Goddard pointed to the
Barbados.
physical reality,
I'm just LOLing when she says that.
if you are not in Barbados, you haven't done the work.
Barbados.
If you are, there's nothing to discuss. This apparent rigidity hid profound wisdom. The moment you question whether it worked is the moment you abandon the state. It's like being in Sao Paulo and asking when you'll arrive in Sao Paulo. The very question reveals that, psychologically, you've left the destination and returned to the starting point. And in that return, you cancel the instruction given to the creative power. The evidence that this method works is not in inspiring testimonials or exceptional cases. It is in your own experience with its perverse inverse. Every time you lay down replaying a feared confrontation, rehearsing every word, feeling the adrenaline, experiencing the humiliation in advance, and then watching horrified as the situation unfolded exactly as rehearsed. You know the power of pre-sleep imagination. You've just been using it to create what you fear instead of what you desire. The question that few have the courage to face is this. If you really are the I Am operating through human form, why would you choose to experience limitation, suffering, and confusion? Goddard offered an answer that challenges both existential pessimism and superficial spiritual optimism. You didn't fall into this world, you deliberately dove in, and there was a reason that only makes sense when understood from the point of view of infinite consciousness. Imagine for a moment being omnipotent, not as a power fantasy, but as operational reality. You can create anything instantly. There is no resistance, obstacle, or challenge. Now realize the problem. Without resistance, there can be no overcoming. Without darkness, light has no meaning. Without limitation, power is just untested potential. Infinite consciousness, paradoxically, cannot fully know itself without experiencing its opposite. Goddard discovered in Hermetic and Kabbalistic texts the same narrative. Divine consciousness deliberately fragments itself, forgets itself, limits itself to add to the totality of experiences that can only be obtained through the journey of return. It's not a fall, it's a courageous dive. It's not exile, it's necessary exploration. Each human soul is God playing the cosmic game of forgetting in order to experience remembering. The scriptures encoded this in the declaration. You are classified in heaven as you are on earth, for this is only a copy. The physical world is not a fundamental reality. It is a three-dimensional projection of multi-dimensional consciousness patterns. Each achievement here reflects a change of internal state. Each failure reveals where consciousness still operates in limitation. The external world is literally the progress report of your awakening journey. But complete awakening doesn't require physical death. Goddard was emphatic about this, contradicting centuries of religious doctrine that promises reward only in the afterlife. Awakening happens when, still in the body, you fully recognize your divine nature and begin to operate consciously as I am. At that moment, the game changes completely. You continue playing, but now you know the rules. You continue experiencing, but now as a conscious creator, not an unconscious victim. And here arises the crushing weight of responsibility. If your I am consciousness is the only operating power in your experience, then every circumstance in your life, without exception, is your creation. That tyrannical boss is not a test sent by an external God. It is the manifestation of the concept you hold about authority. That partner who betrayed you is not karma from past lives. It is the materialized expression of your beliefs about trust and intimacy. That persistent illness is not genetic bad luck. It is your body conforming to deeply held concepts about yourself. This is not superficial blaming or toxic positive thinking. It is recognition of the operational mechanics of consciousness. Every person in your life is playing the role you assigned to them in your imagination.
I said that.
Change the imaginative role, change the person. Not because you control them like a puppet, but because you change the state of consciousness from which your experience of them emerges. Goddard reported an experiment he conducted to test this. There was a particularly difficult co-worker who made his days miserable. Instead of confronting or avoiding him, Goddard spent a week, each night before sleep, imaginatively revising every interaction of the day. But in the revision, the colleague was kind, helpful, and even friendly. Hostile conversations were rewritten as cordial. Confrontations were transformed into cooperation. After a week of this practice, without any conversation or exterior change, the colleague began to act exactly as Goddard had imagined. Not approximately, exactly. The same principle operates on a larger scale. Those repetitive patterns in your life, the specific type of betrayal you encounter in different relationships, the same financial problem that arises regardless of job, the same family dynamic recreated with different people. All are you encountering your own crystallized concept projected through different actors. The faces change, the names change, the circumstances change, but the pattern remains because the state of consciousness that creates it remains. The golden rule gains completely new meaning in this context. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you is not moral advice to gain heavenly reward. It is a technical instruction about how consciousness operates. When you hold negative concepts about others, you're not harming them. You're programming your own future experience. When you envy others' success, you're instructing your consciousness to experience lack. When you genuinely celebrate another's prosperity, you're affirming that prosperity exists in your world of experience. Goddard frequently mentioned Ezekiel's text about the elders of Israel drawing abominable images on the walls of dark caves, thinking God didn't see. But God sees through their own eyes. This is not a metaphor about divine omniscience watching from heaven. It is a literal description of how you, as incarnated I am, are constantly creating through your imagination, especially the fantasies you think are private. That mental conversation you have in the shower, verbally destroying someone who irritated you. You're programming future confrontation. That elaborate revenge fantasy you cultivate before sleep. You're planting seeds that will germinate as conflict. That obsessive worry about financial failure that you mentally replay. You're writing the script that reality will follow. There is no private thought because there is no separation between the thinker and the creator. The modern world offers disturbing evidence of this on a collective scale. Billions are watching the same fear narratives in the media. Billions are imagining the same disasters, conflicts, and collapses, and then expressing surprise when exactly these scenarios materialize. Goddard argued that there is no prophecy. There is only collective imagination creating what was intensely visualized. Wars don't happen because they were predicted. They were predicted because they were imagined with such collective intensity that their manifestation became inevitable. But the inverse is also true. Every time you firmly hold the vision of someone in their best potential, even when they show their worst, you're offering them an alternative state to occupy. Not through manipulation or control, but through offering a higher concept in the shared field of consciousness. This is why some presences are naturally healing, not through special power, but through refusal to accept limitation as definitive in others. The choice before you is not whether you will create. You are creating constantly at every moment with every sustained assumption. The choice is whether you will continue creating unconsciously, a victim of your own habitual thought patterns, or whether you will assume total responsibility as the I am that you have always been, only temporarily forgotten. The ultimate test is not understanding these revelations. It's what happens tomorrow at 7 in the morning when the alarm clock rings. At that moment, will you return to the same mental patterns that sculpted your current reality? Or will you begin the discipline of operating consciously as the I am that you have always been? Goddard warned that knowledge without application is not just useless, it's dangerous, because now you no longer have the excuse of ignorance. Religious institutions survived for millennia, keeping this knowledge veiled because they knew a humanity conscious of its divine power cannot be controlled through fear of hell or promise of paradise. Mystics were executed for revealing these truths, texts were burned, sects were persecuted, and teachings were distorted. And now, through Goddard, the veil has been completely removed. The I am consciousness that processes these words is the operating power of God. Your imagination is the Christ of the Gospels. Every circumstance in your life is the materialization of states you have assumed and held. The temptation will be to file this knowledge along with other interesting spiritual concepts that you collect but never apply. Or even more tragic, to use this revelation for intellectual sophistication while continuing to declare the same limitations using the sacred name. I am realistic, code for commitment to limitation. I am skeptical, using divine power to doubt divine power itself. I am only human. The supreme blasphemy disguised as humility. Goddard didn't demand faith. He demanded experimentation. Choose something verifiable, he instructed, not total transformation or instant enlightenment. Something specific, personal, measurable. Construct the scene implying realization, precise sensory detail. Enter the borderline state between waking and sleeping. Experience it until the scene eclipses the physical room. Then let go completely. Live from the psychological state of possession, not seeking, and document what happens. The subsequent events will defy all conventional logic of cause and effect. People you've never met will make decisions that facilitate your desire. Mathematically, improbable circumstances will converge. Necessary information will appear through routes impossible to predict. When this occurs, and it will occur if you maintain the state, you will face the ultimate psychological crossroads, recognize your imaginative authorship, or invent explanations that preserve the illusion of not being the creator. Most will choose the illusion. Being a victim of circumstances offers perverse comfort. You can blame others, the system, genetics, destiny. As a creator, every failure confesses that you imagined failure more vividly than success. Every recurring problem exposes unexamined mental states. Every difficult person reveals crystallized concepts that you project. Total responsibility is a weight that few can bear to carry. For those who accept this weight, the compensations transcend any external reward. Not prizes or recognition, but the unshakable freedom of knowing. No circumstance is a final sentence. No limitation is an absolute law. No external power governs your experience except through your imaginative acceptance. The practical protocol disturbs with its simplicity. Monitor your I am declarations for 24 hours. Just observe, without judgment. How many times do you invoke the divine name to decree inadequacy? Then begin the discipline. Not artificial affirmations that provoke mental resistance. Simply pause before completing I am with limitation. Reformulate. I am terrible with technology becomes I'm developing new skills. Subtle change, but you've ceased using creative force against yourself. In the pre-sleep state, exercise the power of revision. The conversation that failed, reimagine it with success. The moment of humiliation, rewrite it as triumph. This is not denial. It's planting seeds for future harvest. The imaginatively revised past becomes a template for the coming manifestation. When the rational mind screams that this is fantasy, and it will scream, it was programmed to defend limitation, remember every time you created exactly what you feared through obsessive worry. You know intimately the power of imagination. The only change is conscious direction replacing automatic drift. Goddard identified only 2 modes of failure in this method. First, abandonment. You give up the assumed state, returning to the familiar. Second, termination. You simultaneously maintain visions of success and failure, creating mutual cancellation, but persisting in the desired state, living from it instead of toward it, maintaining it despite contradictory sensory evidence, failure becomes impossible. Not unlikely, impossible. You operate the same law that keeps galaxies in rotation. The universe awaits your next I am instruction. But here's the final challenge. Consciously accessing this state of creative power requires discipline that the modern agitated mind resists. The constant mental noise, the thousands of contradictory inner voices, the programming of decades. All this creates static that blocks your connection with pure I am. Goddard emphasized that the meditative state is not spiritual luxury. It's a technical necessity for operating as a conscious creator. It's in this mental silence that you touch divine consciousness without interference from the constructed ego. It's in this quietude that imaginative instructions imprint on the fabric of reality without distortion. All change begins with understanding your role as co-creator, and the only way to connect with this divine intelligence is through meditation. We have developed a set of audio tools to help you access this higher state of consciousness.
You don't need all that.
To
You can
learn
do that
more
yourself.
and get immediate access, click the link on the screen or in the comments. If this video resonated with you, write in the comments. It made sense to me.
There was a bar. So there was a bar that the AI, she said, you use divine intelligence or divine power to use skepticism towards divine power. Literally. Whoever is here, that was a friggin' bar. You use divine power of skepticism to be skeptical of divine power. That was really a bar. That's why there's the assume it, feel it, know it state. And yes, I am shirtless. I went and put my laundry to wash. So I am shirtless. Yeah. I'll watch Neryl's video later on. That one was enough. I don't require to watch videos. The thing is, also, you know, when these are like refreshers for me, but like the answers are already there. We already have them all. We've been manifesting, creating, revealing since the day we were born. And the reason why we make this so hard is because it's a collective hive mind. Because like we've been so programmed to see it to believe it and not believe it to see it, because that's a collective hive mind in the sky. When I say sky, you know what I mean. I mean it to say like it's not a sky, it's not in the sky, but it's hovering around, and it's waiting to latch onto anyone who is in fear and like, yep, there goes another soul right there. I'm gonna give that person a kick in the butt with this one called I don't have enough. And it said holding and maintaining the state, no matter if it's contradictory to your sensory perception. So like, even if your eyes and your mind is seeing like whatever it is, your eyes and your body is seeing and experiencing like whatever it is, it's actually the opposite. Because they were talking about Barbados, as they were saying. Yep. So, essentially, good video. The answer really is that you have everything in the now. To simplify everything that was just said in the video, to summarize it, you have everything in the now and assume that state of feeling. Keep the scene short, sweet, and concise. Use sensory perception and create that feeling within. Because all of it is yours now. And that's it. Now the question is, who is here? Is it Mr. Brian or is it someone else? Because it's hard to tell, because there was another soul, but they disappeared. And that's okay. So like, for me, I like what she said. You know, you can continue to, you know, have intellectually like knowing of this stuff, but still not putting into practice, because then at that point you're straight up ignorant of not doing it, and you can't be, and nothing can be blamed. Today was a prime example of a lot of random stuff, like, you know, today, and it really started, I mean, it's been happening the entire time. It's just, you know, it started on Thursday with Olga, with the video. Like, I'm watching the video, and she sends a text talking about the video. Hey, you should watch this video. Okay. I had to laugh. I mean, I didn't finish watching the movie, but then I watched the movie because I was already starting, and I just fell asleep and went. And then I know I said something yesterday, and forget what. When I say forget, I mean it's slipping my current memory banks at the present moment of what I was said, and there was a synchronicity with it. But today there was 2 synchronicities. Actually, there was 3. First, it would start with the I am, and then it came with this video. So technically, this is the last one. So the first one was with Ray, again with his son. His daughter was typing on the screen, and she's like, "Can you guess my brother's name?" I'm like, I think it starts with a J. I don't know if it's J though, but I feel like it's a J, and I had Jacob in my head, but I didn't say it. I'm like, Leah, tell me what's his name. I forgot, and then they said Riley. I'm like, Riley, yes, it's like Ridley. I was thinking of the Metroid boss, Ridley, but Riley. And then I'm like, I thought it was starting with a J, like Jacob, and then he typed out his name. I'm like, Riley Jacob Rodriguez. I'm like, what the fuck? And then we had that moment. He's like, there's no way. And he never had told me Riley's middle name ever. He had never seen it before. When he was chatting more in the time, there was never any of that. I'm like, where did Jacob come from? Because in the video it said where your senses can't reach the other realms, because when you're planting seeds, your senses can't reach those realms. But because we've associated our senses as real and this other thing as not real, that's impossible. That's why it's multi-dimensional knowingness and not third-dimensional thinking. That's why the universe keeps throwing these new things out here for me, so I can share it with you all. And of course, you all are seeing. Whenever I'm watching something, you're hearing it with me at the same time. I'm like, then I not just say the same shit? So I know I'm planting seeds right now with Lindsay, the waifu. I'm not seeing her as we are getting married. I see her as we are married, living together. I like that example, the 2 toothbrushes. Yep. Making it as real as possible. And look, if it's not her, which I know it is, but if it's not her, then it's someone else. But I definitely know it's her. Circumstances will reorganize itself, and the universe has no choice but to mirror back exactly all this. I know for her birthday, I can feel it. She had a witch birthday party. She had like a witch themed birthday party. I can tell when she blew out those candles yesterday, she was asking for her boyfriend, her man. I'm on my way, girl. I'm already here. She just has to tap into that frequency too. But one way or another, the universe is going to conspire and bring that together. And look, if that doesn't happen because of alignment, then it'll bring the person I'm supposed to be aligned with. And if that doesn't happen, it'll bring me the opportunities that will make me into alignment with whatever is supposed to be brought. Because I got a massive vision to undertake. This pocket. I don't like my pocket. Well, it's not I don't like it. I want to get rid of it, the pocket. But I do like my abs. Let's see. But that's funny. What she said, you use divine power to be skeptical about divine power. It's because we don't think we're using divine power of the I am. Oh, I have to continue. And then, after with Ray and his son's name, then Brian shows up. We chatted for a bit, and he had me write out race car. He wanted me to do an experiment. I'm like, sure, I'll write it out. Race car, why not? And then he found a Legend of Zelda music. He said, listen to this one. I'm like, okay, cool. So this one he took the sound and he put it in backwards. And then sure enough, he himself went on YouTube and didn't realize that somebody already had done it. And guess what? Guess what happened? Someone left in the comments the same thing he had me write down. Race car spelled backwards is race car. Tell me, where's the logic in this? There is no logic. The third dimensional thinking mind wants to see, this is what happens. The third dimensional thinking mind, yours, mine, and everybody else's, desires to have the knowing of like, but how did that happen? Like, you know, there's got to be a reason for it. It's got to be like, they'll do all kind of like blah, lots of noise. But we don't have to know that. You don't have to worry about the how. You don't have to worry about the knowing. Your soul knows. Your mind doesn't know. You let go of that. We got to let go of the how. And how's that possible? We got to let go of it. Just let go of it. But how do you let go of it? Drop it. But the reason why you're not going to drop it is because there's some emotional charge towards knowing, because you have to uncover. You're like a knowledge seeker. So knowledge seeker, truth seeker, wisdom seeker, whatever. This stuff, I had to take it and out of my existence. And how did I do it? I took it energetically, I wrapped it in some sort of like paper, I rolled it up, and I sent it out into the universe. Like I made a visual imagery of like the word truth seeker, wisdom seeker, knowledge seeker. I don't have to know. I already know. From the soul knows. The mind, if it doesn't know, it will be made aware when it's supposed to know, and it will bring forth everything it's supposed to know. Well, obfuscating and controlling. That's the other word, control. But control, it's illusion, but it's also quite real, because you got to control your inner state of being. Control outside of you, that's an illusion. You can't control other people's thoughts. You can't control other people's perceptions of you. You can do your best to, like what she said, like, you know, how Neville, he had a difficult coworker, and he kept seeing them from a different capacity, and then sure enough, because he changed his mental capacity of that person, his perception, I should say, his mental perceptions of that person shifted. So instead of them being mean and nasty, he saw them as nice and kind. But the reason why it gets difficult for us to switch these things is because of memories. These memories that are tied to the past, because our third dimensional mind creates the perception of time. And because of time, we created memories, and memories with emotional charge is lingering inside. That's why if you can stay in the now and rewrite every present moment of your so-called past with like having loving experience with your parents, or loving experience with your wife or your husband, or loving experience with your kids, or your partner, or whoever it is, or whatever it is, whatever, maybe you had a terrible experience at okay, I'm going to use one of mine. I had a terrible time eating pad thai. Yes, I know. I'm the weirdest dude in the world. I know. Every one of you eats pad thai. I'm like, okay. And I'm the odd alien here who doesn't eat pad thai. I can go ahead and rewrite that time when I ate pad thai one time, and remember the slimy noodles, as I call it, this bucket of slime that I ate, well, the bowl of slime. And I can say, you know what? These noodles weren't half bad. They're not my favorite, but they're not bad. I can give it another shot. Same with macaroni and cheese. You know the orange one, not the white one, the orange one, and rewrite that. Because if I were to go eat macaroni and cheese right now, but when I was a kid, I was able to eat that no problem, right? So like, rewriting the memories of that time when I went, bleh. because somebody made it bad. They made the white macaroni and cheese, and it was just like blah. Right? I can even still taste, right? But if I can rewrite the memories, not if, when I rewrite the memories of that, look, macaroni and cheese and pad thai, I don't really care about them, to be honest. That's not important to me. It's not important enough for me to change. If it was important enough for me to change, I will change it. But it's not important enough for me to change, so I'm not changing it because I don't care for those things. However, other things like my relationship with parents would be one. My relationship with brother and sister would be another. My relationship with anyone that I pissed off in my previous experience while I'm here, before my awakening, I would change. Like, there's a bunch of people that I pissed off at my previous workplace. Lots of people, tons, just tons. But they're not in my world right now, so they're not irrelevant. Sorry, they're not relevant anymore. They're irrelevant, essentially. So and then there's people like Ari from the past. I would rewrite that with her. I have nothing but love and respect for her, but I don't even entertain her in my reality because we're not in alignment. So Zoe, same thing. Her, love the girl, beautiful, great person, but personality-wise, I'm glad, I'm happy, because I think I would have probably slugged her a new one had I dealt with her for a long period of time. I probably would have slugged her. I don't have the moral. I mean, I do my best to stay on moral side, but like, I'm not one to hit anybody. But like, if you piss me off enough, I will slug you. If you're hitting me, don't expect for me to not hit you back. I will slap you silly. Nah. I wouldn't have time for that because I wouldn't even put that in my existence. You see what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't even prevent that from happening. In my universe, there is peace and harmony because I don't entertain fighting in my world. So we handle things diplomatically. There's no yelling and screaming and shit. There was before, but now I'm just like, baseline, just, chill. So that's why, like, you have to be disciplined with your inner world. But because of we've been so conditioned to be in the third dimension, right? And have physical things like, I'm touching this chair right now, right? This is what we think is real. We think the third dimension is real. And it is to our senses, for sure. But our senses, when you tap beyond into the fourth and fifth, it's not real. It's all an illusion. So it's one of those things where you have to, massive discernment is going to have to be played here. Detachment is also necessary. And just knowing that this is an illusion, right? And when this is an illusion, when you can see all this as an illusion, an illusion is what? A trap. When you see this all as a trap, you kind of let go of being in a trap. And you're good with or without it. In my inner world, I have everything. I just have to stay and maintain that frequency enough for the reality to materialize it in physical form. But I am good with or without it. Like, whether it happens or doesn't happen, I am good with it or without it. Because for me, like, I've experienced, like, look, I'm gonna be real with you all. I'm gonna just be extremely vulnerable. I've had multiple orgasms with Lindsay. We've had sex many times in my inner world. I didn't have to do any, jacking off or anything. I had that experience in my inner world. I felt it clear as day. We had amazing love, and yes, I'm being straight up, honest, and just being real with you all, and very vulnerable, sharing that. I also had the experience of me being in the healing resort, and I was seeing how I'm like serving everybody with the level of wisdom that I currently possess, that I'm aware of, and seeing the transformation happening. Seeing couples who are disconnected from each other to come there, and I'm helping them reconnect and be even stronger before they leave. And it's not even just that. I'm helping them in their business. I'm helping them in their personal life. I'm helping them in their financial life. I'm helping them in their physical life. Their physical, like it's an all-around thing. I've experienced the transformation, and it's wild. I saw one dude who is a little overweight, and he felt like he had no confidence. And I invited him to this retreat, to the healing resort. I also do scholarships, so like people who can't afford it. When I say can't, it's because of their mindset. So I gift like a spot to someone and let them get as much as they can, so that what they have to do is pay it forward to someone in the future by helping someone through whatever I shared with them to go and mirror it back to them. And I've had that experience in my inner world. And I saw a ripple effect with that. I took me and a few of you that I had in my imagination, and we walked to the ice cream store, the ice cream shop, Giraraldi's in San Diego. We all sat. There's like this long table that's like right in front of Giraraldi, like right where they're making the ice cream. So we're sitting on stools, and we were in the middle of the place, and there was like 7 or 8 of us, and we all had our different variations of the ice cream in a wine glass. And man, was it good. Good time, good conversation, and I'm feeling it right now, like it's there. Even if I don't close my eyes, I can feel these things. I can feel the small little long spoon. When I say small, the little scooper piece of the spoon is tiny, but the spoon is long, and like having nice whipped cream with sea salt and caramelized syrup, yeah, caramelized syrup, and like one of them chocolate blocks. So good. And then we walk back to my penthouse on 5th Avenue, or we cross 5th Avenue and go onto Broadway and walk down Broadway, and the water's right there. The PS5 building, as I call it, is right there. We head up, y'all hang out. I make dinner, or we order. Food comes, we eat, hanging out, seeing the views, getting the nighttime views, getting them lights of San Diego. It's nice. There's 3 rooms, all hanging out. I have enough beds to have enough space for a few of you. Some of you have to occupy other places. But I make it comfortable enough. And then of course, we got the gaming setup, and then a few of you, you bring your own like laptop and stuff, and we all play Dead by Daylight. Yeah, that's funny. Or I equipped you with the laptop, spare gaming laptop. I have a couple laying around. Give you a little controller. It is done. If you can imagine it in your mind, it's already done. You just have to stay and maintain that frequency. That is the real work or play that must be done. The maintaining aspect. Feeling it, of course, with such specificity with your senses. That's why the universe desired me to keep doing these live streams, to see everything be brought forth in physical form. Until so. But we're seeing the, you know, not creating the illusion of time like I have it now, but, you know, of course, can trillions of dollars just drop into the physical right away? No, there's a bit of a delay. And that's where we get tripped up like, but is it working? Where's my trillions of dollars? Where is it? That time delay is what screws us over because we get locked in with the, but it's not here, my arm, and you're like, then you get frustrated, and guess what happens? You were just like on the precipice. Like it's that 3 feet from gold or 3 inches from gold scenario. Like the gold or the diamonds are right here. You're here, and you just have to keep maintaining your frequency by digging away and staying in that frequency. But guess what? It's not coming. So guess what? You're back. You're back over here. And your stuff is back here again. And guess what you got to do? Go through that journey again until you collapse time and space until it becomes yours again, or until you realize it's yours. And that's through sensory perception of using your senses. That's why I say our senses are very real in this realm, but it is not real when you're in the other realms because your senses cannot transcend this realm. Until you close your eyes and feel it, then it can transcend. But when you're locked with the third dimension and you're looking at the third dimension, it can't transcend. That's why you can. Yeah, I don't care if you call it meditation or sitting and being. The name is irrelevant at this point. It could be a practice of mindfulness. You call it meditation. You can call it stillness. You can just call it sitting and being. It's a matter of closing that eye, shutting out your sensory of your eyes, and feeling everything as done. Like right now, there's an ice cream truck. I can hear the ice cream truck. No, legit, there's an ice cream truck in the physical world. I can hear it. But if that ice cream truck wasn't there, I can imagine myself buying ice cream for me and Lindsay. I go up, I'm like, can I have one of them chocolate, like, swirly ones with vanilla? Like, the ones that get the chocolate, like, covering, but it's vanilla underneath. Can I have one of those ones? And Lindsay likes the chocolate one. Just chocolate. She wants chocolate ice cream. I want the chocolate with the vanilla. Here you go, babe. Thank you. We're eating. I can taste that ice cream right now. It's very, very nice. It's melting. I'm eating it. Sometimes you just have to talk it out loud. If visualization is hard, you got to just talk it out. That's what I do. I talk it out so that I can like kind of like get a mental image going. It kind of gives me a reboot in my brain. I'm gonna go help Mom pack some dishes in a moment. I told all of you that I'm bringing forth everything. Watch. You watch. Bet. I told you. I'm going to have the biggest I told you so. I told you so. A year, maybe 2, doesn't matter. I will be living in San Diego. Fully, listen carefully, fully citizenship with my passport, American passport, and being a dual citizen with my Canadian passport, and dual license, and dual health cards. Do you all have health cards over there? I don't know if you all do or not. I'll have my ID, my Californian ID. And it'll be one of them enhanced ones, the real ID ones. Yeah, buddy. It's already done. It's here now. There's going to be a time delay in this third dimension, though. And that's where I cannot get tripped up. I must not get tripped up. I am an American citizen. And these are not affirmations. This is just a state. This is a factual statement now. I don't give a shit about affirmations. I am an American citizen. Fully American citizen. No green card. No visa. Citizen. Which allows me to then have an S corp. But by the way, I already have an S corp. For my entrepreneurship, I have an S corp. I can do so much with an S corp. Not just an LLC, an S corp. Straight up S corp. Oh, wait till I start tapping into the business side of things. Just wait. Just wait. You haven't seen nothing yet. The business side of things, the LLC, yeah, buddy. All right, I'm gonna put on some music for y'all. I'm gonna go and help mom pack some dishes because I was supposed to watch it, but she said to leave it, so I'm gonna go pack it. I'll be back. And I'm back. Finish. Eating a croissant. Phone bear at 97%, huh? Live stream is now at 603 minutes. Why does it have to rain? Why? It's raining all day tomorrow. Why? I'm gonna stop the rain. Oh, interesting. San Diego with rain? Whoa. Okay. That's you don't see that often. Damn, son. Man, they're raining. The rest of the week is sunny though. San Diego gets what? Maybe at most per year 11 or 12 days of rain. Very rare. I got to experience San Diego rain. Let me tell you, I mean, it was heavy. Don't get me wrong, but like, it wasn't like, not like here. And that rain, guess what? It's coming this way. See the interconnectedness? I get to breathe the same San Diego air from here. Have the same San Diego rain that's coming. Yep. Would make sense. Laguna is also raining. I do have to go shower. Yeah, I'm gonna go shower. When I come back, maybe start watching where I left off on Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind. Watch this movie be one of my favorite movies of all time. Watch. I have a feeling. I'm like, oh my God, this is actually really good. This is where I have to bite my tongue or eat my words, because I used to tell myself, who watches this garbage? Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind? Who watches this? I swear, if they said earlier in that, when they were laying in the ice and they said, look at this constellation, they said Orion, I would have snapped. I would have literally, I've been like, okay, all right, universe, all right. They didn't say Orion, they said Ascidian. I'm like, close enough to Orion, but you know, Ascidian. I'm like, okay. Had they said Orion, I've been like, but you know who said Orion recently? Meta. The Facebook company, they released their new, what is it? Smart glasses. And their prototype cost $10,000 10 months ago. And guess what its name was? You guessed it, Orion. Well, it's worth it because it's $10,000, because Orion is just, it's Orion. But now this version isn't called Orion. So, how dare they use my name? I need to copyright that name, even though no name belongs to anybody. That name belongs to me and me alone. Orion. Orion showed up twice in Power Rangers. Once as Lights of Orion in Lost Galaxy, and then a Power Ranger in Super Megaforce and Megaforce as the Silver Ranger with a sphere, with a staff or a trident. Well, I had the trident thing, so it's more like a trident, if anything. A Silver Ranger. Silver Ranger named Orion, who's got silver beard like me. Well, he doesn't have silver hair, he's a young dude. But yeah, Orion. I am Orion! How awesome. Okay, I'm gonna go shower. That's a yellow plane in the sky. Don't see that every day. Full-on yellow plane. That's not a Spirit airline, because Spirit doesn't come to Canada. I miss seeing Southwest Airlines, but I can see them. I can visually see a Southwest airline right now. I'm sitting in the airplane right now, landing, and I'm like, oh my God, Southwest Airline, let's go. Let's go. All right, I'll be back. Whoever's here, I'll be back. Magnet. And I'm back. I'm eating one of them, like, what do you call these? These soft dough cookies. My laundry is drying right now. Gotta love the piano music. The clouds are rolling in. They're rolling in from San Diego. I see they were raining, so it's all coming this way now. Everything is all linked. What we got going on here? It's another person's birthday I was mentioning earlier. Cool beans. Did that not go through? Anyways, who's here? Which of you Bubbas are here? Which one are you? Which Bubbas are here? Tell me which Bubbas are here. It did go through. Okay, perfect. All right. I think I'm going to continue to watch Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Feeling called to watch that. Just gonna get it activated. Lights of Orion, activate. Lights of Orion. Pause. We gotta go back to Netflix. Oh, we left off exactly where I was. I think it did. But it doesn't want to hit play. Resume. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna scroll back a bit.
What do you mean?
Can I help you with something?
I've only watched this movie once ever. And I writ it off in 2004 because of my consciousness not being elevated enough to know what the hell was going on in this movie. So I'm giving it a second shot because I feel there's a lesson that I have to be aware of in this movie that I currently am not aware of, which I believe is all about the power of your subconscious mind and your thoughts. Because she's no longer alive in the movie. I mean, all of it's based in his thoughts. And the universe was like, watch the movie, watch the movie, watch the movie. So we're watching the movie. I'm gonna put it right in front so I'm looking, looks like if any one of you chats, I'll be able to see what you're saying. But the tablet is right in front of you. So I mean, that way I can just like focus and look and look and look. It's like double screen. Yeah, so we'll see what lessons has to be occurred in this movie. Yeah. Where my consciousness is pick up, because like this is, I've already picked up quite a few things, and this is 28 minutes or so in the movie. I'm about 20 something minutes in the movie.
Christ, you put the like number, or at least put a number on the hip. I think so, kid, I think. That's it.
Some dudes are stalking him. They're like following him in like a white van. Oh, there's an ad. Shit. It's only 12. It's only 12 seconds.
Get real multi-symptom relief with Buckley's Complete Plus Mucus. It tastes awful, and it works.
That's nice. Good old ads. That doesn't bother me. If you all have known, I watched TV for years, and commercials don't bother me.
Oh, shit.
Okay, he's in a bathroom.
The only Valentine's Day
No,
cards I get are from my mother.
he's in the mailroom.
How pathetic is that, huh?
He's like in his lobby.
You're lucky you have Clementine, man. She is way cool. Hey, you got any big Valentine's Day plans with her?
No.
Well, it's only a day away. Better make some reservations or something. Don't want to end up at Mickey D's, right? Nick Romance. You want some fries with that shake?
I have to go to sleep now, Frank.
Well, it's 8:30.
He has a new pajama, and he's taking some sort of pill right now. It's weird because like if this movie is technically on YouTube, it's not free, but like if this was you know, when it comes to like anime or movies or TV shows, it detects that it's like copyright material, and then it blocks it. So
Okay.
it's annoying. And then it shuts down the stream if I continue to play it. But if it doesn't know the audio, then it's okay. Not bad. He's like this reminds me of the time when I was like chatting with the feminist Julia, and I was so pissed off at her, and we only were chatting for 30 days. Those 30 days were quite something, and I said, I'm so glad that I'm erasing this piece of you-know-what out of my memory. Now, of course, she's still there, but she doesn't have any power at all. She's just there as a reminder of like, you know, she's another soul who had work to be done, and I had work to be done at the time. But it's interesting how, like I said, when you get into a relationship, shit like this is why a lot of people right now are at peace when they're not with anybody. But then that whole, but I have to procreate thing comes kicking in, and I don't want to be alone, kicks in. You don't have to be alone. You can close your eyes and have all the fun you desire. You just have to get imaginative. Like, for example, like you can be in the shower, not giving you any graphics, but like I can close my eyes and imagine I'm doing it with Lindsay. You know what I'm saying? When I was downstairs, I was like surprising her, happy birthday, babe. I bought her a plane. I know, right? I bought her an airplane, and then guess what I gave myself? I gave myself a Gundam. If you don't know, it's a giant mech robot, and I'm flying around with it. Yeah, it was awesome. Right now, I'm watching Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind because the universe is like, you gotta watch it. Oh, you missed. I totally forgot. When you were on earlier, me and Brian had a interesting synchronistic moment. And same with Ray. So you know how the thing happened with you and me with the movie? It happened with Ray and with Brian today. So Ray, before I continue, Ray, his daughter was typing on the phone. Can you tell me what my, can you guess what my brother's name is? I'm like, shit, I forgot his name. I know it starts with a J, but I wasn't close. It was Riley. And then I'm like, yo, bro, I'm so sorry that I forgot his name. I was thinking it was Jacob. And then sure enough, he told me, he wrote out his name. It was Riley Jacob Rodriguez. I'm like, so that goes beyond time and space right there. And he was like blown away. He's like, he's never told me his son's middle name ever. And I've never known his middle name of his son. So why I guess Jacob transcends time and space. Then Brian comes on earlier after all that, and he's like, I have a request for you. Can you write down race car? Yeah, I can write down race car. Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm there now. I'm like attempting to harness the power now. And then, so he has me write down race car. He might still be here. He might be in the background right now. I write down race car on my tablet. And then if you spell race car backwards, if you spell it back out, it still spells race car. He was telling me about the effect. It's called an anadrome effect. Now I wanna shoot Kamehameha at people. I wanna like anyways, so I write down race car, and he tells me about the anadrome. He's helping me remember what anadromes are. Because, you know, we don't learn here, we remember. So then he tells me about a song. It's from a game called Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, which I played. And it's a theme song. And if you play it backwards, he actually took it into his editing software, and he realized that the song, if you reverse the song, it plays the same song backwards. So then he's like, okay, he doesn't think anyone on YouTube has it, but then he finds it on YouTube. And guess what happens on YouTube? He sends me the link, and as I'm about to say what I'm about to say, because I saw something, he says it, and he's like, yo, bro, no way. There's someone in the comments that left the same thing that he told me to write down. If you take race car and you spell it backwards, it says race car. We had to stop for a moment. Me and him had to stop for a moment. We just had to be, what the hell is going on? What the hell is going on here? This happened today. Like, it's wild. So first with you, with the movie, then with Ray, with his son and Jacob, and then Brian today again with that race car thing. I'm telling you, there's something going on. I'm tapping into new frequency. Next thing you know, I'm going to start controlling weather. I'm going to be like, I stopped the weather. Yeah. So that's what happened today. So I'm just like basking in that energy and remembering this day. And it happened on wife's birthday today. And I know, I can feel it. I know when she had her witch birthday party, because she had a witch themed birthday party. When she blew out her candles, I knew she was looking for me. I could feel it. So, I mean, we're already together, but you know, the physical, wild. It's wild. That's why I'm wondering what is going to happen in this movie, because This movie, it's similar to like when I watched Frequency and then you sent the Frequency thing, and then I had the insight, watch Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, watch it. I'm like, why am I watching this movie? Like, why? I watched it one time in 2004 when it came out in the theaters. I was like, what the hell is this? This is not a Jim Carrey movie. Like, this is him, but this is not a typical Jim Carrey funny movie. Like, you know, The Mask, Dumb and Dumber, you know, those kind of stuff. What the hell is this? I don't want to think. This is 2004. No, I had zero awareness on things. I was completely devoid of awareness. What, 2000, that's a lot. That's 15 years from 2019 to 2004. That's 15 years that I was like, I'm not gonna watch this movie. Are you kidding me right now? Even up until maybe 2022, I would never watch this movie again. Like, who's gonna watch Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind? Who watches this trash? Ooh, I just and it's 666 right now on the live stream timer, and it just had 55, and there's 5 people and there's 5 likes, and 2 of those accounts are mine. So there's 3 other people here besides you. So it's actually you and 2 other people. So don't know who it out. I'm calling out. It's probably, I think it's Destiny. I think she's here, but she doesn't say anything. I either call them out. I'm like, it's the D person, it's the R person, it's the K person, it's the E person, it's the C person, and it's the J person. It's one of them. They're hiding in the shadows. But the thing is, if it was her, she would have said something by now. She doesn't linger in the background like this. So I don't think it's her. I think it's the D person. But the D person doesn't want to talk to me, so. Because they think that the D person thinks I'm going to turn back into that vile monster. Anyways, if it's the D person, I'm good. Don't worry. I'm not going to turn into some vile monster. I ain't got time for that. All I got time for is the now. If it's the E person, well, the E person knows that we all right. If it's the K person, I don't know what happened, but K person, we good. If it's the C person, we good, dude. We good. If it's the J person, we good too. Eric. So E is Eric, J is Jose, D is Destiny. Oh, it could be the S person, but the S person is probably asleep. The S person is Swati, but she hasn't been here since that day that I went on like how dare you, la 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 la, you know, that was completely me. The K person is Catherine, and the R person, of course, is Regina. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty much chill too. I have zero. There's nothing, like, as if it didn't happen. It's kind of like the Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. It's like my memories got erased of that. But it's there, but it's not like it. You know, it's irrelevant now because it's in the now. Because, like, why do you think I had to go through all that nonsense to get to that whole drawing of the clock? And anything that attempts to take me out of the now, the hell is that? What the hell is that? Looks like an alien. There's like a fly just kind of hovering. Okay, sure. It's just hovering in the sky. It's just like right there. It's weird. It's like a bee, but it's not like a standard bee. I don't know what it's doing, but I think it's spying on me. I think it's like looking. It's like, I think he's getting, it's hard. It's going to be hard to see. Watch me like show you all, and then it disappears. It's so hard to see, but it's lingering. Yeah, you can't see it in the camera. Yeah, you can. There it is. Look, it's moving. Look at that thing. It's by the fence now. Well, you can see it hovering. Yeah, that's not normal. That's not normal. Just like hovering like that? Yeah. Anyways. Just like that day, that tree over there, the two things flew out. It's not that. It was a lot bigger than that thing, and they just flew out and they went like this. I'm telling you, they're activating me. My ship is coming. The ship is coming, sister. The ship is coming. I'm gonna have first contact with actual ETs, because I'm an ET myself, and then I'm gonna get back my tail. I'm gonna have my tail back. Sounds good. I'm gonna watch out my movie. I love you. I'll see you in the now. Yeah, I'm gonna get my tail back. I want my tail back. That's interesting. I paused it, but no ad thing popped up here. Wild. Okay. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, this definitely reminds me of the time when I was like just chatting with Julia at that time. Every time I would say something, it would either annoy her or piss her off, and like I was like, you know what, I'm not gonna say anything. And if I don't say anything, it's like I would always get into some sort of like unnecessary battle with her. I'm like, so frustrating, so damn frustrating. And I'm like, how? I mean, now if I ever see her again, I'd be like, "What's up, chick? You good?" But like back then, like wild. 2021, yeah. 2021, making 6 figures, no scam yet, and it's top of the world. But relationship-wise, and she was beautiful. And just like, what the fuck is going on with this one? I wanna they're sitting in the restaurant, and I've seen this many times where couples are just like, in today's day and age, because of cell phones, all they're doing is this. There's this handsome dude and a gorgeous chick just kind of like sitting across each other, and they're eating their food, and they're laughing. I'm like, and I'm sitting in my own like universe by myself, and I'm just smiling. I'm like, wow, what is their relationship really like if they're just like, so right now they are basically, there's no cell phone, but they're not really talking. They have they're very quiet and just eating their food kind of thing. He wants the shit off his head, basically, but he has no control because he's in his inner world right now. When you're in your inner world, I mean, like, just taking a moment. When you're locked in your inner world, depending on what's going on in your inner world, you either are on cloud 9 or you are suffering some sort of hell. And I know we all know this, but something's a little bit deeper going on feeling what I'm feeling right now. That's why whoever you meet in the world, you know, we can't make the assumptions of how someone is because we don't know what their inner world's like. And that's why there's that saying, your frequency speaks before you do. Your frequency talks before you even say a word. So he's freaking out in his inner world.
Clementine! Clementine! Mom!
Joel! What?
Gotta go.
Stop this. Stop what?
He's attempting to escape the whole brain erasing thing in his inner world.
No. Good. Concentrate, Clem. Gotta get back to the office. There's a tape recorder. No, not the picture. Not the picture. Back here. Come on.
Oh, look at me. Hey, Alan, welcome.
Look, our files are confidential.
This is why I was like, who watches this? Like, it's like, basically what I'm attempting to get at is in 2004, my brain was not ready to handle this movie because I had not built enough discipline and like awareness on things. And due to the fact that I did not have awareness on things, I created just all kinds of just stuff in my head. And I was like, I can't watch this. Like, this is annoying. Putting on my socks. My feet are cold. And I'm like, there's so much craziness happening in this movie, and at the time I had never watched anything so ridiculous. And I was like, why are we watching this garbage? I was very judgmental. So, ooh, don't want to hit my Mac. Don't want to be doing that. Don't want to be doing that. I'm gonna get me something to snibble on. Oh. And a little bit of chips, because why not? Biscuits and chips. Not that much. That's the only thing about the evening time that starts to get a little bit nippy. Be back out in a moment. I'm gonna put on my shoes now. I was bare feet the entire time. So, bare feet, cold concrete, you can already tell what the hell is going on. I got me something. Chips and Ritz. Chips and Ritz.
Files are confidential, Mr. Parrish, so I can't show you evidence. Suffice it to say that Miss Krasinski was not
Shit.
happy and she...
I have to get water. Ah! Ah! Thought I had my water outside. My bad. Live stream's gonna end soon, but I'll keep it going for a little bit. Bro. So, at least I now know why I was supposed to watch this movie. It's the power of the mind. Pause it for a moment. Let it simmer down for a moment. That's wild. There's only 39 minutes left on the movie too. And the live stream's almost done, and that message has to pop up. So tomorrow morning I'm gonna have to like go through and do my little edit and pull whatever clip off. Oh wow. This is why I like YouTube. Yeah, YouTube. And if I restart the stream will die. So it's annoying. It's annoying. When you want to do something cool and you want to hang out with your people and you desire to watch some stuff and you can't watch stuff because blah 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 blah. It's like so I'm giving it a moment. Because the live stream will end at a couple minutes, in like 4 minutes. I'll do my wrap up. I'm not gonna end it. And then I'm gonna go inside. Because it's gonna get, well, I can stay outside for a little bit longer. It's not cold because I put on my shoes, but I'm currently just quickly uploading one of my live streams right now, since it doesn't take long. Change that to private to public, and then boom, 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 hit save, and we're good to go. Yepers. Oh, the theme song from Friends gets copyright too. I just noticed that. The I'll be there for you. Do 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 do. That gets copyright as well. Yeah, buddy. All right, just a couple more minutes. Shadow. Shadow. Oh, Shadow. That's what the neighbor says. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Tomorrow is upper body play out. So we got all this fun stuff to do. It's also supposed to rain tomorrow, so don't know if that's happening indoors or outdoors. We will see what happens, because this entire week is supposed to rain until Friday. I don't really want to be inside, but it's not even cold. It's raining, and when the rain, if there's wind, it just blows this way, and like everything just gets soaked. Stay out of the water, Shadow. Stay out of the water. That dude's got a powerful voice. Anyways, so tomorrow's upper body play out for those who are going to be joining me. And I'm so grateful for this day because it was a magical day. Wife's birthday. Brian showed up for the first time in months. Ray showed up as well. Feels good. Olga showed up. Memaminsky, even though I call it Phoenix, shows up. It's nice. It's good. Feels good. Well, y'all, there's 1 minute left. I'm not ending it, but I'm gonna do my wrap up because after that, it doesn't. Everything else doesn't matter. So remember that you are the ultimate revealer of your reality, and everything you desire is truly here in the now. And creation is finished. You must maintain that frequency, though. It's not enough to just imagine and that's it. You must embody it and stay in it as long as you can until it collapses. So, and that's why this movie is important. So, because it helps to reimagine your existence. So, that's the reason why I meant to watch this movie. Now I know. So thank you, universe. All right, y'all. I love you all so very, very much. And may your heart be your guiding key. I'll see you tomorrow. I love you. Bye. Okay. My laundry should be done shortly. I'm gonna go and get my laundry in a bit. And we gonna watch the rest of this movie together. I'm gonna give it a little bit of time, but if the live stream just ends on its own automatically, then not much I can do about that. But the live stream, at least the live stream is ending on my note and not by some other thing. I should have waited until after 7:15, like the 715 minutes. All good though. So basically, the premise of this movie is to rewrite your imagination, and because he's now attempting to remember Clementine and keep her in his memories because they're attempting to erase his memories. So he's forming new memories by using his imagination to hide away from the eraser dudes. Today, when I was in the shower, when I surprised Lindsay with her custom plane and I sold my plane, she's like, "Where's your plane? How are you gonna fly around to your stuff?" I'm like, "Take a look behind you." And her crew looked behind, and the Gundam theme played. It went da 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 da. Da 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 da. It's the Freedom's theme. Da na 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 da da da. And if you're wondering what the hell I'm talking about, I'ma show you. I'ma show it to you. I'ma show it to you. I'ma show it to you. ZGMF.